Chapter 101. Drama. 2. The sand on the moon made it look a little red. Its dust made the sky red, just as a person made their surroundings red when they spilled blood. These unrelated facts made me uncomfortable. It looks like the moon is bleeding. I walked forward, and that uneasy thought dragged behind me like a shadow. In the distance, the servants were buzzing about. "Miss, you can't act like this here. This is the residence of the daughter of the Duke of Ivantia. No matter how much His Highness favors you at this time." The lady of the silver lily, who walked with me, muttered, "The gatecrasher is none other than she." Her tone clearly revealed her contempt for the heretic questioner. "No, the lady of the golden silk. Seeing that she's here at this hour, she hasn't come for tea." "Butler, was this visit planned?" "It was not." I was also disconcerted. Wasn't it past midnight already? The heretic questioner had no reason to meet the lady of the silver lily at this time. He and I had talked 2 days ago. "For now, I'll work as the lady of the silver lily's personal butler," I had said. "It's to get information about her and about how to beat this stage." The heretic questioner briefly made a peculiar expression. Still, he smiled widely like usual. "Okay, it's for the mission, so it can't be helped. I will be fine. Have a safe trip, Death King." Like that, we had agreed on it. At least I thought we did. "Bring forth my butler." The voice became closer as we walked. "Butler, I know you're here." The garden of the lady of the silver lily's quarters. Even the dark sky of the night could not cover the springtime in the flower garden. The mature white magnolias' heads drooped, overwhelmed by the weight of the season. The moon was red, and the moonlight reflected off the magnolia petals were ruddy. Thus, the white magnolias of the garden looked like pink magnolias in full bloom. A magnolia petal fell. "As I thought you were here, Butler." The heretic questioner pushed aside the guard at the gate. The guards were hesitating as they could not recklessly hurt the daughter of a baron. The heretic questioner took the moment to hoist up her skirt and stride into the garden. Squish. The pink magnolia petal that had fallen earlier was trampled under the heretic questioner's shoe. "I was worried when you didn't come back." "Really? Making your master worry and search for you personally, doesn't that disqualify you as a servant?" I had a bad feeling as soon as I saw the heretic questioner. The hair. The heretic questioner's moonlit blonde hair was longer than it was the previous day. "Milady, you are my one and only butler and childhood friend. You mean more to me than any ordinary servant. Is it too undignified for me to ask that you recognize this fact?" It wasn't just his hair, face, appearance. Even though traces of the heretic questioner remained, his appearance was somehow unfamiliar. Did he change his appearance with the sacred techniques? Why? In any case, you shouldn't be at a place like this. I feel like even the flower garden is poisonous. "Now, Butler, come here and let's go back together." Impertinent woman. When the heretic questioner tried to approach me, the lady of the silver lily stood in her way. This sort of disturbance at nighttime is a felony that should be punished with a lashing. Where do you think you are to raise your voice like so? Get down on your knees and admit your errors. Immediately. "Oh? Are you going to cane me?" The heretic questioner grinned. "If you're going to hit me, please hit me firmly and with strength." "Your ladyship, I wonder what will happen if I show the scars you leave on my calves to His Highness the Prince. The memories shared by the prince and I will increase again." Disgusting. The ducal servants shuddered. The crown prince's official fiancée was the lady of the silver lily. Yet, this upstart spoke of showing her calves to the lady's fiancé and making memories right in front of her. The servants' faces turned red, and they glared at the heretic questioner. The lady of the silver lily quietly whispered, "Really?" Flinch. The servants froze when they heard her voice. My chest chilled in an instant as well. "Then I shall do so." That was just how cold the lady of the silver lily's voice was. "Your desire to make beautiful memories during your school days is lovely. Indeed, if it's you, you can even Leonize a memory of rolling in a dung field. If you want to make some wonderful memories, I, as a noble of the empire, will assist you. The lady of the silver lily lifted her left hand. Bring me a cane. The servants trembled. Why, young mistress? Haven't I ordered you to not call me that here? If the crown prince finds out about this, did you think I'd send you off kindly after the mess you've created in the residence of the duke's people? If I send you off quietly, will our family name not become sullied? Law is more important than anything, and the crown prince is the one who must uphold it. The servants swallowed their breaths. They didn't look convinced. But the servants protested silently. Is the crown prince the type of person who would do that? Nobody could voice their protests. My left hand is still empty. The lady of the silver lily's voice flowed. Bring a cane. I will not repeat myself. Her servant's shoes busily moved on the road where the pink magnolias fell to retrieve a cane from the building. They bowed their heads as if they were afraid of showing their faces in the moonlight. Only two people, the lady of the silver lily and the heretic questioner, kept their heads high. Milady. Eventually, I had no choice but to get closer to the heretic questioner. What's wrong? Why did you come here at a time like this? I came to get back what is mine. You're making me state the obvious. The heretic questioner beamed at me. I had been waiting since the morning, but you didn't come back, butler. At first, I thought that there must have been something important, but then I heard that you were with the lady of the silver lily. The heretic questioner pressed his hands to his cheeks. I realized it right away. The lady must have taken hold of your weakness and blackmailed you. That's her specialty. Poor butler. You were involved because of His Highness and me. I didn't understand. What was he talking about? Don't worry. The heretic questioner's smile was bright, as always. I won't let her take anything from me, whether it's the prince's favor or your allegiance. A cane? She can hit me as much as she wants. I came for you, butler. She's the one who will be hurt more the more she whips me. No, sorry. Just a moment. Please excuse me. I stepped a little closer to the heretic questioner so that the others around us did not hear our words. Fortunately, nobody stopped me. Milady. Yes. I gulped and whispered. Heretic questioner. There was silence. What? My heart was pounding. My lips were dry. My tongue couldn't move. Was it always so difficult to articulate words one by one to weave a sentence? Slowly, I opened my mouth. When spring comes. Pardon. My heart. Heretic questioner. What are you talking about, butler? If you're playing around like last time, I really will get mad. I mean it. I'm asking seriously right now. Please answer me properly. How high is your immersion rate? The heretic questioner blinked. Butler, are you playing around? Were you thinking of old times? Or was your head messed up from being with her ladyship for a day? Oh, butler. With gentle tolerance, I understand. When spring comes. It has. The heretic questioner laughed. Spring has already come, butler. No. Isn't it a beautiful season? It was the lady of the golden silk who laughed. I brought what you wanted. The servants who had scattered to the building returned. Heads bowed. They offered the cane to the lady of the silver lily. It was thin. I guessed that they must have been struggling to find the most slender cane in the mansion. Was that their way of caring for their master? Find another one. However, the lady of the silver lily was heartless. The servants flinched and turned back. Find another one. This order was repeated 4 times. Each time, the cane became thicker. The servant bit his lip and held out the 4th cane. The lady of the silver lily held it in her left hand. Lady of the golden silk. You can call me by my name, your ladyship. Sylvia Ivanale. Yes, Miss Raviel Ivantia? The sun and the moon faced each other. You have invaded the personal territory of a ducal family member and caused a disturbance. You have spoken no words of apology. There is a strict hierarchy in the empire that you impudently, horribly ignored. In the name bestowed upon me by His Majesty the Emperor, I will punish you for your crime. Crime? I know my own crime best. The lady of the golden silk smiled sweetly. It is my crime to dare to be born to a barren family from the countryside and to be loved by the crown prince. That wasn't something one should have said in front of the prince's fiancé. I apologize for being loved. The baron's daughter gently held the hems of her skirt. She sank on top of the magnolia-filled garden and bowed her head to the lily standing before her. Her mannerism was flawless. I am sorry for receiving more love than Miss Raviel Ivantia. Is this apology enough? The wind blew. By the way, Miss Raviel Ivantia, I'm curious. Is this really my crime? Love is only meaningful when it is received. It is shared between the one who loves and the one who receives it, so is it solely my responsibility? Perhaps. No words followed that perhaps. Instead, she laughed. A petal hanging onto a black branch fell. The lady of the silver lily quietly raised her left hand. You dreadful thing. The cane tore through the night air. ... The lady of the golden silk did not scream. She didn't even groan. Her back was straight, and a smile was carved onto her face like some sculpture. She did not shake. She was convinced of her victory. The immersion toward the character is deepened. So, to me, it seemed that the one bleeding was the moon. Currently, your immersion rate is 40%. On that night, the moon was a little red with sand. When the sky was covered with the dust on the moon, when humans bled on the ground, it turned red. Cough. The thick air caused the lady of the silver lily to cough. Her cough sounded coarse. No one spoke. Only the whistle of the cane and the sound of coughing filled the garden in the night. Sylvia. A torch light swayed. Sylvia. Are you there, Sylvia? The sound of footsteps broke the silence. Beyond the gate, the crown prince was running, holding a torch. The guards scrambled to him. With an uproar like this, there was no way the prince wouldn't find out. Syl. The prince stopped in front of the gate. Looking into the garden, he fell silent for a moment. Raviel. His tone was different from when he called out to the lady of the golden silk. Step aside. The prince pushed the ducal guards away. There were none among them who would block the path of the nation's foundation. The prince ran straight to the side of the lady of the golden silk side. How, no matter how much she... How? I'm fine, your highness. I'm not fine. Like a fool. The prince looked over the lady of the golden silk. Then, he turned his head to stare at the lady of the silver lily. You spiteful woman. Words become scars. How could you treat Sylvia so cruelly? Those who inflict the pain do not know it because they cannot see the scars. It is the law of the empire, your highness. Is the law more important than the people? It's more important than an individual. That's why I say that you're spiteful. You're like a witch. The world was probably divided into those who knew and those who did not. The prince fell into the latter group. The lady of the silver lily coughed and sighed. Are you going to punish me? The prince's face grimaced. Just grimaced. He could not answer the lady of the silver lily's question. He shook his head as if she didn't deserve an answer, but he was just avoiding it. The prince didn't have the guts to take responsibility for the lady of the silver lily nor the skills to deal with her. Let's leave, Sylvia. You shouldn't be in this sort of place. Ah! The prince hugged the lady of the golden silk. In the prince's embrace, the lady of the golden silk looked at me. Butler. Heretic questioner. Butler, come with us. I didn't answer. As I looked at that person, I murmured in my thoughts as though I was praying. Character window. Swish. Letters bloomed before my eyes. Plus. Name. Sylvia Evenale. Favorability. 90. Favorite genre. Romance. Disliked genre. Politics. Favorite characters. One who loves me. Crown Prince. Butler. Teacher. Upperclassman. Underclassman. Classmate. Hated character. Raviel Ivantia. Favorite plot. The victory of the strong. True love. Dislike plot. The defeat of the weak. Backstabbing. Psychological state. Raviel Ivantia. I won't give you anything. Plus, the heretic questioner's title was not there. The word fairy tale under the favorite genre or human under the favorite character category was no longer there. Butler. The heretic questioner was swallowed by the role of the Lady of the Golden Silk. You're coming with me, right? With that, I could predict the end of this run. Chapter 102. Drama. 3. I tried my best not to stutter. I'm going to stay with the Lady of the Silver Lily for now. Silence. I can't understand your reasoning. The Lady of the Golden Silk lifted her eyes. Was it because her emotions froze with coldness? The Crown Prince, hearing the cold voice of the one he loved, stopped walking. I'm asking you to come with me now, Butler. It isn't my wish to show off my wounds, but I have taken pains to free you from her ladyship. Yes, I know. But you still refuse to go? There was a bitter taste in my mouth. I didn't know if this conflicted feeling came from losing the heretic questioner or if it was the butler rebelling against refusing his original master. But the blue eyes. It was painful to look at those eyes that only reflected the Lady of the Golden Silk. The immersion toward the character is deepened. Currently, your immersion rate is 42%. So I lowered my head and avoided her gaze. I'm sorry. I still have work to do. That's a vague excuse. Well, isn't it simply that you were bewitched by her? I silently remained still. Ha! Scoffed the Lady of the Golden Silk. It wasn't directed toward me, but rather the Lady of the Silver Lily. I understand, your ladyship. I don't know what sort of grand plan you've plotted this time, but you cannot shake the bond between me and my butler. Please take good care of him. You're free to believe whatever you want. Get out of my sight. Yes, I'll leave now. The Lady of the Golden Silk, wrapped in the prince's arms, reached out her hand. Then, she stroked his cheek and whispered, or pretended to whisper while being loud enough so everyone could hear. Will you leave with me, your highness? Ah. The Crown Prince's face turned red. The immersion toward the character is deepened. Currently, your immersion rate is 43%. The two went back along with the guards. Like that, the commotion that happened after midnight ended. 3. The garden quieted in an instant. Milady. The servants worried over their master with sad expressions. It was the Duke's daughter who had chased away the uninvited guests. But the atmosphere left her as the one being excluded. It's late, said the Lady of the Silver Lily. You've all worked hard. You may go inside now. Milady, what will you do? I will look at the flowers here for a moment before heading back. I would like to be alone. All of you leave me. The Lady of the Silver Lily gazed up at the night sky in her nightgown. Like a person born in the night, not by the day, her body was melted into the dark. Unable to disobey their master, her servants returned to their quarters. Milady. Only I remained and approached her side. Zombie. That person is weak now. Doesn't the atmosphere around her look miserable? She may be putting on a poker face, but actually, she's been weakened. That's great news, dude. Crises are opportunities. The goalkeepers finally disappeared. It's hard to date someone better than you, so you have to strike now. Shut up. That ghost never changed. He still couldn't read the mood. You go back and rest too, Butler. I'll be fine even if I stay up a night or two. Rather, aren't you very tired? Though I would like to deny it. Yes, I am a bit tired. The Lady of the Silver Lily sighed. It is already the 14th time. For 140 days I have tried to set the Crown Prince straight. Even if I accept it as fate that my love won't be returned, the Crown Prince will one day ascend to the throne as emperor. If I can set him on the right path, the empire's safety will not be jeopardized. But it's hard. You're not alone anymore. You aren't the only regressor in the world. That was what I meant. You have me. People can survive so long as one person around them recognizes and sees them. Is that so? Yes. Surprisingly, that's how it is. The Lady of the Silver Lily turned her gaze from the night sky. She looked right at me. You're mistaking one thing. Mistake? I repeat, the last 10 days. When you die, you return to the previous day. It may look like the same regression at first glance, that the two of us will share time together, but that is not the case in reality. I did not stop her from speaking. The conversation we were having now would probably be live broadcasted and seen by the people of the tower. But that was all right. I had already decided on the next regression. Butler. One of us will regress first. The lady of the silver lily leaned in. If I regress first, you will forget about your current life. On the other hand, if you regress first, I will forget what happened. One of our regressions will swallow the others. Scritch, scratch. The lady drew parallel lines on the ground with her cane. We are parallel lines that can never meet. My heart throbbed painfully. I will be able to understand you. You will be able to understand me, too. But understanding is the most we can do. It is impossible for the two of us to live synchronously. You cannot take responsibility for me, nor can I for you. The lady of the silver lily's voice was composed. Your confession about wanting to share the same time as me was intense and beautiful. However, it cannot happen. Perhaps that is why it is even more beautiful. What if it could happen? I looked straight into her eyes. If there is no such thing. I keep my word. No matter what. I didn't propose to stay with you just because I wanted to win your heart. I'm not the type to attract people by inflating false words like balloons. If I can help you escape the 10 perpetual days, if I can help, what will you do? A bird cried in the night. You are arrogant. I am satisfied with living my life. I suppose you are. I feel the same way. Still, I want to help you. Is it arrogant to want to help the one you love? Then, I'll become an arrogant person. The lady of the silver lily closed her lips. She too was trying to help the prince in her own way. Whether or not she admitted it, the two of us were alike. What do you want from me? When the world ends this time, please stay with me. Is that all? Yes. I realized it when I saw the heretic questioner become 100% immersed. The secret to defeating this stage. It was a weird and tricky solution, but it was probably possible. So long as I kept my head straight. And, if it's possible, I would be grateful if you could make me fall deeper in love with you. It would be wonderful if I fell so deeply, foolishly in love with you that I could never escape. Is that what you're requesting from me now? It's all right. I'm easy. My heart beats wildly even if your ladyship just holds my hand. The lady of the silver lily looked at me like she was dumbfounded. How shameless. Fine. I told you that I would teach you about love, so I shall make good on my promise. The lady of the silver lily grabbed my hand. Felt soft. Her hands were bare. The touch of her hand was wrapped around my right hand. Last night, my heart pounded from the memory of the lady of the silver lily's perfume. Is this enough? The immersion toward the character is deepened. Currently, your immersion rate is 44%. My face flushed. Yes, it's enough. Good heavens. I'm not saying this in a seductive way, but aren't you a little too pure-hearted? It's amazing you've survived in this harsh world. I died. A lot. If I show you my weakness, does your heart also jump a little? I saw it in a magazine before. Sometimes you have to pretend to be weak to be effective. Ah! The lady of the silver lily snickered. Although her eyes weren't laughing, a laugh was a laugh. She must have been greatly depressed by the fruitless work she put into the prince. If she felt even a little better, I was glad. Are you picking a fight? Despite having known love for just a day. I learned it when I saw you fight with the lady of the golden silk earlier. Your ladyship is wise, but if someone provokes her, she won't let it slide. Is that because of pride? You answer provocations even if you stand to lose something. So, I also wanted to provoke you. You're pretty quick-witted. Should I provoke you a bit more? Try it, if you can. The two of us were standing close to each other. We became closer. Our shadows began to overlap. Neither of us had any intention of backing down. Milady speaks of herself as a master of love. But are you really? Isn't receiving love just as important as giving it? Loving the prince and drawing out the prince's love are both important. But your ladyship has failed at the latter. In that sense, perhaps the lady of the golden silk is better at love than your ladyship. In any case, she's the one being loved by the crown prince. No? In terms of being better at love, surprisingly, the lady of the golden silk is more advanced. Oh, your ladyship knows how to love, but you don't know how to be loved. At least, it's clear that you don't know more than the lady of the golden silk. So, at that moment, the lady of the silver lily held my chin. Keep talking. Your voice is not unpleasant to hear. The immersion toward the character is deepened. Currently, your immersion rate is 45%. So, it was natural that the lady of the golden silk stole the prince from you. You should have understood the prince's tastes and interests in greater detail. Your teeth are very white. But you didn't. You were careless. So, your ladyship is partly at fault for why the lady of the golden silk has become so uncontrollable. Your tongue is red. Very cute. The lady of the silver lily pulled my chin closer to her. She was looking at my mouth. Why did you stop talking again? If you close your lips, I can't see your tongue. It's amusing to see. Keep talking. Do you surrender? Yes. It would be wonderful if I fell so deeply, foolishly in love with you that I could never escape. That was what I had said a little while ago. You truly are a person who only picks scary words to say. I don't know what sort of brilliant plan you came up with to be that confident, but you're really fearless. The lady of the silver lily pulled my chin forward a little more. It was like gravity had lost its hold on me and I was drawn only to her gestures. Well, I have repeated this 14 times, so it would be nice to experience a slight deviation. You mean? It is my rule to treat a bitch accordingly. Looking at the events of tonight, it seems that His Highness has acted increasingly bitchily to me. I can't let that stand. My heart pounded. Could it be? Are you finally going to give up on the crown prince?
No.
My heart has become a constellation in the night sky. How could I budge it? Whispered the lady of the silver lily. I just also want to be a bit of an excessive bitch. An excessive bitch. The Flame Emperor's ugly face came into mind. I automatically thought of Yasuha when I heard the words bitch or bastard. But it wasn't easy to be like that bastard. What was the lady of the silver lily talking about? An eye for an eye. A tooth for a tooth. Her pointer finger brushed against my lower lip. I'll have an affair with you starting from today. Do you love me?
No.
Do you have any desire to date me? Even a little?
No.
But you are the treasured servant of the lady of the golden silk. To use her words, you are her one and only butler and childhood friend. I wonder what kind of expression the lady of the golden silk will make when she hears that you are seeing me. Won't His Highness be embarrassed, too? In other words, you mean you're going to pretend to date me to screw them over? Why not? I could feel her breath. Do you hate it? I couldn't answer. Thump. I couldn't think of anything to say. My heart was pounding loudly, and my head was spinning. It was the person I loved. My first love. Thump. To use it this way, an affair was there had to be something more romantic. Sit down. I carefully sat in the garden. The moon was covered by clouds, and the ground was dark. It was like I was kneeling in a bottomless swamp. The eye-level difference between me and the lady of the silver lily was flipped. I'll let you decide. The lady of the silver lily looked down at me. If you don't want to accept my offer, close your eyes. I will quietly disappear before you open them. But if you wish to accept and pretend to be my lover, if you want to play out this drama until this life ends, the red moon in the sky was hidden. Eyes that were redder than that were in front of me. Say my name. Name. Raviel. Huh? Raviel Ivansha. Why was my mouth open? Good. Do you remember the first lesson I taught you about love? Love starts like a bitch. Well done. The lady of the silver lily's hands cupped my cheeks. Then, I'll be your first bitch of a lover. The moon swallowed the light. The scent of lilies, soft and sweet, a near-deadly fragrance. The immersion toward the character is deepened. Currently, your immersion rate is 50%. I was suffocating. She was so beautiful. You're both whack jobs, so you suit each other. Yeah, how could you ever go out with a normal person? Birds of a feather flock together. That's an unchanging truth. From far away, I heard Bae Hurayang's voice. Congratulations on your first day, Crowtit. The magnolia petals fluttered and fell from the trees. Even if it's an affair. Chapter 103. The Way He Loves. 1. The dawn was white. I woke up and washed my face. I slowly put on the black butler's uniform I was now accustomed to and stood in front of the mirror. Reflected in it was still me. The Black Dragon Guildmaster once said that I gave off a slightly cunning impression when I smiled. The man in the mirror slowly opened his lips. Raviel. Thump. Raviel Ivansha. The immersion toward the character is deepened. Currently, your immersion rate is 62%. I simply whispered the name of my beloved lover. Yet, my heart jumped, I couldn't breathe, and the face of the man in the mirror blushed. Even I could read my expression with ease. I really love her. It was amazing. Surprised by my own feelings, I did what I had to do next. Status window. Letters crawled in front of my eyes. Plus, name Death King. Rank, D-Class. Skill, 6/6. I want to become just like you, S+. Returner's Clockwork Watch, EX. Sword Constellation, A+. Goblin High Society, F. 100 Ghosts Reincarnation, SSS. Infernal Heavens Demonic Art, A+. The Goddess of Beauty's Blessing is in effect. The Goddess of Vitality's Blessing is in effect. Plus, here, the path my life had taken, the path I'd survived, was depicted. My envy, my secret, my connection, my sense of humor, my will, even my happiness. Thus could the life of the human Kim Gongja be plainly expressed. I took in a deep breath. Character window. Then, words I had never seen before were inscribed before my eyes. Plus, name, Kim Gongja. Favorability, 90. Favorite genres. Martial arts, romance, detective, adventure. Disliked genres. Not applicable. Favorite characters. Master/teacher. Virtuous hero. Victim. Hard worker. Child. Good person. One who reflects on oneself. One who is generous to others. One who acknowledges me. Hated characters. Psychopaths. Favorite plots. Justice prevails. Friendship. Love. Hated plots. Self-hatred. Giving up. Fleeing. Forgetting. Mistrusting. Monopolizing. Psychological state. I want to know how I am reflected. Plus. Gulp. I swallowed my spit. Okay. I was still Kim Gongja. I hadn't been swallowed up by my role like the heretic questioner. My strategy would go forth smoothly. It had to. Mr. Sword Emperor. Yeah? The ghost who wasn't reflected in the mirror replied. If I become buried in the role of the butler, I have a request for you. What is it? When my immersion rate is about to reach 100%, there's a high possibility I won't be able to hear your voice. I'll have my skills, but I'll probably forget everything about how to use them. No matter what happens, the immersion rate needs to be stopped before it becomes 100%. I touched the hilt of my dagger, hidden around my waist. 99%. That's the Maginot Line. Point 1. The immersion can never go above 99%. Do you understand? If you have the slightest inkling that I will exceed 99% immersion, please stop me at any cost. Ha! Bae Hurayang smirked. You worry too much. You think a guy with a strong pride and ego like you will get all the way to 99%? Yes, I will. I put the finishing touches on my outfit. The mirror captured the image of a perfect butler. Because I'm going to push myself there on purpose. What? Bae Hurayang was startled. Why? Do you want to flunk this stage and be trapped in this world? I can't tell you why now. No, no one can know but me. I'm going to defeat this stage by digging into the loopholes in the tower system. The tower was still watching over us. If it figured out my strategy, the tower would quickly close the loophole. I couldn't let that happen. When the tower has a systematic error, a gap that it hasn't thought of, an opportunity was made. I had to hurry up and clear. The Tale of Stormwind Academy. Please help me if I am in danger. I believe in you. Since the strongest person of all time said he would become my master. I realized then that the Black Dragon Guildmaster was right. The man reflected in the mirror was smiling cunningly like a rascal. Then, I shall go help my lover. 2. Though the Lady of the Silver Lily and I were together now, we unfortunately could not have fun on a date outside. She was sick in bed. The Lady of the Silver Lily had always been infirm. She was also weak in the sunlight. Looking at the memories of the butler, the Lady of the Silver Lily was absent at the academy more often than not. She had been working all night the past few days, so she couldn't help but collapse. Don't worry, it's been like this since the first time around. Leaning on the bed, the Lady of the Silver Lily spoke. More precisely, I was born this way. I couldn't play outside, so I almost always stayed in the house. It became worse after my heart disappeared after stabbing it with the sword in the mirror. This is why the Emperor gave an epithet to the Lady of the Golden Silk as well. Even if I become the Empress, I will die soon. It will be difficult for me to give birth to an heir. I am not suitable as an Empress. Cough. The Lady of the Silver Lily coughed. It sounded coarser than it was the previous day. Here's some hot tea. Please drink it. I passed her the tea I had prepared in advance. The Lady of the Silver Lily said, "Thank you," and took a sip. She raised her eyebrows in mild surprise. "You put in a lot of honey. It's exactly as I like it." "How did you know?" I smiled. "Milady told me before. When the Lady of the Silver Lily was teaching me lessons on love, she had said that in her 6th run, an apostle tried to capture her with a strategy guide. It was written in that guide. Plus, the Lady of the Silver Lily is weak in the sunlight. The Lady of the Silver Lily has dull taste buds, so she likes exciting food. Plus, I just kept that knowledge in mind and acted on it." Then, isn't it like you are also using the strategy guide? "I can't say that it's a strategy guide since you yourself told me about it first. I would appreciate it if you could see it as me using a reference book. I can see now that you've a nasty side to you, too." The Lady of the Silver Lily tilted her cup. The sound of her sipping tea quietly resonated in the bedroom. "So what is this tactic you've come up with? This cozy time we're sharing now is just a momentary pleasure. Between the two of us, one will forget the time we spent with the other. There is no solution. I bet your ladyship has never trusted your life to anyone else before." Please trust me. Even if it's a fake relationship, the person you've decided to date is by no means an incompetent man. The Lady of the Silver Lily stared at my face. "There are times in life when you need help from other people. Right now, your ladyship needs help. When I saved the Ejim Empire, I also received the help of the Sword Saint and Black Dragon Guildmaster. When overcoming the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon, I had help from the Alchemist, the Venomous Snake, and the Medicine King. And while I would never say it out loud, I always owed much to Bei Hurayong. I never thought I was alone. Unlike my lover in front of me. You've been in charge of too many things alone up till now. The Empire must remain strong even after your death. The prince needs to be set straight. The demon of blood must be dealt with. Isn't this all you've been doing for 140 days? Are you saying that I'm burnt out? Yes. Please rest a little. I placed the spring flowers I had picked at dawn in a vase and put it beside her bed. I don't like it when the person I love tries to take everything upon herself. No, I hate it. I would want her to step up when I'm tired, and when she's tired, I'll bear her troubles. We're only in a fake relationship. It doesn't matter. I'm serious. Don't you feel insulted? Aha. Your ladyship doesn't know me yet. How could a person be so lovely? I smiled a little. I'm a positive guy. Do you think I'll be depressed or get an inferiority complex just because we're in a fake relationship? Far from it. I think of it as an opportunity. Anyway, you will come to love me. My goodness, where is this confidence coming from? It's because you'll spend time with just me. Until you tell me that you're tired of me, I won't give up no matter what. No matter what happened, I will become your support. The lady of the silver lily did not respond. Instead, she quietly drank her tea. As the days passed, my lover became more gaunt. The demons that appeared every night at midnight grew stronger and stronger over time. At first, the demons only took the forms of tongues, lips at best. But the next day and the following day they changed. They grew arms and legs. Cackle. I realized it only when they had limbs. The demons resembled the lady of the silver lily. They looked like the result of if the lady was simplified and reduced. Are you going to kill us? Are you going to kill me? I wordlessly slaughtered the demons every night. The lady of the silver lily said that she would help, but I refused her firmly. She needed time alone and calm rest now more than anything. The paperwork that needed her approval? I stopped it all. Anyway, there were only a few days left before the end of this world. If the empire would collapse just because a duke's daughter did not watch over it for a few days, it deserved to perish. Rest. A holiday alone. This was the first gift I gave to the lady of the silver lily. It's the first time I've experienced days like this. The lady of the silver lily murmured as if she was troubled. Is it really all right to stay still? Currently, we were sitting in the shade of a cherry tree and looking leisurely at the lake. I had carried the lady of the silver lily here in my arms. That was it. There were no complex documents, no demons made of blood, and no students whispering and treating the lady like a spectacle. It's all right. But it's really all right, milady. The lady of the silver lily closed her lips. She seemed unable to cope with her newfound peace. I'll make it all right. I don't want to rely on you. Did I say that I would help you forever? When I need help, you can help me too. We can help each other, right? Live and help each other. Quietly, the day passed. It was the 10th day that the lady of the silver lily spoke of. Are you thirsty? I put some honey in the milk tea for today. I thought it might please you. When the sunlight becomes weaker, let's ride a boat together. I'll row. For that whole day, the lady of the silver lily did nothing. In the morning, I woke her up and washed her face. I brought her a light meal. Later in the morning, I read her a collection of poems she liked. In the afternoon, I packed a snack and walked with her to the lake at the academy. Wish. The whistle of spring caused the magnolia and cherry blossoms to shed. The lady of the silver lily softly raised her head to see the white colors scattering in the sky. Cherry blossoms fell on the surface of the lake and were buried by the ripples. For 1 hour, she said nothing. She remained silent even when I carried her to the boat. Quietly, she observed the flowing waves of petals. Splash, splash. The lake meekly gave way to my rowing. The spring is white, whispered the lady of the silver lily. In the empire, we call this period white spring. There are times when the cherry blossoms bloom before the magnolias fall. One of my favorite classical poets said, "As white blooms in white, so does spring blossom fully in spring." The white hue that winter could not finish sowing takes its final breath. The speed at which she spoke matched the speed of the cherry petals flying in the sky. It's a beautiful season. Yes, the sun went down. I don't know how long it has been since I've seen this spring. A gentle springtide passed. We were drunk on the season. Pleasant days. The formless spring air filled our heads. The presence of the silver-plated heart becomes more prominent. So, when the time came for this world to perish, we were not panicked at all. No, we didn't even say anything special. The silver-plated heart is manifesting. The red sunset became redder. On the other side of the academy, I could dimly hear the students screaming. The blood from the mirror had likely drenched the academy. Then it flowed to the edge of the lake, dyeing the water red. Butler. Yes. It feels comfortable to be with you. Our boat floated in the middle of the lake. The red blood that was encroaching from the lakeshore had yet to consume our sanctuary. Can I really trust you? I let go of the oars in my hands. Your ladyship had said that we are like parallel lines, and the person who dies first will always regress first. That's why the two of us can't be together forever. From now on, I held the Lady of the Silver Lily's hand. My aura will wrap around your body, and it won't just be your body. It'll also be in your mind, and I will do the same to my body and mind at the same time. Then, I will blow up our heads at the exact same instant. The Lady of the Silver Lily stopped breathing for a moment. As her breaths quietened, her eyes grew wider. It's true that the person who dies first will regress first. It's also true that the person who can't regress won't remember the other person. Then, there is only one way we can be together. We have to die at the same time. I held her hand a little tighter. Raviel Ivantia, the person I love. Please die with me. After a while, she nodded. And so we did just that. Chapter 104. The Way He Loves. 2. 3. I took care of my death just as others took care of their everyday lives. I always had the option to die more easily. Wrap my brain with aura. Pop it. In an instant, I could end my life painlessly. It was easy, simple, and convenient. That was why I didn't kill myself that way. Because it's easy, simple, and convenient. Ease, simplicity, convenience. Humans become careless when they get used to these three things. No matter how sharp and knife-like one's mind is, it will eventually become rusty. In the end, the Flame Emperor died at my hands because of his carelessness. I sought after more painful deaths. I insisted on using my dagger to keep my sense and judgment sharp. That was what I had done. However, it would be different today. It's all right. It'll end in no time. I slowly sent my aura to the Lady of the Silver Lily through her hand. Was it because it was an unfamiliar feeling? The Lady of the Silver Lily's eyebrows twitched as she received my crimson aura. It's warm. Yes. It feels like hot water is riding my veins. If this is like your body heat, Butler, you must run at a slightly warmer temperature than I. The Lady of the Silver Lily looked into my eyes. I'm anxious. I've never felt anxious about the regression before. I thought that it would be fine so long as I did not lose myself. But today, I don't want to lose you. If I regress first and you don't remember me, would it make me a bitch if the Lady of the Silver Lily's words made me happy? If I felt happy because she felt anxious for me? Yeah, that probably made me a bastard. Don't worry, but I was a bastard just for her. I'll be with you. While we shared our body heat, the world around us fell apart. Rumble. The ground cracked open with a bang, and blood sputtered out from the fractures. Demons from the underworld, the Lady of the Silver Lily's once familiars, ran wildly outside of the Lady of the Silver Lily's control. They were as numerous as the water drops that made up the sea, and each drop was as large as a mountain. Ha! From far away people screamed. Demons! Demons are here! What bad luck! They screamed. The promised 10 days. The love of Lady of the Silver Lily secured by a wish, that eternal love that could not be held back by a semi-constellation, was overflowing. But even in this situation, the Lady of the Silver Lily looked at me calmly, her heart encased in silver. I will not tolerate any mistakes. Yes. If I die before you even by 1/10 of a second, if you die a millisecond faster than I do, I will never, ever forgive you. Engrave the words I just spoke into your heart. I'm only giving you one chance. Yes. Take it. The silver-plated heart is looking at you. Take responsibility for making me believe again. I held her hand a little more tightly. I will. While the demons rampaged the ground, the glowing sunset sky shattered like a mirror. A deluge of blood poured down. The ground was gradually inundated with red. The echoing screams subsided in the sound of bubbles like they had drowned. It wasn't just the Lady of the Silver Lilies flood that caused this world to end. The apostle of the ox that harvests ruins has manifested. There were also the other constellation's apostles whom she had once mentioned. The apostle of the war horse of the eternal plains has manifested. The apostle of the evangelist of everlasting happiness has manifested. Through the rifts of the torn sky, beings from the different worlds descended. The semi-constellation of this world, the Lady of the Silver Lily. Aiming at the cracks of the fallen barrier, they didn't even bother to keep up appearances and launched a full-blown invasion. Anyhow, they're a bunch with no sense for romance. Their appearances were as varied as the constellations who sent them. It seems so. Thus they were easy to remember. I should teach them a lesson. What sort of lesson? That they shouldn't interfere with other people's relationships. I like that. The Lady of the Silver Lily laughed. But it's fine if you don't do it now. It was just as she said. We didn't have time right now anyway. Milady. The broken firmament of the sunset. Blood pouring without end. Demons creeping up from the ground and invaders descending from the sky. The person before me had managed to endure all of these scenes of the end by herself. Until today. Butler, said the Lady of the Silver Lily. Kill me. The world had been dyed red, and only the lady, I, the boat, and the water 3 meters around us remained untouched. From the ruddy lake, countless tongues and lips erupted to laugh at us. In this place, I allowed myself a comfortable death for the first time. The aura that coated our bodies burned. Infernal heaven's demonic art. 9th form, sort of suicide. Without a single error. Without a moment's distortion. You have died. We died. You are regressing to 24 hours ago. For, when I opened my eyes, I was lying in the shade of a white tree. It was evening. The sky was turning yellow. It wasn't strange that I opened my eyes here. From the day I decided to be the Lady of the Silver Lily's exclusive butler, I went for walks with her in the evening. I hurriedly tried to get up when, "You're awake." Whisper. I heard a voice right next to me. You finally came to your senses. I looked around. You're a disgrace of a butler. The Lady of the Silver Lily stood with her back against the bright sunset. She held a parasol in her hand, casting a shadow below her feet. Whoosh! As the wind blew through her silver hair, I accidentally stopped breathing. Did I succeed? My heart was pounding. Or did I fail? I didn't know yet. I didn't know, so I just looked at the Lady of the Silver Lily, her fingers loosely gripping the parasol handle, her gesture as she pushed back the hair that the wind had scattered, her lips closed tight as usual. Each of her motions made me tremble. Butler, you told me a slight lie. The Lady of the Silver Lily opened her mouth. You promised that we would go back to the same time. But didn't I come back 9 days before you? Even if it's a fake relationship, you left your lover alone for 9 days. It's quite the disgraceful act. I succeeded. I waited alone for you for 9 days. I alone felt anxious while I was waiting. You swore to be beside me but couldn't keep your word. Isn't this negligent and slacking? I succeeded. If you want to make up for your wrongdoing this time, you'll have to face some punishment. I succeeded.
I'm Festi.
Butler. Give me the tea that you brought. The Lady of the Silver Lily couldn't finish her sentence, because I stood up and hugged her. I wanted to embrace her so much that I could not stop myself. The wind blew. The parasol the Lady of the Silver Lily had been holding fell and rolled on the grass. Though I was already hugging her, it wasn't enough. A little more. More. I wanted to hold her even more. I knew that my feeling was because I wanted to hold dear her heart, not her body. I'm sorry. I made her wait for so long alone. It's nothing. The Lady of the Silver Lily held my back. It's all right now. I can't say that I wasn't amused by watching the version of you that hadn't spent the final days with me. That's a lie. Yes, it's a lie. It wasn't very fun. But it's all right. I'm very patient. I'm sorry. I forgive you. The Lady of the Silver Lily caressed my neck. The immersion toward the character is deepened. Currently, your immersion rate is 71%. I wanted to love her like crazy. Are you crying?
No.
You're lying. Yes. I hate lies. It's all right to joke. But don't tell me any lies. I won't lie to you either. I won't lie to you with words, gestures, nor glances. Are you crying? If you don't want to talk, you have the right to stay silent. I won't press you. I won't push you. We can wait slowly until the other person wants to talk. Yes. Thank goodness. Thank goodness that I had fallen in love with her. Thank goodness that I became someone who could love her. I have a request, your ladyship. What would that be? May I kiss you? I held myself back. Thank goodness again that she couldn't see my face. I'm really sorry, but could you wait a little longer for me? How rude. How much longer do you mean for me to wait? 8 days. Why? 7 days. 6 days. I'll reduce it day by day. Until we can be together on that first day. Silence. Impudent man, the lady of the silver lily whispered in my ears. In the end, you mean you'll kill me 9 more times. It didn't hurt, did it? It didn't hurt. Like you said, it was over in an instant. But you've already taken my life once. And that you'll take even more makes your nature seem horrible. May I kiss you? Oops. Couldn't hold back. The lady of the silver lily moved her head and met my eyes. Red. The color that I would love most from now was there. I will exercise my right to remain silent. So I kissed her. We held each other in our arms. From breath to breath, lips to lips, I cast my aura and offered the temperature of my heart. I was also thankful that my aura was red. The sounds of our breathing mixed together. Then, you have died. You are regressing to 24 hours ago. The next time I opened my eyes, the lady of the silver lily was by my side. We didn't talk. Maybe we had already talked a lot. The lady of the silver lily held my hand, and I kissed her. You have died. You are regressing to 24 hours ago. To get a little bit closer to her. You have died. You are regressing to 24 hours ago. To meet the lady of the silver lily, who said that we would forever be parallel lines. I tilted my head. I kissed her. Before our timelines could overlap, our lips met. In the cold corridor of her residence. You have died. You are regressing to 24 hours ago. In a dark basement. You have died. You are regressing to 24 hours ago. Under the white magnolia petals. Milady. Panted. Before you came here, did you brush your teeth? It seems like a good time to use my right to remain silent. That's underhanded. Only you would get away with it. In this world, there are 2 cases in which you will be forgiven for acting underhanded. One is at war and the other is in love. Furthermore, when I died, I regressed 24 hours, but the lady of the silver lily returned to the first day in the ballroom. She counted the gaps in time. You made me wait 9 days, 8, 7, in total 39 days. My proper underhandedness makes it possible for you to relieve your conscience. Be grateful. Then, 39 days of kissing. You're being annoying, so shut up. You have died. You are regressing to 24 hours ago. The next time I opened my eyes, I was in the private room of the Lady of the Golden Silk. Death King, the heretic questioner, who had not yet become the Lady of the Golden Silk, smiled. My timeline was maintained, but the heretic questioner's was not. So, while my immersion rate remained the same, the heretic questioner's immersion decreased the closer I approached the first day. The Lady of the Silver Lily came to visit. Aha! I wonder what it's about to come so late at night. I heard that she stays in a separate accommodation, not the dormitories. Seeing she came here at this time, something is. Where is she now? Ah! She's waiting in the garden in front of the dorms. I opened the door and ran. Behind me, the heretic questioner called, Death King? But I had no time to respond. There was someone who had waited for me. A little faster. Even just a little hurry. The lady of the silver lily stood under the magnolias. A white lotus bloomed in the night sky. The snow-capped lotus flower was like a heart that had lost its red color. Some people in the dormitories were probably peeking into the garden from the windows, but the two of us stepped closer, embraced each other, and met lips. I whispered, "Did you know?" "I don't know. Go ahead. Show off." "My name is Gongja, and I call you your ladyship, or Gongnyo." Side by side, we become Gongnyo and Gongja. Of course, the words may sound different in your ladyship's language, but 1. Are you saying that we're a match made in heaven? I think so. You're getting conceited because of a coincidence. I love you. Lips touched. Breaths mixed. Time overlapped. You have died. Finally. You are regressing to 24 hours ago. When I opened my eyes, I was in a fancy ballroom. The chandelier drooped from the ceiling and hung like a weeping willow. Underneath, dozens of ladies and gentlemen were dancing in pairs. This was the place we first met. The place where the heretic questioner was slapped. The first stage our timelines intersected. Day 1. In the middle of the ballroom, we faced each other. I moved my feet. The lady of the silver lily also stepped forward. In the place where dozens of shadows fluttered, under the white chandelier, we kissed, unable to say who had moved first. We needed no words. Around us, voices of astonishment sounded. We ignored them. The band who had been playing music in the ballroom stopped. The ladies and gentlemen stopped dancing and stared at us. Still, we ignored them. The lady of the silver lily's eyes. Her voice. I was simply immersed in the contours of her existence. My forehead touched the forehead of the lady of the silver lily. Is it still day 1? The corners of lady of the silver lily's mouth curved upward. It's the first day. It'll always be the first day. Forever. As long as we both wish it to be. We kissed again. We indulged in the moment like it was forever. Only the sounds of our two breaths quietly spread in the spacious ballroom. Huh? A long time later, the heretic questioner spoke up from behind us. Did I miss something? Nobody could answer. Chapter 105. The Way He Loves. 3. 5. I'm happy to be with you. It would be an exaggeration to say I lived this life just to meet you. But it isn't a lie to say I'll live for you. What a relief. I could say that without a single lie. Are you crying again? I could be that sort of person. Let's make a promise. I could be a person who cares for someone. Say it. I want to hear you. When the other person is obviously crying, don't ask if they're crying. Truthfully, your ladyship, you're just asking that to tease me, aren't you? There's something about you that keeps surprising me. You're unexpectedly clever, but you obviously can't keep your wits around me. There aren't many people who are so fun to tease. Please make the promise. I don't want to. I liked it when her ladyship told me no. I really like her. I love her. Aya. Arg. My eyes. Qua. My eyes. Bei Hurayong rolled around agitatedly. Save me. Save this soul. Why must I suffer this misfortune instead of ascending to the heavens after I croaked? Why do I have to see your mug blush in real time? You bitch my eyes. Spare my life. You embarrassing zombie.
Suor Temperor.
I pity you for not knowing the awesomeness of love. Shudup. Raviel Ivansha. Master of my heart. Stop it. Just stop it. Strangely, Bei Hurayong's voice sounded more distant than usual. His blaring foghorn of a voice felt a little quieter. Is he having a delayed reaction? It wasn't only Bei Hurayong who started to react. The ballroom had frozen when the lady of the silver lily and I kissed. That frigid air finally began to thaw. Lady of the silver lily. Right now. What are you? How fascinating. Who knew that ramen noodles could talk? Or, looking at it again, it looked like garbage. I apologize for causing a commotion. The lady of the silver lily softly leaned her head against my shoulder. I shouldn't have done something like this in public, Your Highness. On a small scale, I've ruined Sormwin's ball, and on a larger scale, I've tarnished the honor of the nation's foundation. My crimes are great. The lady of the silver lily spoke in a whisper. She didn't need to speak louder. Her cool voice had a force that grabbed people's attention. Everyone in the ballroom stared blankly at the lady of the silver lily. Please discipline me, for my crimes are great. I am resigned to accept my punishment. Punishment? Do you find it difficult to determine my punishment? Of course you do. Then I shall decide the punishment in Your Highness's stead. Starting today, I shan't dare to attend the academy and attract further negative attention. I shall quietly reflect on my wrongs. And the lady of the silver lily took out a small envelope from her bosom. The crown prince was still out of it and meekly accepted the envelope. This is? The lady of the silver lily slowly opened her mouth. This is a request for my withdrawal from the academy. Another blizzard struck the ballroom as the air was about to thaw. The ladies and gentlemen, especially the blonde trash, looked shocked. I shall remain on probation until my withdrawal is finalized. I will not receive personal visits. Your Highness, please approve of this punishment. Aravi? I am much obliged by your permission, Your Highness. The lady of the silver lily, still leaning against my shoulder, bowed her head to the prince. A closer look made it seem more like a nod than a bow. But she must still feel something for the prince because of the sword in the mirror. Was this okay? I thought about it for a moment. But actually, didn't the lady of the silver lily catch the prince's spies by the neck with this move? So it was all right. This much was nothing. And above all, it didn't matter since Raviel seemed happy. The lady of the silver lily grabbed my hand and pulled. Let's go. Yes. After making the ballroom fall into shock and fear, we left. We just left. No matter how or why, no one could stop us. Maybe they could have stopped me or the lady of the silver lily individually, but it wasn't possible when we were together. If we wanted to leave, we left. If they still stood in our way, damn them. How could they stop the regressor couple? Death King. Death King. Only the heretic questioner tried to catch us. He followed us out of the ballroom. What about clearing this stage? And what did that smooch just now mean? I don't get it at all. The heretic questioner was in the faction that called kisses smooches. That was surprising. I knew there were people in the world who used that word, but I didn't expect the heretic questioner to be one of them. One heretic questioner. Yes, Death King. Just so you know, my heart area keeps thumping when I see you with that lady. Death King. What could this mean? It's a heart attack. You should be careful. I see. So it's a heart attack. Yes. Also, I'll be working on this stage separately. You can go on vacation, heretic questioner. I'll call for you if I need you. All right. The heretic questioner laughed innocently. Understood. I'll freely act as I wish. The endless sunshine of his was disturbing. Heretic questioner. Yes. You can't kill people. Roger that. You can't torture them either. All right. Nor can you kidnap or imprison people to dig for information. Death King. The heretic questioner looked at me like he was troubled. Then there's nothing I can do? I'll handle it. So just stay in the corner of your room and read a fairy tale. Okay. I understand. The heretic questioner became pouty. He looked just like a sad Welsh corgi with drooping ears. I sighed and patted him on the shoulder. You'll get something to do later. Just lie low until then. The heretic questioner looked up at my face. He tilted his head 3 times, then opened his mouth. Death King. I just heard that my immersion rate has gone up. What's that? It's a heart attack. Just lie low. Please. 6. The whole empire will become rowdy starting tomorrow. The lady of the silver lily said calmly as we stormed out of the academy. Will it? It's because I'm well known. We were riding in a carriage that belonged to the lady of the silver lily. Her ladyship had said, Since I decided to live recklessly for a change, I want to leave the academy. And I, of course, had no reason to object. To start with, around 200 letters from the social circles in the capital will come pouring out. 20 will come from the social circles in my hometown, and 10 of those will be from my father. Lastly, His Majesty the Emperor may also send an emissary. Gongja, suggest some solutions. I was about to speak when I paused. Wait a moment. Did her ladyship call me Gongja instead of Butler? This was the first time she called me by my name. What's wrong? The lady of the silver lily looked up. Your face is red. Gongja, have you caught a cold? The nights are cold in the spring. Gongja, even if your body temperature runs high, you must be cautious. So, won't you quickly answer my question, Gongja? I had to counter, even if it's just a little. When did you write your request for withdrawal? You wrote it in secret when I wasn't around, even though we're going to repeat this day. Wow, that's a little cute. Cute? Gongja? Did you think I'd be flustered if you called me cute? Gongja, were you trying to counterattack? Now that's cute. Did you want me to call you cute? Gongja? I'll take that as your surrender. Today as well, milady one. This was my future now. On the other hand, wasn't I the winner if my future involved being beaten by her ladyship? That thought ended me. It's small, the lady of the silver lily said suddenly. She was staring through the window at Sormwin Academy, which was becoming smaller and smaller. Sormwin Academy was established to strengthen the empire's power. Children of nobility and influential families from across the empire are somewhat forced into one location. By sharing the same education, language, and schedule, we become the citizens of one empire. How complicated. I've been there for too long, murmured the lady of the silver lily. Past that small gate lurks jealousy, vanity, arrogance, exclusivity, love, lust, everything, barely hidden under the name of tradition and order. In the end, the empire that we have to govern is not inside there. It's outside. Does His Highness even know that fact? Raviel, the lady of the silver lily paused. You can worry about the empire later. You're pushing yourself too hard. For now, please think of me and me alone. I'll blow your mind. The carriage rattled. Gongja. Yes. If you break my heart, I'll kill you. My neck felt cold. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Tell me what you understand. Never. No matter what happens. I won't scar your spirit. If I ever hurt you because of genuine ignorance, I'll apologize. You need to understand it a little better. The lady of the silver lily stood up and sat beside me. Squeeze. She placed her palm on the back of my hand. My heart jumped, but the back of my neck was still cold. The one I fell in love with had fire in her eyes and ice in her voice. If you ever betray me, Gongja. Yes. I'll make you strangle me with your own hands. Don't use aura or anything like it. Only use your own hands to kill. Kill me again and again until this world where you and I have met is erased. It doesn't matter if it takes hundreds or thousands of days. I will sentence you to my death. The lady of the silver lily held my hand gently. She put my hand on her neck. White skin. Coldness. In the center of her neck, I could feel her icy vocal folds. And live forever remembering that I will never forgive you. If it's you, you can live forever. If that's what you want. I gulped. Yes. Know that the moment you betray me, you will be banished to an eternal hell. The lady of the silver lily whispered. Do you understand? I opened my mouth. I understand, Raviel. If you have any secrets to tell me, confess them now. I have a skill called the 100 Ghosts Reincarnation. I confessed without any hesitation. Someone who dies by my hand can be summoned by me after their death. The summoned person may not have the powers they did in life, but if I want them to, they'll inherit their former appearance and memories. I see. So you will be able to summon me, too. You've died with me 9 times, so I can summon 9 different Raviels. I forbid it. All right. I never intended to summon the Lady of the Silver Lily in the first place, no matter what the circumstances were. But her voice and words cut off the possibility for good. Love was a sacred promise and a contract. We were writing our own laws, rules for just us two. I'll add one more thing to your punishment should you betray me. Dispose of that skill. I will. Then I chose my next words. She was the one I loved. She was the one who would love me. She was the person I had to treasure and treat cautiously the most in the world. I'm sorry I didn't tell you earlier. If you promise me something else, I'll forgive you. Anything. Don't kill yourself without my permission. Don't die even when it's an easy escape. You are my lover. You can't be someone who throws away his life carelessly. Even if you don't think you can escape death, struggle until the end. I was silent. I was engraving the promise I made with her in my heart. I won't. Tell me what you want from me. When I ask you to trust me, please believe in me. I will always trust you. The carriage rattled. Using that slight vibration as an excuse, the Lady of the Silver Lily and I drew closer. Our lips met. From that day on, we became each other's love. Chapter 106. 1 days. 1. But, your ladyship, what is it? Why don't we go on vacation? Just for 10 days? I suggested. Nobody works as hard as you. Officially and privately, you've done your best. So let's set aside all the serious things for the next 10 days, and then use our regression skills all in a row. You want to play around like commoners? Exactly. The Lady of the Silver Lily said composedly. No matter what sort of mess we make, nobody else will remember if we regress a day. So we have nothing to lose. As expected of you, you understand me even if I don't spell things out. Wouldn't we be playing on an unfair field? Yes, we will. A very bad man has become my lover. 10 days. Agreed. The Lady of the Silver Lily took out her fan and held it. I feel like it'll be a waste if it's 10 days. Make it 15. Nice. We enjoyed ourselves like we were venting our steam from our past lives. Sormwin Academy was located by the capital. There were plenty of entertaining things to do, just a carriage ride away. And my love was the greatest heir of the greatest noble family in the empire. Where would you like to sit? To put it simply, she had overwhelming power and money. She was the top lady in this world. The Lady of the Silver Lily bluntly said to the polite theater staff, I shall hire a theater company for a day. Excuse me? I said I would buy the company for today. Don't you understand? Do I have to repeat myself a third time for it to go into your ears? Does this troupe practice its skills by repeating everything 3 times? And no. I'm sorry. I will immediately notify our troupe leader right away. For plays and operas, renting a theater company for a day was the standard. Gongja. There's something I've always wanted to try. What is it? Hiring 6 theater groups at the same time. The Lady of the Silver Lily was speaking calmly. But I knew. She was having fun. Like a mischievous imp playing a trick. Then, I'll get them all to put on their shows simultaneously on a large stage. 3 plays would be tragedies, 2 comedies, and the remaining 1 should be an opera. It sounds like it'll be a total mess. Exactly. I want to see that mess. Then, let's see it. We called for the 6 most expensive troupes in the capital. No leader of a theater group would refuse to answer to the daughter of the Duke of Ivantia. What? This rash action would decrease the Ivantia Duchy's reputation and honor? That was fine. We were a regressor couple. If we played around 1 day and returned 1 day, that was that. What could they do to us? Such tremendous chaos. I wanted to see this. My lover held her fan as if she was deeply satisfied while I pfft. Ha 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 ha. I rolled on the floor laughing, holding my stomach. Clowns acted out a comedy next to an actor seriously reciting tragic lines. When 6 plays were stacked on top of each other, even the most solemn lines in the world became a joke. The actors were sweating all throughout the show. Let's clean out the gambling houses in the capital. An excellent idea. I agree. The two of us went to an exclusive casino for nobles. It was a place where people hid their identities by wearing masks like at a masquerade. But my beloved? No noble wouldn't recognize her silver hair that flowed like moonlight. Call it. See call. When the lady of the silver lily said to call, her opponent cowered and called. D. I fold. When the lady of the silver lily said to die, her opponent meekly put down their cards. Raise the stakes. R. Raising. Higher. R. Raise again. When she asked to go higher, the numbers went higher. Go all in. All of you. All in. A miracle comparable to the parting of the Red Sea descended upon the luxurious casino. My mind was set on founding the Silver Lily religion in honor of my lover, and the first passage would depict this scene. Oh, it was beautiful how the villainous lady destroyed others for her amusement. This is barbarous. When approximately 16 nobles tearfully paid us with diamond rings and necklaces, the owner of the gambling house came running to us. He was a middle-aged man with a Kaiser beard. Even as the Duke's daughter, you can't do this in this store. Oh, are you aware of who I am? How odd. I thought this establishment valued and enforced silence to hide customers' identities completely, even if they were to be found out. I must have heard wrong. I don't know you. Of course I don't know, but you dare not recognize who I am? Do you want your head chopped off? The owner of the gambling house opened and closed his mouth. This man was also a noble, but his lineage was very different. He had been neutralized and sunk less than a minute after he had come running. Aha! Look at this gentleman. The lady asked you a question. So why aren't you answering? For reference, I was sticking close to the lady of the silver lily like I was her minion and pitching a fit. It was so warm by my lover's side. Do you think it's funny to ignore Milady's question? Do you intend to scorn her family by keeping your trap shut? And not at all. I would never. It's just that this is a small business. So please be a little more considerate. Good grief. Your ladyship, this can't stand. This man's arrogance pierces the sky. I must strike down his neck for his disrespect. Heek. The lady of the silver lily carelessly fanned herself. It's all right. Though Baron Rube secretly built a drug lab in the basement to sell illegal goods in the capital, it doesn't mean we need to chop his head off. Flinch. Mr. Kaiserbeard's shoulders shook. His expression showed doubt whether he had heard right. Soon, his face turned blue, and the man acted genuinely appalled, hiding his previous shock. I don't know what you are saying. Sit down. If you sit and play 10 rounds with me, I will let you go for the night. In the end, we emptied out the wallet of the owner of the casino. Then we scattered the mountain of gold and jewels in the streets. These days were like dreams. Hopeful days during which beautiful dreams became real. We did what we wanted and frolicked as we wished. We passed time in the most extravagant room of the most upscale inn in the capital. Hugging the lady of the silver lily, I jumped into the ginormous bed. On the first day, the tips of the lady of the silver lily's eyes rose up. The second day, the corners of lady of the silver lily's mouth tilted upward. Ha ha! On the third day, the lady of the silver lily smiled. It wasn't a smirk or a scoff but a smile that sprung from joy. My lover's smile was as pure as a child learning to laugh for the first time. Gongja! The lady of the silver lily buried her face in my chest. Are you happy? Because you're in this world, I can live a little more. I became happy. The minimum number for human beings to be happy was 2 people. I'll write a diary starting from today. Is it to show it to me? One of my colleagues is good at playing instruments. I'll learn music from that person. You're doing this to serenade me. No matter what happens, I will keep living. One day, we bribed and bullied some guards into emptying the most crowded street in the capital for an hour. We rented the place. One day, we entered the palace and laid out everything that one shouldn't say in front of the emperor. The lady of the silver lily said, "Take care of your son, your majesty. There's no other boor like him. When she said that, the emperor slipped from his throne. Your Majesty? The officials around him panicked. One day passed, and another. We traveled around during our vacation. It's just like a honeymoon. I didn't speak those words out loud. Merely thinking about it made my face flush. However, I believed that the Lady of the Silver Lily was thinking the same. On the final day. On our last day, we didn't go anywhere. We just sat side by side at the fountain in the city square from day to night. Holding hands, we watched the shadows of countless people coming in and out of the square. In the alley between the fruit shop and the bar, a newspaper boy scurried about. We did some really bad things. After half a day, the lady opened her mouth. Yes, we're vicious bitches. I held her hand firmly. This trip was not because I loved her but to love her more. Now, after repeating this day 15 times, I fell deeper in love with her. And I wanted to love her more. Only the two of us know, though. We're accomplices. A quiet laugh. The immersion toward the character is deepened. Currently, your immersion rate is 81%. The evidence of joy. Raviel. Do you recall what I said to you in the carriage? I remember everything you've said to me. I asked you to trust me when I ask for your trust. Of course. Please remember that promise. The Lady of the Silver Lily looked at me. It seems that you're doing something suspicious. Gongja, it'll be better for your heart if you speak honestly. From now on, I'm going to increase my immersion rate to 99%. While exploring this day, the Lady of the Silver Lily and I talked a lot. Really a lot. The Lady of the Silver Lily heard it all from me. What kind of world I came from, what an apocalypse was, and what an immersion rate was. I need to almost completely become the butler. Someone who was born and has lived in this world. Why? I can't tell you why. The Lady of the Silver Lily put her hand on her chin. So your strategy will only succeed if nobody else knows about it. Yes. The reason you're saying this now is because you need to ask for a favor. That's right. The Lady of the Silver Lily sighed. I felt like I had been hit. From the start, you made me promise to trust you for this moment. Really, despite your looks, you're a shrewd man. I should be more vigilant when you talk. All right. What do you need me to do? It was time to carry out the plan. 2. First, we returned to day 1, the starting point of this stage, to the moment when the ball opened. The two of us hurried out of the ballroom and to the Lady of the Silver Lily's quarters. First, please tie my hands and feet tightly to the chair. The Lady of the Silver Lily made a peculiar expression. Gongja, I think it's too early for us to enter that world. I don't know what your ladyship is thinking, and I don't think I should know. But I'm satisfied with my life now, so don't worry. I promised to believe in you, so I must. The Lady of the Silver Lily bound my body to the chair. I tested it by trying to move my limbs, but I didn't budge at all. With this, it would be safe. Hey, Kimby, what are you doing now? This big bro is getting a little nervous. Shiny is concerned about the warrior's behavior. My immersion rate was already over 80%. I thought that the original owner of the body, the butler, must have cared for not just the Lady of the Golden Silk but also the Lady of the Silver Lily. Either way, he could never fulfill his love. The butler must have been silently closing off his heart. The Crown Prince was two-timing with the Lady of the Silver Lily and the Lady of the Golden Silk. The Lady of the Golden Silk had hold of both the Crown Prince and the butler. The butler had feelings for both the Lady of the Silver Lily and the Lady of the Golden Silk. And now, the Lady of the Silver Lily was cheating on the Crown Prince with me. It was a bad romance. But, thank you. Now, I was just eternally grateful to the butler, who had kept a flame for the Lady of the Silver Lily. Thanks to that, I could set up such a plan. I was determined. Please bring me a mirror. All right. The Lady of the Silver Lily ordered her servants to put a large mirror in front of me. I saw my reflection, unable to move at all in the chair. Character window. The letters slid onto the surface of the mirror. Plus, name, Kim Gongja. Favorability, 90. Favorite genres: martial arts, romance, detective, adventure. Disliked genres: not applicable. Favorite characters: master/teacher, lover, virtuous hero, victim, hard worker, child, good person, one who reflects on oneself, one who is generous to others, one who acknowledges me. Plus, the analysis continued below. Almost everything about me was there. With the character window in front of me, I looked up at the Lady of the Silver Lily. Raviel, I'm listening. Please kiss me wildly, to make me love you more. Did you want to be kissed while being tied up? You should have told me your preferences earlier. I could have read up on it. At some point, I will no longer be me. When the immersion rate exceeds 90% and approaches 100%. When I saw the heretic question become completely immersed in the character of the Lady of the Golden Silk. When I witnessed her growing hair, despite his transformation technique. That was when I realized it. That was the way. That was the trick to beating this stage the way I wanted to. At that time, please kill me, milady. The Lady of the Silver Lily froze. Chapter 107. 1 days. 2. The Lady of the Silver Lily briefly hesitated. What? Milady. Think about it. Since it's your ladyship, you'll think the same thing I've thought of. You're also a regressor. The Lady of the Silver Lily's brows pinched, and she touched her chin. She appeared to be in thought. Shortly after, the Lady of the Silver Lily raised her brows in realization. Indeed, as expected, she noticed it. Yes, but, Gongja, this is dangerous. It's no different from gambling. From that perspective, we've already won. This is the tower's mistake, and we have an advantage by pointing out the oversight. There is one more problem. The Lady of the Silver Lily looked at me. I won't remember you. It'll be all right. I'll definitely resolve the issue somehow. However, when I can't get out of this world with my own power, please help me say, transfer. That's all I'm asking for, Raviel. I opened my mouth. Please trust me. There was silence. The Lady of the Silver Lily didn't speak for a while. All right. She approached me. I've become your first bitch of a lover, and you'll be my last. Anything that can be taken away will be. The Lady of the Silver Lily grabbed my chin. Really? I ended up with a bad man as my lover. With that, she kissed me. I softly accepted her exhalation. The immersion toward the character is deepened. Currently, your immersion rate is 83%. The last run. As soon as I saw the heretic questioner be engulfed by the Lady of the Golden Silk, I had a strange feeling. The immersion toward the character is deepened. Currently, your immersion rate is 85%. Why was his transformation maintained? The immersion toward the character is deepened. Currently, your immersion rate is 85%. Wasn't it strange? The heretic questioner could freely change his appearance with his sacred techniques. He could grow out his hair. However, the skill belonged to the heretic questioner, not the Lady of the Golden Silk. The immersion toward the character is deepened. Currently, your immersion rate is 85%. Nevertheless, the transformation had somewhat remained. There was only one conclusion. The immersion toward the character is deepened. Currently, your immersion rate is 87%. Even if we became immersed, our skills would not disappear. The Lady of the Golden Silk still had the skills of the heretic questioner. He merely forgot how to use them and thus did not. The immersion toward the character is deepened. Currently, your immersion rate is 88%. And that would also be the case for me. As my immersion approached 90%, I became dizzy. A surge of memories entered. The memories of the original owner of this body cascaded like a flood. Before, I could only peek into the memories of or share the emotions of the original owner. But it was different now. The immersion toward the character is deepened. Currently, your immersion rate is 89%. My memories were disappearing. Even the voice of the director gathering us to recite the national anthem in the orphanage. Even how I didn't want to go to the bathroom in the winter because it was too cold. Even the laughter of the older kids who occasionally played with us. Hey!
Kimia.
Really, what the heck are you doing in? Ini asks the rear to St. Even the voices of Bei Hurayong and the Holy Sword. How are you? Only the voice of the Lady of the Silver Lily was clear. For now it's okay. More. You're asking me for more kisses. My lover is truly spoiled. Couldn't breathe. The immersion toward the character is deepened. Currently, your immersion rate is 90%. I was dizzy. In the midst of this dizziness, I forced my eyes open to see the reflections of the two of us in the mirror. Plus, name, Kim Gongja. Favorability, 91. Preferred re. Martial arts, romance. Dative, adventure.
Genre, N.
Favorite characters. Master/teacher. Lover. Veer hero. Victim. Cur. Child. Good person. One who on oneself. One who generous to others. Who acknowledges me. Plus, myself. My existence was being overwritten. Are you still all right? Raviel. I was scared. I love you. I love you, Raviel. I know. Even if I'm born again, I'll still love you. So that I can never forget you. Don't let me forget you even if I die. I know. Our lips met. The immersion toward the character is deepened. Currently, your immersion rate is 91%. My memories were vanishing. Plus, N. Kim Gongja. Fave 9. Favorite. Martial arts. Romance. Tour.
N.
Favorite. Master/teacher. Lover. Hero. Victim. Cur. D. Good person. Who on. Who is generous. Me. Plus, my existence was weakening. The immersion toward the character is deepened. Currently, your immersion rate is 92%. A cheap dagger. There isn't even a sheath, but whatever. My origins. Because this is all I can buy with the money I have. My limits. The immersion toward the character is deepened. Currently, your immersion rate is 93%. Tiny room. Worn-out walls. Newspapers and photographs. The immersion toward the character is deepened. Currently, your immersion rate is 94%. A handsome man in a ponytail, holding a spear wrapped in fire. The immersion toward the character is deepened. Currently, your immersion rate is 95%. Internet. An alley. But young SSI, you've seen my face. The immersion toward the character is deepened. Currently, your immersion rate is 96%. Me burning. A mansion, burning. Kind sir. The immersion toward the character is deepened. Currently, your immersion rate is 97%. A day when a lot of red rain fell. An acacia garden. I didn't know. Someone shouted while trembling. In the acacia garden. Plus, Gongja. 9. Martial arts. Romance.
N.
Master/teacher. Lover. Vic. D. A good. Me. Plus, snow. A snowfield. The immersion toward the character is deepened. Currently, your immersion rate is 98%. A red peony. 1 petal. Plus,
Martial, se.
Master/teacher. Lover. D. E. Plus, that was why. I'm going to teach this kid how to be happy. Someone told me. So the immersion toward the character is deepened. Currently, your immersion rate is 99%. Who am I? Plus, E. A.
Icher. Hello.
E. Plus, something. Something was being noisy. My head buzzed like it was full of bees. My eyesight was hazy. A mirror? Why was there a mirror? Where was I? How are you? I looked blankly toward the voice. Even with my blurry vision, I knew the person in front of me had a commanding presence. I knew who this person was. Gongja, Raviel Ivantia, the daughter of the Duke of Ivantia. I asked if you're all right. The love rival of my master, the lady of the golden silk. What is this? When I tried to move, I realized that I was tied up. My arms, legs, and, of course, my whole body were bound tightly with a rope. As soon as I realized that I had been captured, my hazy mind sharpened. Good heavens! Heiress Ivantia, did you abduct me? This is too much. No matter how much power the Ivantia Duchy holds under this sky, this is excessive. Do you hate the lady of the golden silk so much as to threaten a servant like me? The silver-haired lady quietly looked down at me. Strangely, my heart ached when I saw her face. I see. A sorrowful expression. It's happened. All of the poison in the empire touched her fingertips, and all evil schemes came from her heart. Though these rumors were somewhat malicious, they held some truth. That lady, the lady of the silver lily, was clearly making a sad face in front of me. I thought I no longer had a heart to be hurt by, but this definitely hurts. You said that your path was one that testified to the pain of life. So rejoice. Your sword unmistakably has broken my heart. What are you saying? I couldn't understand. I couldn't understand what the lady of the silver lily was saying, and I couldn't understand my own feelings. Why did my heart feel sick? Did she drug me? I was familiar with various poisons due to attending to the lady of the golden silk. But this symptom, I'd never heard of it. Gongja. My heart was throbbing. For some reason. Who are you calling for? My lover. The man who offered me his heart and the one I will offer mine to. She was probably referring to the crown prince. However, the red eyes of the lady of the silver lily were looking straight at me. It only added to my confusion. Heiress. Strange. I was just calling her by her position, but I felt a cold sweat. Gongja. What was it? Something seemed extremely wrong. I felt guilty. I felt inordinately sorry. If you break my heart, I'll kill you. Couldn't breathe. Mysterious voices were echoing in my head. I felt like I would go crazy. Was I hallucinating? Did this drug cause hallucinations? Was that why sweat flowed from my neck and my heart pounded angrily in my chest? Gongja. I couldn't answer. Ominously, the lady of the silver lily pulled out a rapier. I had to say something to somehow stop her. Have a safe trip. I couldn't say a single word. I'll be. The silver-plated heart is looking at you. Waiting for you. She pierced my heart. I screamed. Blood poured out. My lungs clogged up. I quickly drew my last breath. And when I was about to vomit blood, the lady of the silver lily blocked my lips. With her lips. Everything looked far away. Killing me meant that the lady before me would finally unfold her plot against the lady of the golden silk. I, as her shield, could not die. Therefore, this was a critical and urgent situation. But my final thought was not about the lady of the golden silk. Nor was it about anything else. Just the red eyes right in front of my face staring back. The silver-plated heart loves you. I wanted to wipe away the tears that flowed there. You have died. You are regressing to 24 hours ago. Quietly. An error has occurred. There was a voice. The owner of the skill is different from the user of the skill. It is being decided whether the skill should return to 24 hours from the owner's point of view, or 24 hours from the user's point of view. Judgment failed. The sight before me was darkening. The tower confirms that the requisites to activate the skill have not been met. The tower understands that the owner of the skill intended for the current situation to occur. This matter is beyond the tower's jurisdiction. It was becoming more distant. The tower is checking the Death King's permissions. Accepted. Death King currently holds the qualifications to be a temporary apostle. Assigning status as a temporary apostle to Hamustra. The tower raises the Death King's problem as a formal agenda item. Then, the tower requests a majority vote among the 6 pillars of Mansing. 10,000 lives. A wave of white light washed over me. This was the first time I had ever been in such a place. It was pitch black, and I felt like I was floating without limbs or a body. Confirming attendees. A voice murmured in the endless darkness. The sixth pillar. The wand of ages is present. The fifth pillar. The lady who walks in the mirage is present. The fourth pillar. The moon contemplating blindness is present. The third pillar. The one who wrote the beginning is present. The second pillar. The god who dances in the void is present. Attendance of the 6 pillars of Mansang confirmed. The tower will share the problem of the temporary apostle, Death King. Sharing complete. Chubata, Mura Waloyo Bushitu. I heard a very indignant voice. Sato Maimao. Nail. The voices were coming from all around, like a myriad of whispering snakes. I figured this was hell and shrugged my shoulders. The request has been accepted. Translating from the language of Zrakwa. The next moment. That bastard is really toying with us. Voices roared. Call Hamustra right now. That corner librarian bastard. Why did he send that kind of thing as an apostle? I checked, and there was no problem with the procedure. More than that, that child won't be able to understand anything we're saying. The immersion rate, was it? Reverting it should help us communicate. Mia, undo it. The request has been accepted. Resetting Death King's immersion. Currently, your immersion rate is 0%. Ha! I could finally breathe. My spinning head returned to normal, too. The words that I'd spoken when I became the butler, the gaze of the lady of the silver lily when she looked at me. All of my memories returned in an instant. Also, I was certain. You purposefully used your regression skill after synchronizing with the character. Right? I had succeeded. You're trying to return to 24 hours ago in the character's timeline rather than your own. In my mind, I smiled. Yes, that's correct. The day when the lady of the silver lily stabbed the mirror with the sword. One day before her eternal 10-day cycle began. Please send me back. I would return to that very day. Chapter 108. 1 days. 3. Shameless oath. Beyond the darkness. Someone I did not know was grinding their teeth. Unlike earlier, everything they said was being translated. Calm down, infant. The fragments of the Padax are showing. However, their voices were still muddied. It was like hearing a song filled with noise. One moment, the voice seemed far away, and the next, it was right by my ear. Anger and jealousy won't get us anywhere. I'll kill him. That's Death King, right? It's been a while since we had to convene twice for a single person. How long has it been since the Constellation Killer? Moreover, the connection between the two of them is growing stronger. Is this by chance? It was then. How troublesome. The voices instantly stopped chattering. The surroundings fell into a hush. Only one unaffected voice swept through the space where idle talk and conversation had occupied. If the immersion was 100% complete, he could be sent to the day before from the butler's perspective. If the immersion was less than 90%, we could just send him back from Death King's timeline. But of all things, it had to be 99%. I had heard this voice before. It's iffy. Which one should I side with? The master of the tower. I gulped. I think I need to regress from the butler's perspective. Convince me. First, please look at the numbers. Since the immersion rate is 99%, that means the butler has 99% control and I only have 1%. The butler has an overwhelming proportion of the self, so it would be right to lean toward the butler. True. However, the Returner's Clockwork Watch is a skill that you've won. Death King, it is a skill that you own. Only the owners of the skill can use it. The gaze hidden in the darkness scanned my expression. Isn't it right for you to be the one to regress? Don't be nervous. I'm asking because I'm curious. The voice had kindly told me not to be nervous. However, I could not respond to that consideration. Every word, every measure of the voice, made me feel like a long snake was crawling up the back of my neck. That way of thinking is overly biased. Please consider the butler's standpoint. The butler and I have been fighting all throughout the stage for control of the body. I was consumed by the butler, but that means the butler has consumed me. In other words, the butler defeated me fair and square, and in return he stole my skills. The returner's clockwork watch is now the butler's skill.
Ojo.
The snake voice wobbled strangely. A moment later, I realized that it was due to laughter. There's some truth to that. Indeed, it's like how you, Death King, copied and acquired the Flame Emperor's skill. I had wondered who would win if two regressors confronted each other. Who would have thought you went back to the point before he had a skill? Even my lowly self was impressed by the innovation. No, all of us were amazed. Lowly self. The absolute being of the tower referred to themselves as lowly. They spoke politely, as if to respect everyone. I felt an even greater sense of foreboding at that. It was astounding. You could have chosen to simply run away from the Flame Emperor's eyes. But you didn't. Why was that? Those who had been silent opened their mouths at the Tower Master's questions. Of course, it was for revenge. That son of a bitch won't forget being wronged even when he dies. That's why he chased the guy who burned him all the way to the end. And he died, what, 4,050 times? You bastard. The moon contemplating blindness curses you. It was for justice. The Flame Emperor killed many people and would have killed many more. He must have thought that he couldn't let that man go. Death King moved because he thought, things shouldn't be this way. Surely, he is a righteous human. The lady who walks in the mirage supports you. The snake voice nodded. Yes, that must be so. He sometimes stabbed his neck for revenge, at other times for justice. However, both vengeance and righteousness are common traits. There was only one aspect that my lowly self admired. Someone replied to the master of the tower's words. That was the only way to beat the Flame Emperor perfectly. The one who wrote the beginning quietly declares the words. Yes, the master of the tower laughed. Death King, your heart is tender and heated, but your mind is cunning. You're always searching for the way to win completely, so I am looking forward to this. Did you come up with a way to persuade us thoroughly? Now was the time for battle. I could not retreat from here. I have. Please speak. We did nothing wrong. The coiling serpent's voice seemed to turn to me. I continued to speak. This error was entirely the mistake of the tower. The problem is that it is difficult to judge whether the regression should be in the butler's point of view or my point of view. If the tower was perfect, this error never would have happened. Yes, I admit that. So what? We are the victims of an error, so please compensate us. I tried to speak confidently, and we were responsible for finding the error. If it weren't for us, would you ever have known that the error existed? Please give us a reward. There was silence. A little while later, how rude. The god who dances in the void is glowering at you. Look at how this pleb is talking to us. Do you want your existence to be ripped to pieces? The moon contemplating blindness is about to kill you. The voices were boiling. Stop! But when the serpent voice opened its lips, everyone was silent again. It's interesting. The thing that's interesting about it, yes, is that you really believe that my lowly self will properly compensate and reward you. Why? Why must I do that? I can easily ignore you. Because, I said clearly, because you always wish us luck. The tower. Every time a stage was cleared, we hunters heard a voice. Those who climb the tower, may luck be with you all. It wasn't much. However, without a doubt, it was rooting for us. Though you are the absolute being, you never mock us. You don't scorn us. You don't try to push us in any direction. Hunters who want to stay on the first floor can stay there forever. To the hunters who climb higher, you wish us luck and tell us to be careful. A haven for those who wanted to rest. Well wishes for the challengers. And that's not all. The children of the Hellfire residents. The Devil King showering red rain. A peony that was perpetually alone in a snowfield. A heart that endlessly repeats 10 days. The people you've given the floors of the tower to are all sad and lonely. You gathered those whose lives end in tragedy and built a tower for them. I thought, you're kind. The tower master before me was an absolute being who was good. You never interfere when we fight and kill among ourselves. You respect our freedom. However, if something was the tower's error, you would definitely compensate for any damages. Because it was the tower's fault, not ours. Thank you for building the tower. I've always wanted to tell you that. There wasn't a good opportunity before. I've always wanted to thank you. Without the tower, I would have lived like trash in the outside world anyway. I mean, even after entering the tower, I lived like trash. I had lived wrongly. I lived wrongly, but I was able to reclaim my life. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to regress over 4,000 days on my own. Never. Everyone said it was for vengeance or justice, but I could barely endure it because I knew someone was watching over me. That's all there is to it. I bowed my head. Thank you. I bent my back. With all my heart, thank you. There was a long silence. Yes, someone whispered. I definitely like you. The lady who walks in the mirage indicates her goodwill toward you. Me too. I don't even remember the last time a human came to show gratitude. Have there even been any? This might be the first time. The Wand of Ages indicates goodwill toward you. I don't know why, but kids these days are hostile to beings like us. Maybe it's because the world itself is so ugly. They need someone to take the blame. The god who dances in the void shows goodwill toward you. Ha! They just don't want to admit there are beings above them. The moon, contemplating blindness, looks at you unhappily. Then I heard laughter. Maybe so. It was the laughter of the master of the tower. There certainly is a cute side to you. I am just a mirror. Death King, if you believe me to be good, it's because you yourself are good. The snake voice smiled. Tell me what you want as your compensation. Please send me back 24 hours from the butler's perspective. And your reward? The Lady of the Silver Lily. My heart pounded with tension. Please retain my lover's memories. I see. The snake voice snickered. You do know you can ask for a marvelous skill as a reward? You've done well by discovering an error with the tower. I can reward you generously. Shall I strengthen the Returner's Clockwork Watch? Temptation. I could make it so that you can turn back time as you please, not just a day. Or how about the 100 Ghosts reincarnation? I can let your spirits have not just the memories but also the skills from their lives. I don't need those. I got down on my knees. Please. Respectfully, I lowered my forehead toward the direction of the voice. I want to live with the one I love. Then, a hand caressed my lowered head. Very slowly. Death King. The meeting is ending. May luck be with you. May luck be with you. Readjusting the immersion rate. Currently, your immersion rate is 99%. You are regressing to 24 hours ago. Blink. When I opened my eyes, the first thing I noticed was the scent of spring flowers blowing in from the window. My head was blank. It seemed like I had a very long dream. Ah! Nearby, I heard a voice, both familiar and unfamiliar. You're finally awake, butler. Your nap was a little long. The Lady of the Golden Silk. My master. Milady? Yes, your one and only lady. The Lady of the Golden Silk chuckled. Was my reaction amusing? She was staring at me with half-open eyes. The Lady of the Golden Silk now looked to everyone like a proper young lady who had adjusted to the capital. There was no trace of the lady who was famous as a tomboy in her hometown. I felt a little regretful of that fact. Of course, she was the same on the inside. It was just her appearance that had become more sophisticated. What was it? I came back from dinner with His Highness, but I noticed that you were sleeping soundly in the chair. It's a little disappointing that you left your master alone to go sleep, but I'll let you go since your sleeping face is so cute. Milady. Oh? You look like you're about to cry. Did you have a nightmare? A nightmare? Was that it? Was it just a nightmare? An unexplainable frustration filled my heart. I felt like I forgot something extremely important. The more I tried to remember it, the further my thoughts seemed to wander, as if I could never grasp it. The Crown Prince. To shake off that feeling, I deliberately changed the subject. Did you enjoy your dinner with His Highness? Yes, very much. Listen to this, butler. His Highness gave me a blue coral ring today. The lady of the golden silk smiled wide. Blue coral was the name of the gem. It wasn't worth much, but it was often used for proposals in the southern regions of the empire. Also, it happened in the student cafeteria, right in front of all the other ladies and gentlemen. The prince is dumb, but he's a dummy who knows how to make someone happy. I wonder what kind of face the Ivantia heiress will make when she hears the news. Suddenly, I couldn't breathe. The Ivantia heiress. Ah. Butler, are you curious, too? What was it? Really, what? The shaking of my heart vibrated in my throat. Raviel. The lady of the golden silk stared at me in shock. Butler? You shouldn't be calling her by her name. Even if it's just the two of us here, it's too rude. Be more polite. It's about manners. Sometimes you're more ignorant of the capital's etiquette than I am. At that moment, my head was buzzing. I grabbed my forehead in pain. Milady, do you hear that? What? The lady of the golden silk tilted her head. What are you talking about? I'm not sure either. It's like someone is shouting. Butler. I thought you were joking at first, but now I'm getting nervous. Are you sick? Does your head feel hot? Shall we go to the infirmary? That's all right. I apologize. I keep saying strange things. I got up from the chair. I seem to have a slight headache. It doesn't feel like a cold. I'll just go out to get some fresh air. Is that all right, milady? Ah. Yes, go ahead. The lady of the golden silk looked at me with worried eyes. Do you want me to accompany you? No, milady. I'm really all gong dog. Right? I'll get better if I walk a little. I understand. Then be careful. Don't come back too late. Yes. Thank you. I left the ladies' room and the dormitory. In the night, the magnolia bloomed white like the moon. However, the discomfort in my heart did not stop even when I entered the garden. Back when I was not yet a regressor, I walked. His Majesty the Prince became infatuated with the lady of the golden silk. I walked without thinking, like I was in a dream, like I was sleepwalking. I was resentful, and I made a wish to my family sword. Please let my love last forever. Then, my life became eternal. Ridiculously, at the end of my path, there was the large building in which Heiress Ivantia resided. I passed by it before, but I had never voluntarily come here before. The place had no relation to me. My heart has become immovable since that date. There shouldn't have been. Why did I come to a place like this? I should go back. To the place where my master was waiting. I'm going back. Thinking that, I moved my feet. I have to go back. But for some reason, my feet didn't turn back. I kept thinking I had to go back, but my feet stepped forward. My hand pushed on the iron bar at the gate. Kriawak. The door opened easily. The duchy's guards were not present. It was really a strange thing. Maybe I was still trapped in a dream. That would explain everything. It would explain how my legs, by themselves, took me through the gate and across the garden. How the cherry trees and magnolias made my heart ache for no reason. How I so naturally went deeper into Heiress Ivantia's mansion, despite never having been invited. You've arrived. Why the Duke's daughter was standing at the end of a corridor. I'll be waiting for you. Even her small smile as she looked at me. I've been waiting. Everything. Chapter 109. The way she loves. 1. The lady of the silver lily stood in the corridor in the dead of night. Behind her was a large mirror. A mirror big enough to reflect her whole body. Smooth and clean. The mirror where moonlight reflected only the lady's poised back. The mirror reflected just a ray of moonlight and silver hair. So the lady of the silver lily looked like an island alone in a dark sea. You're speechless. And you look troubled. Your expression is clear. Even at night, I can read it. Just by looking at your face, I can see that it's the first one. The first one? My heart had been quaking with anxiety from earlier. It was still doing so now. Why was the lady of the silver lily speaking so kindly to me? A heartless and rational sword toward everyone. She was the moon of the Ivantia family. A reason to be kind to me, the butler of the lady of the golden silk. Didn't exist. There shouldn't have been any. I was being silent because I did not know what to say. Please forgive me if I was rude. Heiress Ivantia, is this a dream? Are you appearing in my dream? The lady of the silver lily reacted by looking at me with a strange expression. The smile on her lips somehow felt like a scar. That's an interesting question. Indeed, your dream has consumed my life. I now know that love is just giving one's life to support another's dream. What did that mean? I become your dream, and you become my life. This exchange of dreams and lives is what we call love. What could she possibly mean? I didn't understand what she was saying. There were many other things I did not know, too. The lady of the silver lily explained one of the things I did not know with her scar-like smile. However, you probably didn't ask that question in a romantic way. I shall answer you seriously. Don't worry because you don't see any servants. I told them to go back. Why? And I shall warn you. Never call me heiress with your mouth again. The lady of the silver lily smiled. I will tear out your heart and kill you. I didn't understand. Just now, the lady of the silver lily showed killing intent toward me. She wasn't joking when she said she would kill me. It wasn't a bluff either. If I called her heiress one more time, her rapier would surely stab my heart. That's what would happen, but why? Why was her threat not cold but rather warm and tender? Was it possible for a death threat to be so heartwarming? Come here. Her voice beckoned me. I couldn't refuse her. As I approached the lady of the silver lily, she pointed to the full-body mirror. What do you see? I can see the lady standing next to me. And the dark corridor, the moonlight is barely present. I see almost nothing beside you and me. It's all buried in the darkness. And? Asked Lady of the Silver Lily. It was bizarre. She wanted another answer, as if there was something else I should have seen in the mirror. But what was it? What else do you see? Don't hide it. Say it. I tried to look harder into the mirror. I furrowed my brows and crinkled my forehead. Still, everything looked much the same. As expected, there's only darkness. Extraordinary red eyes and... It was then. Prick. My head ached. Words I couldn't understand flashed before my eyes. Plus. Icher.
Elo.
Plus. Oof. Woo. I retched.
Kimia pullote.
War. I reflexively wrapped my hands around my neck. My neck hurt for a moment, but I didn't know why. I couldn't do anything about stuff I didn't know, so I thought about something else. I'm glad my stomach wasn't full. I hadn't vomited. Throwing up in front of the Duke of Ivantia's daughter would be terrible. I desperately pressed down my nausea. The lady of the silver lily was calm. I asked what you could see. She was a very cold person. There was a bitter taste on the tip of my tongue. Words. I see strange letters. And voices. Weird voices are... I don't really know. Voices. The lady of the silver lily smiled very slightly at that word. This smile looked more like a smile than the one a little while ago. You're being loved. What are you saying? Tell me about the words. She moved on so quickly, without any explanations, that I just stared blankly at her. Suddenly, her smile turned arid, and she calmly repeated herself without pushing me. Did you not say you see strange letters? Tell me about them. They're hard to see. I don't see complete words. Just a few letters. Fragments? Read me at least one fragment. Share. Lo. Other than that, absolutely nothing. The lady of the silver lily put her hand on her chin. For some reason, her brows were furrowed. I see. Share? is part of teacher, and lo is from lover. What's left at the end is very much like you. But your master comes before your lover? It's understandable, but I don't like it. Lady, there are too many things I don't understand. You said this isn't a dream, but if it isn't, what do you want from me? I want you. I apologize. I don't understand that either. What dream did you have? The lady of the silver lily simply cut off my words. No matter how much power the Ivantia duchy holds, I am the one and only butler of the lady of the golden silk. His Highness the Crown Prince favors the young lady, but this treatment is. Countless thoughts were tangled in my head, but none of them rang in my heart. Like music without rhythm, they soon faltered. I don't remember much, but in my dream, what came out of my mouth in the end was an obedient answer to the lady's question. In your dream, you looked at me and cried. That was right. I was in a chair. I think I was tied to it, with something like a rope. I don't know why I was tied, but only you were there in the ornate room, looking down at me, just before waking up. I had definitely seen that sight. My heart hurt, my chest. It was pierced by your blade. But I don't think that was all. In my dream, I felt extremely guilty, like I had wronged you. Yes, the lady of the silver lily smiled again. My insides churned, and I felt like just looking at the smile would make me cry. At least you know to be sorry. Do you know why you dreamed something like that?
No.
I don't know. Not at all. It's because that is my trauma. Trauma. I haven't told you yet, but my mother committed suicide. What? I paled in shock. I was too young to understand why she committed suicide. The Duke's wife, the Moon of Ivantia, a woman with such power and wealth, ended her life herself. I didn't know why, but I do clearly remember the words my mother whispered to me on her last night. How she was cremated quickly like a cover-up. This was something I shouldn't know. I shouldn't even listen. I couldn't believe the Ivantia Duchy was hiding such a secret. It was a terrible secret that could be used to start a political war. However, the lady of the silver lily looked at me. Even that memory did not become my trauma. The Crown Prince gave a blue coral ring to the lady of the golden silk today. One step, the lady of the silver lily came closer to me. In a past life that made me despair, or perhaps I was angry. You can say that I was jealous or envious. All these filled my heart. Cursing the world, I took a sword and stabbed the heart reflected in the mirror. However, there was no sound of footsteps. Only then did I realize she was barefoot. But even that is no longer my trauma. Press. The lady's foot stepped on my shoe. The light and insignificant weight tied down one of my feet. If I wanted to retreat, I could have, and if I wanted to shake her off, it would have been simple. Nonetheless, the weight on my foot kept me there. 10 days, repeating eternally. Her hand drew nearer. My world, stained in blood and perishing. The demons mocking me, imitating my tongue and lips. Everything that once scarred my heart is no longer my trauma. A light grip. They stopped being my trauma. My neck. From now on, you are the only one who can hurt my heart. Both of her hands loosely held my neck. Even if someone with the most wicked tongue cursed me for 2 days, it wouldn't measure to the size you send me in ignorance. From her little finger to her forefinger, from the thinnest to the thickest finger, I felt every single bit of the pressure she put on me. Even if someone with the most spite and hatred toward me were to beat me and whip me, the pain wouldn't compare to your scoffs. Even though many people in this world can kill my body, you are the only one who can hurt and kill my soul. I was suffocating. So my trauma has already been locked on one thing. The grip on my neck tightened. Lady, you idiot. I clearly warned you. If you break my heart, I'll kill you. You scarred me. Warm skin. Red eyes smiled. I haven't broken a promise since I was 4 years old. Die and love me again. I couldn't resist for some reason. You have died. Then The trauma of the enemy who killed you is being reenacted. The severity of the penalty is moderate. The penalty is the hungry ghost road. The dream within a dream spread. I don't want to kill you. That was what Raviel Ivantia thought when she looked at the man in front of her. She didn't want to lose him. It was laughable how greedily she wanted to monopolize him. Milady, think about it. Since it's your ladyship, you'll think the same thing I've thought of. You're also a regressor. This man was dangerous. Raviel quickly discerned what he was trying to do. He was going to completely immerse himself in the role of the butler. Then, by regressing one day from the butler's perspective, he would return to a time before she gave her heart to the mirror. He would flip the game board itself. It's a brilliant idea. It was a strategy that targeted the loophole in the tower. He looks gentle, but these tricks come from that head. It was good that the man she came to love was not stupid. Indeed, it was very pleasant. Nevertheless, Raviel Ivantia objected. But, Gongja, this is dangerous. The reason was clear. I won't remember you. She, Raviel Ivantia, would not remember Kim Gongja. Even if he regressed and stopped her from stabbing the mirror heart, thus preventing the tragedy of the eternal 10 days, it meant nothing if she couldn't remember him. I don't want to kill you. I want to live with you. My days with you. The first holiday I was allowed. Resting for 15 days. All of these memories made up who I am now. Once they were gone, I would no longer be Raviel Ivantia. Does the man in front of me know that? That I wouldn't be grateful at all if I escaped the labyrinth in 10 days like this? It'll be all right. He seemed to know. I'll definitely resolve the issue somehow. Seeing how detestably he spoke, he probably knew. Please trust me. Raviel Ivantia was silent. She was briefly paralyzed by the cruelty of his words. Trust him? Without any explanation. Trust him? Tardily. Too late. She regretted her promise from a few days ago. But this was too serious for Raviel Ivantia to be trapped by paralysis and regret. I'll trust you. She would trust the man she loved. She would trust in that man's ability. He was the man whom she chose. He was hers. He would definitely succeed. No matter what, to persuade the tower to regress to the previous day. The real problem would come after that. How can I reverse the immersion rate if it's over 90%? If he succeeded in returning to the previous day, then he would be unable to remember who he was. Even if he remembered anything, it would only be a vague feeling. It would be impossible for him to remember the days that he spent with her in any detail. No. Wait a moment. There was a way. Raviel groaned when she thought of it, and then she groaned again. The rumor that all of the poison in the Empire came from her heart flashed in her mind. It didn't for long. She couldn't waste time like that. Raviel Ivantia realized that she would have to follow through on her plan. I must. Thus, Raviel Ivantia reflected in her heart what she would have to do and how. I must kill this man. Trauma. The man had confessed almost everything about himself to her. He informed her that a side effect of his ability was viewing the memory of the person who killed him. If I embed this moment into my trauma, when she killed him, he would see this moment. It wasn't the past or anything, but it was this exact moment while she was thinking. If she could pull it off, I can tell him what I want to say, give him what memories I want to pass on, let him know everything again. He can remember through me. All right. Raviel was convinced that she could do it. I've become your first bitch of a lover, and you'll be my last. Gongja. Really, I ended up with a bad man as my lover. Are you listening? I am happy because of you. I don't want to lose you. I don't want to let go of the time I've spent with you like this. You said this before, that you would write a diary starting today. You said that you would show me all of your days. Those words, were they lies? You said, I will learn music. I wanted to spend a quiet evening listening to you play. Was that wish really a lie? I want to see your days. I want to say goodnight to you. Your days will surely make me smile, and evenings with you will be happy. I want my smile and your happiness to overlap. I don't want to kill you. I don't want to lose you. How are you? For now it's okay. More. You're asking me for more kisses. My lover is truly spoiled. Look at me. Look at you beside me. You're a dumb person. You're also naive. I wondered how you survived in the world with such innocence, but I soon learned that you had died thousands of times. You had many reasons to abandon your innocence. There were few reasons to keep your naivety. To you, who did not throw away your innocence despite the many reasons and kept it when you didn't need to, I simply say, I love your innocence. Are you still all right? Raviel, are you afraid because you're losing yourself? Is it scary? I love you. I love you, Raviel. I know. It's all right. Even if I'm born again, I'll still love you. I'm here. Just as I believe in you, you should believe in me. Rely on me. So that I can never forget you. Don't let me forget you even if I die. I know. You alone cannot protect yourself. I alone cannot protect this world. But if it's the two of us, you and I, we can do anything. I'm also afraid. Killing you is terrifying. Staying beside you, even though I know I'll be hurt, is hellishly frightening. But my fears will not stand in my way of being with you. Look, good heavens. Finally, you, who has become your role of the butler, speak to me. Eris Ivantia. Crush. My heart was in pain. It hurt. It felt lonely when you called me not milady, but Eris instead. Did you abduct me? A face with no trust. The way you look at me so suspiciously hurts. It's torture when you react like you've never seen me before. This is too much. No matter how much power the Ivantia Duchy holds under this sky, this is excessive. Do you hate the Lady of the Golden Silk so much as to threaten a servant like me? Listen, this is the scar you left on me. Gongja, don't forget. Who are you calling for? Never. Don't forget even if you die. My lover, the man who offered me his heart, the man to whom I will offer mine. You, in this place. You live in my heart. Have a safe trip. I'll be waiting for you. Are you listening? Can you hear it? Gongja, I love you. Chapter 109.1 Manwujial Extra 1. I love you. It wasn't proper for a noblewoman to say those words so openly, but Raviel felt it with all her heart. She loved the crown prince, noodle hair and all. Noodle hair? Why had she thought of that? The blonde locks on the prince's head did share a peculiar resemblance to last night's dinner. Raviel shook her head and continued tightening the bonds around the crown prince. He, in return, mumbled something behind his gag. It may have been a scream. Raviel didn't particularly care. Rather, it was almost cute. I love you so much, Your Highness, and it pains me to see you ruin yourself like this. I should never have helped you to ditch the palace tutors when we were children. I see now that it is up to me to correct my wrongs. She cleared her throat, and a gray-haired servant held up a board with words written on it. Lesson 1. Only a scumbag cheats on his fiancée. The board was nicely decorated at the borders with lilies. The lily leaves were choking a man's neck. The crown prince stopped mumbling as his eyes glazed over in fear. Don't be an idiot. I'm not going to kill you. When Raviel sniffed disdainfully, she noted that the man had peed himself. She sighed. Get him a change of pants, she told the gray-haired servant. Now I'll have to start all over again. The gray-haired servant gracefully bowed and left the room. In the meantime, Raviel set up the camera. She had been told that the camera was cutting-edge technology that could be used to preserve memories. Blackmail was a good memory, was it not? It only took 2 days after Raviel's loving remedial lessons for the crown prince to act foolishly again. Maybe she should have bashed in that noodle-like noggin of his to make spaghetti. Flavor was always important in a good dish, and red would suit him so well. Raviel had been absent from school that day due to her illness. However, she was more than capable of arranging transport to the dormitories where the Lady of the Golden Silk resided. She did have to catch up on her work, but she could spare half an hour for this. When she stepped out of the carriage, it was nighttime. Most students were already in their beds, except the few strolling in the warm spring air. Magnolias drifted in front of her, white and pure. Crunch. She crushed them underfoot. This made their perfume even more fragrant. Raviel made herself at home in the parlor of the residence hall. She waited for her guests to come out. 5 minutes later, the lady of the golden silk and her gloomy-looking butler came bustling in. The lady of the golden silk's makeup looked like it had been hastily done. Raviel covered her grin by opening her fan. "What did you call me for?" asked the lady of the golden silk. Her tone of speaking was still too brash for a country chit. Her butler placed a gentle hand on her elbow, not that she was heeding his silent warning. "I didn't call you for anything," said Raviel, amused. "I was just sitting, and you just arrived." The lady of the golden silk opened her mouth like a goldfish before closing it again. "Who else would you have come for?" Who else indeed? "Maybe I came to meet your butler," Raviel joked. She watched as the lady of the golden silk turned furious eyes upon her servant, and her butler stuttered denials. Flushing. Flushing? Perhaps she could make use of that. She shelved the thought for later. "I was kidding. April Fools and all that," Raviel said. "Anyway, I have a gift for you." She held out an envelope for the lady of the golden silk to take. The butler grabbed it, and their gloved hands brushed against each other. The butler suspiciously reddened again. He turned around and handed the envelope to his lady. "Check it," said the lady of the golden silk. No doubt that she suspected her of putting something nasty. The butler obediently opened the envelope. His eyes turned wide and round. This is?" "A moment of the crown prince when he was vulnerable," said Raviel. "I thought you might enjoy it, since you are ever so close to him." Swipe. The lady of the golden silk's hand swiped away the photograph so quickly that Raviel nearly missed it. That's. Raviel had taken some liberties with the prince as he was in his remedial lessons. The results were unsuitable to be in any record, print or photograph. The Baronese lady's face turned red, then green. Perhaps she should have been called the Lady of the Copper Silk. Mission complete. Raviel left the dormitory without another word to the idiot duo. She was satisfied with her work for today. What was left of her heart was still breaking after the prince had gone on another date with the lady of the golden silk. But at least she could drag him down with her. If he was dumped, if his heart broke, and she was there to help him, would his eyes turn kind again? Would he smile at her like he used to do once upon a time? She didn't need him to love her back necessarily. Even friendship, no, a lack of enmity would be enough. The magnolia petals that fell from the branches looked lonely and lost. But this moment was not her trauma. 2. Why did time pass by so slowly? Raviel had been waiting for Gongja to regress for 6 days since the last time. There was a version of him running around, and she was rather fond of him, but he wasn't the same as her lover. Raviel's work was done nearly on autopilot now. She had done this time loop for so long that she didn't need to focus as she signed papers, arranged for the prince's assassins to be taken out, and made sure that the economy didn't implode because of a poorly received tariff. Gongja 3, her nickname for the current version of the butler, squirmed on her lap. "Can I move now, milady? I really don't think this is appropriate." "Nonsense. You're my exclusive butler, are you not? This is what butlers do in this world." Gongja 3's eyes showed that he knew she was *ting him, but he wasn't certain enough to call her out on it. Raviel ruffled Gongja 3's hair. It was nearly imperceptible, but he leaned into her touch. Maybe quiet days like this weren't so bad, though she still eagerly awaited Gongja Prime. "I'm going to miss you when you're gone." Gongja 3 stiffened on her lap. Slowly, his head turned toward her. "Do you intend to kill me?" What was it with her love interests thinking that she would kill them? "No, butler. Don't take things so seriously. I won't ever kill you." This statement didn't hurt her until much afterward, when she was staring into her beloved's dead face, a sword in her hands. Thus, it did not become her trauma. 3. "Gongja, please, say psych." Tears flowed from Raviel's eyes as she held the body of her dead lover. "You liar." She continued in that position. She felt the last of his body heat escape from her arms. Raviel closed his eyes, wishing him a quick regression. She did not draw her blade from his chest. She wasn't sure that she ever wanted to hold that particular rapier ever again. It was a long time later, what felt like an eternity to her, when she stood up. Raviel must have been dizzy from crying so much. Her vision blurred, and she walked right into a wall. Motherphew! Painful and humiliating as it might have been, this moment was not her trauma either. For Raviel Ivantia, said the lady of the golden silk. I love you. The lady of the silver lily's mortal enemy winked, bounced her ample bosoms, and blew a kiss at Raviel. Raviel woke up screaming, but this did not become her trauma. 5. Ganja, please, say psych. Unfortunately, Raviel's hemp plant did not respond. Tears flowed from Raviel's eyes as she held the pot of her beloved, unquestionably dead pot. Had she overwatered it? Was she not a good enough farmer? This was the problem with education these days. They focus too much on economics, history, politics, court manners, literacy, swordsmanship, and the running of an estate rather than on the important things in life. Like cultivation. This plant was one of the few medicines that could help her chronic pain, and now she would have to find alternatives. This moment became very close to being Raviel's trauma. Chapter 110. The Way She Loves. 2. Then, Raviel Ivantia tightened her grip. To kill a man. To feel everlasting pain. Yuk ghk, yup. The man's body twisted. Raviel Ivantia's sword penetrated further, deeper in his heart. He let out a painful scream. The scream tore through the space only the two of them occupied. I don't want to kill you. Raviel Ivantia bit her lips. I don't want to lose you. But despite her wishes, Raviel Ivantia stabbed the man with increasing strength. She vividly felt everything in her hands. With a touch, his chest caved in. His flesh was lacerated. His heart was pierced, and he kept coughing up blood. All of these things became Raviel Ivantia's scars. More. She had to feel it more strongly. She had to engrave this moment as her trauma from now on. So that one day, who knows when, the man she loved could see this sight. So when the man was about to cough up more blood, Raviel Ivantia stole his lips. A bloody breath flowed from his heart to her mouth. It was red and sticky. This was her man's warmth. This was her man's blood. This was her man's heart. Raviel Ivantia shut his mouth so that not a single drop would leak. The man was dying. Raviel Ivantia did not blink. She didn't want to miss the moment of her beloved's death, the moment when his complexion turned pale, his movements stopped, and his breath faded. Each and every moment was agony for her. She didn't want to lose him. She wanted to let herself scream at the world. She didn't want to lose this man. What if this moment didn't become her trauma? What if, because of that, all her plans failed? Then she would forget him and he would lose her. There would be nothing left. Raviel Ivantia was afraid. More. For her, fear in itself was a disgrace. It was an insult. But Raviel Ivantia constantly repeated this terrifying scene, unleashing her dire imagination. She deliberately deepened the wound. She imagined him failing to convince the tower. She saw herself forgetting him and living the way she used to before. She pictured the two of them passing each other in the hallway, unaware. Wounds piled on top of more wounds. Then, Raviel Ivantia saw his death. Raviel Ivantia understood it. This period was like leftover time. It would be a very brief moment before her man returned. He would probably regress after a few seconds. Caught up in his timeline, she would also regress the same way soon. Just a few seconds. Only a few seconds. But those few seconds felt like an eternity to Raviel Ivantia. She slowly parted her lips. Gongja? There was no answer. Gongja. Ah! At that exact moment Raviel Ivantia knew. That was right. This last scene, the absence of an answer. His unfocused gaze. His lips that stopped as if he had forgotten how to speak. This moment was now a trauma that Raviel Ivantia could never wash away. Everything was clear. She had never felt a scar worse than this. Raviel Ivantia hugged him. She embraced his body, using the few seconds she had left to hold him, believing in him, Trauma reenactment complete. Like I believed in you, you'll believe in me, Gongja. Confirming that the subject's psyche is maintained. So we can wait for each other. The penalty is ending. We had to. Currently, your immersion rate is 98%. It was strangely difficult to open my eyes. Butler, the lady of the golden silk, who was sitting across me, was startled. It was weird. Her always shining face looked blurry to me today. Did something happen? Why are you like this so suddenly? Excuse me? You're crying. Right now. Only then did I realize I was crying. I was shocked. Just a moment ago, the lady of the golden silk and I were chatting together. I only blinked my eyes. In that moment, tears had begun to flow. Ah? Even worse, the tears weren't stopping. B. Butler? I'm a little scared. I'm not afraid of much, but I'm a little scared now. Why did you suddenly start crying while we were talking? Did I do something strange again? No, I don't know why either. Are you crying for no reason? Are you going insane? Geez, you're really dripping all over. What should I do? It's the first time you've cried like this since I beat you up when you were 5 years old. You're never going to let that go, are you, milady? Please forget about it. But, Butler, even if I forget about you being beaten up when you were 5, I still beat you when you were 6, 7, 14, and occasionally, even now. If you ask me to forget all that, I'll have amnesia. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that your life is a series of being beaten up by me. Amnesia. Ack. I thought you were stopping now. But why are you crying again? I'm sorry. I'm sorry I keep hitting you. I won't hit you anymore. Even when I hit you, I won't insult your pride. That's enough, right? I think I had a nightmare, milady. What? A nightmare? Did I get caught by a monster and die?
No.
A woman was crying a lot while looking at me. I wanted to wipe away her tears, but I was sad that I couldn't. I see. The lady of the golden silk made a look of deep understanding. That woman was me. It was absolutely not you, milady. Milady could never make such a melancholy and noble expression. Your mood is naturally different. Ah, should I just hit you? The lady of the golden silk looked at me with narrowed eyes. Normally, I would have to bow and say sorry, and the lady would reply, I'm generous, so I understand, with an expression as if it couldn't be helped. Instead, I got up from the chair. Butler, I need to go somewhere for a moment. Huh? But it's night. I was going to tell you that I was going to meet the crown prince for dinner tomorrow. I was excited and wanted to show off. You're obligated to listen to me brag. Butler. I bowed. I apologize, milady, but there's a place I have to go. The lady of the golden silk squinted at me. She put her hand on the chair and stared, bemused. All right, you have a brain, and if you have a brain, you can think for yourself. But don't come back with bare hands. Stop by the kitchen and steal me a muffin. Tomorrow, His Highness will gift you a blue coral ring. The lady of the golden silk blinked. What? I'm heading out now. I walked out. Behind me, the lady yelled, Butler, is that for real? However, I ignored her shouts. Wait a moment. Even if you're going out, answer me first. Butler, you jerk. The lady had become tamer after coming to Stormwind Academy, but her spirit was still that of the boss of the alley kids. She was the one who beat up the other kids in our hometown. My master. I hurried. It should have been the first time I went down this path, but my feet seemed to know the way. It's like I've walked down this path before. The gate of the Lady of the Silver Lilies residence was open. There were no guards. It should have been weird, but I thought it would be like that. My feet did not hesitate to cross the garden. The hallway. You've arrived. A speck of moonlight. Were you waiting for me? Yes. Today is the second. Questions and answers that lacked context. A conversation that I couldn't understand stirred the night air. With the full-length mirror at her back, the Lady of the Silver Lily was smiling. Look in the mirror. What do you see? Plus, Marshall. Row CE, master/teacher, lover. D plus. I can see the words master/teacher and lover. The letter D as well. I can see fragments of small words, but I don't understand what they mean. Call me Heir. I was about to call her Heiress Ivantia, but I shut my mouth. Even though that was the title I should have used to show Raviel Ivantia the most respect. Never call me Heiress with your mouth again. I will tear out your heart and kill you. I remembered a conversation I never had. It was like a peek into a dream from a previous life. I was confused. I felt that I shouldn't call her heiress no matter what. Milady, you've gotten much better. The lady of the silver lily came closer to me. Her red eyes stared at me, but she was only looking. The lady's lips were tightly closed. What dream did you have? Nevertheless, I felt like the lady of the silver lily was speaking to me. Her closed lips seemed like they were moving. It was too intense and too clear to be a hallucination. Your ladyship, you were crying. And you kept calling for someone. A man was tied up in front of you. It must have been him whom you called. But I don't remember the man's name. Then, your ladyship suffered as you stabbed the man with a sword. Weird. Why did I keep talking to someone who didn't respond? Why was the lady of the silver lily quietly listening to me? It was really weird. The weirdest part was that my heart didn't find this situation to be awkward. That is admirable. The lady of the silver lily stroked my head. That is admirable. The words echoed deep into my heart. That is admirable. A long, long time ago, I think I heard these words before I was even born into this world. I felt like I smelled a blue scent. Look. The lady of the silver lily pulled something out from her bosom. It was a card. What is that? It's proof that you worked hard for me. You can feel proud. Tightly packed words were engraved on the golden card. Plus, a regressor's love. Rank, EX. Effect. For a regressor, love is like poison. No matter how much you struggle, you can't share your time with the one you love. Thus, a certain regressor begged, please retain my lover's memories. That wish reached the tower and came true. You share a timeline with your beloved. When your lover regresses a day, you too go back a day. When you regress a day, your lover regresses a day. This is the covenant of the ring. This is the marriage of time. May luck be with you both. However, the skill only works when you and your beloved love each other. Plus, I don't know why, but I was speechless. Please keep my lover's time. The lady of the silver lily smiled a little. It's troublesome to be proposed to like this. I love your voice. Do you understand? If you don't say it yourself, I won't listen. So, you have to come back to me quickly. My heart pounded. I'm going to kill you. I'll kill you over and over until you come back. If you can come back by seeing my scars, I'll show you them as many times as necessary. Milady. So look at my wounds and suffer. Look at the scar you left on me. Look at it again and again. There are traces of you there. The lady of the silver lily reached out her hands and grabbed my neck. You are the only person in this world who can kill me. Gently. You should know that I'm the only person who can kill you. And I saw. You have died. The trauma of the enemy who killed you is being reenacted. I saw, then saw again. Currently, your immersion rate is 97%. I saw the lady of the silver lily shedding tears. I saw her killing a man, again and again. Every day I went back, I lived in her dreams. You have died. Currently, your immersion rate is 96%. We loved each other in a past life. You have died. Currently, your immersion rate is 95%. We will love each other in this life as well, possibly even in the next. Currently, your immersion rate is 94%. Currently, your immersion rate is 93%. Currently, your immersion rate is 92%. That I hurt you, that you cried in a place I haven't seen, in a time when I couldn't be with you. Your silent tears. If I don't forget them, if I remember them. Currently, your immersion rate is 91%. We can love each other forever. Currently, your immersion rate is 90%. Then I'll return to you, opening a door, crossing the garden, running down the hallway. You were born as the daughter of the Duke of Ivantia. You had a sad mother and lived a sad life. Your husband was decided before you were born, and after you were born, you dedicated your life to that person. You are a white flower. You are called the Moon of Ivantia, you were called the Heiress, and I called you your ladyship. You've arrived. You are standing in the hallway. In this hallway, in the dark night, you are like a lone island in the sea. An infinite sea surrounded you. I heard the crashing waves. You are not Heiress Ivantia, not the lady of the duchy, nor your ladyship. Raviel, the white flower smiles. I was waiting, Gongja. I love you. Chapter 111. The way she loves. 3. I ran and hugged her. Raviel. A million words were suspended in my mouth. I could say, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I left you a permanent scar. I'm really sorry. I could also say, thank you. Thank you for trusting me. Thank you for waiting for me. And most of all, thank you for loving me. For loving someone like me. But what I wanted to say was not an apology, nor was it words of thanks. This wasn't the first time I apologized to her, and this wasn't the first time I would be grateful to her. In this moment, the night we reunited, I didn't want to apologize or thank her. Something I've never said before. I wanted to present her words that I could only say to her once. I wanted to give her an utterance I would only say one time in my whole life. My first. My last. I wanted to dedicate my time to Raviel Ivantia. So, therefore, that was why I took Raviel's hand. Let's get married. A marriage proposal. Raviel slowly nodded. I am called many names. I received the epithet of the Silver Lily from the Emperor. The Empire calls me by my title Heiress Ivantia. But my name, Raviel, will eternally belong only to you. We kissed. Deeply. For the two of us woke up at dawn. The windows were a pale blue. Hearing the sound of breathing, I turned my head to see Raviel wordlessly looking at me. I also looked at Raviel without a word. Then, I moved my hand to hold hers. I felt her cool fingers. She was beautiful. Sharing our breaths, fingers intertwined, we touched foreheads. Raviel, you're a genius. It was dawn. During that time called dawn, all meetings were secret trysts and all whispers became sweet nothings. Thus, those who shared their dawns were those who loved each other. I whispered, you're amazing. You utilized the trauma I had to see to convey my memories. Really, you're amazing. I would never have thought of such a method. It's because you respect the pain of others. Raviel's hand brushed against my earlobe. You're also incredible. How did you persuade the tower? The tower is like an inviolable administrator to constellations. I know that you have a silver tongue, but I didn't realize you could cajole the tower itself. Well, I don't actually remember much. It's like a vague dream. Memories probably disappear after meeting with the tower's authorities. Nonetheless, you succeeded. My lover is quite capable. And my beloved is a genius. I won't deny that. We pressed our foreheads together. We could admire each other without vanity or showing off. This fact made me happy again. When should we get married? Are we in a hurry? Saying it like that makes it sound dishonorable. Raviel laughed lightly. I felt dizzy. Lightning shot up my spine to my head. No music could ever compare to the beauty of Raviel's soft laugh. The first step would be to break my engagement with the crown prince. Ah! That was certainly true. Raviel nodded. His Highness and I are bound by our engagement, which makes it difficult to marry you legally right now. I don't really care about legality. I'll be satisfied with a small ceremony with us two.
No.
It matters to me. Raviel stroked my cheek. This is the world I live in. I am loyal to this empire. My world and my nation needs to recognize my marriage. Even if you are a commoner here, you are my lover, and every citizen of the empire must accept you. All right, but can we expect everyone to react well? It's fine, Gongja, Raviel said composedly. Citizens who do not recognize you will die by my hands. What do I do? She was too cool. I was falling in love again. I wanted to fall in love with her again and again. I understand. Let's have our wedding in your world, Raviel. But I also have a condition. Speak it. Breaking the engagement with the prince is necessary, but you shouldn't be the one to initiate it. I won't be able to forgive anyone who speaks poorly of you when they know nothing. If anyone tried to point fingers at my beloved, I would break that finger. If anyone gossiped about her, I would cut off their tongue. If anyone besmirched her, I would kill them. I wasn't kidding. I'd give them a taste of hell. It should be obvious to everyone that it was the prince who is at fault and you simply had to break the engagement. Oh, are you telling me to insult the nation's foundation now? Me, the heir of the Ivantia Duchy, who works in the shadows for the sake of the empire. Yes, that'll be easy. We took a moment to kiss each other. Life became a bit brighter. Do you have a plan? Of course. Who do you think I am? I have a record of each time the crown prince met with the lady of the golden silk piled up in a drawer in my library. There are hundreds of pages in storage. I have prepared both alibis and witnesses. If I drag him to court, I'll win. What do I do? She was too cool. I was falling for her again. I wanted to fall in love with her again and again. Of course, we don't actually have to go to court. The imperial family would not want to advertise this. I just need to ask the emperor for a meeting with the evidence in tow. When will you go to the palace? As soon as possible. Raviel quietly pushed back my bangs. Gongja, when you marry me, you'll be marrying into the Ivantia ducal family. The imperial family will directly give you a title as my consort. And I will become your lord. My heart throbbed. Officially, I will call you wife. You will call me husband. Is that acceptable? It's a hierarchical society, and you're from the Ivantia family. I'm only an outsider. Don't worry. It's just following the laws of the empire. I don't mind it at all. I'm glad you think it's all right. I thought you would say that. So, test it out and call me husband. I paused. What's wrong? Are you embarrassed? You're embarrassed. I knew it. I'll try it out first. Her eyes smiled. Wife. My heart. I gulped. Spit stuck to the back of my throat. I slowly tried to open my mouth, but it was glued shut. My upper lip slid across my lower lip fruitlessly before barely making a sound.
H. Usban.
Raviel blinked. A silence settled upon us. My lover's red eyes stared straight at me. How do I describe it? Her face looked like that of someone who saw a hedgehog's paws. In other words, I had no idea what her expression meant. Gongja. Yes. Say it once more. Husband. Again. Husband? Raviel's eyelashes fluttered. Her shoulders shrank a bit. What the heck is this reaction? I didn't know it at first since Raviel kept a straight face, but I soon realized it. No way. Maybe? Could it be? No, this wasn't possible, even if it was the end of the world, but… Raviel, are you embarrassed right now? Raviel mumbled. It's insanely adorable. My man is… Her embarrassment infected me in an instant. This was crazy. My face turned red, and my lips were dry. Still, my head worked just fine. At this time, it would be best to counterattack by saying Raviel is the cutest person in the world. I could return all the damage I'd received from Raviel so far. But I couldn't do that. I felt so flustered I thought I would die. Instead, I compromised. Husband. Rather than a one-sided attack, both sides could flirt. We could force a draw with no winners or losers. Did she understand my strategy? Raviel also opened her mouth. Wife. Husband. Wife. Husband. Wife. I love you. I love you. My husband. My wife. Like that, an infinite cycle. Before we knew it, the dawn had already become morning. Damn. You son of a... Bei Hurayong muttered, facing away from me. He had been trying to protect our privacy. *TTY couple. You dorks give me goosebumps. Matching idiot couple. Phuck. What about me? Do you know how fervently I called you when you got immersed in the butler? Huh? As soon as you become conscious, you don't even thank me and just dally with your lover. Huh? Are you taking me lightly? You really want me to pass on? Huh? Shiny comforts the Sword Emperor. Ah, you're the only one I have left. Shiny. The ghost and the sword came to build a mysterious friendship. I'm sorry, and thank you both. But for now, I wanted to shower love on my beloved a little more. 5. In the throes of love, I remembered the goal of this stage. To prevent the destruction of this world. Also, the main cause of the end of the world was my husband's artifact, the Holy Sword's fragment, and the spiraling of her wish. In other words, if I recover the fragment, the world won't be destroyed by the demons. But that wasn't the only reason the world would end. The apostle of the ox that harvest ruins. The apostle of the warhorse of the eternal plains. The apostle of the evangelist of everlasting happiness. On the last day, beings from different worlds descended from the rifts littering the torn sky. I clearly remembered the invasion of the apostles sent by other constellations. They'll definitely come. I knew because there hadn't been a message about the stage being cleared. My husband ascended to a semi-constellation from stabbing a fragment of the Holy Sword in her heart. A constellation was said to be the representative of a world. They were barriers that protected the world. In other words, this world only had half a shield. But my husband currently had no sword in her heart. Therefore, she had not yet ascended. Rephrasing that statement, there was no constellation protecting the world at the moment. Let's plan the wedding for a month from now, I said. It'll be exactly 10 days after I first possessed the butler. 1 month later from this moment. I see. You're matching the timing. We set the date for our wedding for the day this world originally would have ended. It was to reject the last moments of the world and remake it into our new beginning. It was an audacious choice. If so, it'll be quite a bit of work for me. But should everything go well, we can have our wedding next month. What sort of things need to be done? First, I need to break the engagement with the Crown Prince. Next, I must succeed my father's position. Raviel said it as if it were only natural. It will be difficult to marry you with my current status. The legal procedures are bothersome, and society will squawk about having a commoner betrothed to a noble. It'll be annoying. I'd rather become the Duchess and take you as my consort. When I become the family head, I can arrange things as I please. I was speechless. Raviel. I still have quite a few of the butler's memories. Isn't it quite difficult for the heiress to succeed as the family head? Especially for the Ivantias. It's the noble and great Ivantia family. Succeeding the duchy just because you want to is... You're right. It would be difficult if I were not me, Raviel said calmly. However, I am Raviel Ivantia. What do I do? She was too cool. I was falling for her again. I wanted to fall in love with her again and again. The duchy's vassals have already pledged allegiance to me. I also have military power. If my father wants to hold on to his power until the end, his only choice is to go running to His Majesty the Emperor. Thud. Raviel dumped a stack of papers onto the table. I have plenty of evidence that proves the Crown Prince's infidelity. The Emperor is as competent as the special operatives he commands. He will defend the dignity of the imperial family rather than stay loyal to my father, who has no real power. You phrase it like you have respect for the Emperor, but Raviel, isn't that the same thing as blackmailing him? Wife. Raviel looked at me seriously. I twitched when she called me her wife. We were calling each other husband and wife in order to get used to the new titles, even when we were alone. Yes, my husband? You have a job in the tower, not in this world. I understand if you do not frequently return to my world and this empire. You should understand that I cannot relinquish my noble title. Hearing it like this made me feel like a spouse who worked abroad, But there will be occasions when you need to be with me. For example, at the events for the end of the year and New Year's. Furthermore, the events held by the Duke or Duchess and his or her consort are always political affairs. You will be the moon of Ivantia, and you will be honored as the noblest consort of the empire, barring the empress. You'll need some level of political prowess. So, loyalty to the emperor and blackmail of the imperial family can coexist. Then, it isn't as if the empire is harmed when my husband becomes the Ivantia family head. Rather, I am fortunate to have such a capable noblewoman as my husband. My wife knows to read between the lines. He's capable, smart, and cool. Of course, I'm Raviel's man. I love you. I love you. We took a moment to kiss each other. Life became a bit brighter. Phew. For some reason, the ghost's face became more and more sunken. Who was it? Who taught this idiot to love? Who put this guy up to the madness and sickness of love? Why is he in love? If this guy wasn't in love, I would still be happy. Shiny regretfully points to the Sword Emperor. I should beat myself up for this. Me. Then we began to work busily. For the greatest happy endings, no. For the greatest wedding. Chapter 112. Holy War. 1.
Romance Fantasy Trop 999.
You don't need something like tropes for loved. 2. In life, you occasionally receive gifts by chance. Lady of the Golden Silk. I need to tell you something important. Gee, it's been a while since you called me Lady of the Golden Silk instead of Milady. Butler. Each time, it's for something unfortunate. Let me deduce what happened this time. The Lady of the Golden Silk slowly raised her teacup. It was truly an elegant motion. Do I have a secret half-sister? You do not. Really? Then, was my mother secretly an illegitimate child of the former emperor, thereby meaning that my blood is intertwined with the imperial families? Thus, the love between the crown prince and I can never come to fruition. That isn't it. Or do I have both a hidden half-sister and a hidden bloodline, meaning that I have a lot of potential to be the protagonist of a story?
No.
Then what is it, you bastard? I'm getting married soon. Oh, marriage. So it was marriage. Marriage. The Lady of the Golden Silk sprayed the tea she had been drinking, mostly on my face. There was no trace of elegance to be found. Marriage? Yes. Marry a Guy? That's correct. If that's a joke, it's a really bad one, Butler. Do you want me to hit you again? It isn't a joke. I wiped my face with a handkerchief. There's no way I would joke about this to Milady, is there? I really am getting married. You can't stop me. I've already set a date for next month. Who's your partner? That would be the esteemed Lady of the Silver Lily. Oh, come on. You're definitely fibbing. The Lady of the Golden Silk sighed. Phew. Her face looked relieved. Her expression showed that she didn't think Raviel would marry me even if the world was ending. Oh well, that was a normal reaction. Do you think I'm lying? Yeah, it's a poorly spun lie at that. Please come up with a more plausible tale if you want to trick me. I'm giving you a failing mark in creativity. If it's for real, will you allow me to marry her? Ah, sure. I'll let you marry or whatever, Butler. Rather, if it's real, it would be very advantageous for me to have my servant marry into the noblest family in the empire. Wouldn't the value of my family soar at once? Please stamp this. I held out some papers I had prepared in advance. What is this, Butler? This document states that you, my original master, will allow the marriage between myself and Lady Raviel Ivantia. I'll step out of your shadow and become a consort in the Ivantia family. The Lady of the Golden Silk held her stomach and laughed. See, consort of the Ivantias. What's that supposed to be? A joke? A prank? Are you saying that my butler will be called Duke Consort of Ivantia? It's hilarious just to imagine. Me becoming the Empress is more likely than that. The Lady of the Golden Silk's grin changed into a different sort of style. Well, that is what will happen this time. I remembered the summary I had read before entering this apocalypse. It's her second try. Since the heretic questioner hadn't possessed her yet, I could guess at the lady of the golden silk's true nature and thought about many things regarding her. For now, I buried all these thoughts and said, "Will you please stamp it?" The lady of the golden silk grabbed her stomach again and laughed. "Oh, gladly. This will become a piece of your dark history. Butler, as your generous master, I can't look away from this amazing farce." "Thank you. Then, I'll call over my fiancé tomorrow." Yes, Eris Ivantia, the second brightest moon in the empire. Dream on. The next day, I stood with Raviel before the lady of the golden silk. "I brought her over, milady." The lady of the golden silk's jaw dropped. "We already know each other, but I shall greet you again," Raviel said, holding a fan. "I am Raviel Ivantia, daughter and successor to the Duke of Ivantia. I received the epithet of the Silver Lily from His Majesty the Emperor." "Huh? Yes, of course we know each other. Your ladyship? It is a joyous occasion for me to marry your butler. The butler is bound to you. Getting married would be difficult without your permission, but you have easily granted it. Truly thank you. All right? This is a wedding invitation." Raviel curtly handed her a letter. The border was decorated with a thread of silver, and in the center of the envelope was the red wax seal of the duchy. The lady of the golden silk accepted the letter with a dull face. "Rejoice. You are the first person to receive an invitation. I hope you know what an honor it is. Well, it is but a small gift to you as you have cared for him until now. Be butler? This is a joke, right? How impudent. As of today, this man is my fiancé, not your butler. You don't possibly believe that the Ivantia family is inferior to your barony? From now on, treat my fiancé politely. Duke? Consort?" The lady of the golden silk stared at me like the world had flipped over. Her gaze was desperately asking me to deny the title she just spoke. I bowed politely. "It was an honor to serve you, milady. But from now on, please call me Duke Consort. Respectfully." "Then, shall we go, Raviel?" "Humph. I told you to call me husband in front of others." "Ah, pardon me, husband. My mouth isn't used to calling you that yet. My wife is so silly, but I like everything about you, including that part. I love you. I love you." We left, side by side. A while after, we heard a faint scream behind us. What is Thais? A spring with falling magnolias. Our marriage was drawing near. 3. My lover, Raviel Ivantia, was a person who followed through on her words. If Raviel said our wedding would take place within a month, it really would. "I've detained my father in our villa," Raviel said casually and calmly. "There is a group of people in my family who still follow my father, but their numbers are few. We can ignore them. I negotiated with the emperor for my succession to be recognized, and I've already become the Duchess of Ivantia. Now, I shall be called the Silver Lily Duchess, not the Lady of the Silver Lily." "Ah, my father-in-law was incarcerated overnight. Is this all right?" While I was feeling uneasy for an in-law I had never met, Raviel looked at me. "You are now the fiancé of the Duchess of Ivantia. You are the host of the second highest-ranking family. Other than the emperor, the empress, and the prince, there is no one you must bow your head to, at least not in this empire. All citizens of the empire, regardless of status, must bow to you. In the absence of the imperial family, you will be treated with the highest regard." Raviel was serious. It was only after I heard her words that I felt that something huge was happening. Until now, I thought of our wedding only in terms of my love for Raviel. Our love was sweet. It was romantic. But for Raviel, marriage was more than just romance. The immense truth of the matter dawning on me, I opened my mouth. "But I'm only a commoner. Of course, the socialite biddies will gossip. Gongja, your past is like the train of an uncomfortable dress, and it will follow you wherever you go. But I've taken what measures we could. Measure. What did you plan? You will become the adopted son of the Grand Chamberlain of the Imperial Palace. Raviel handed me a sheet of paper. The Grand Chamberlain has served the imperial family for a long time. He was awarded a noble rank. His personal record is clean, and his honor is regarded highly. Most importantly, he has no children. Becoming the son of this old chamberlain will raise your status immediately. Oh my God. No, really. Oh my God. Is that allowed? It is, if I want it to be. Even now, Raviel was working through a mountain of files. Swipe. Raviel's quill never stopped moving. It was hard for me to guess the contents of those documents and the political repercussions they would have. I omitted all the annoying steps. Just sign that paper. Then, you'll be recognized as the son of the Grand Chamberlain. It was like this, the reality of marriage. The father-in-law I had never seen was confined in a villa. I also became the adopted son of someone I never met. Many things were happening that I didn't know about. I realized belatedly as I signed the adoption papers how momentous it was to become the wife of the Duchess of Ivantia. It was clearly demonstrated by the scenes that I faced a few days later. Greetings to the second brightest moon in the empire. Even if I was just passing by the academy, the noble ladies and gentlemen recognized me and yielded to me. They were utterly courteous. The rumors had spread to the academy at some point. I pay my respects to the Lord of the House of Ivantia. Ah, all right. Congratulations on your betrothal. May there be eternal glory to the Ivantias. Thank you. The students stopped talking whenever I walked by. They stopped whatever they were doing and remained silent and polite until I left. The academy's guards, including the knights, saluted respectfully when they saw me. There were no exceptions. Even the academy teachers bowed as if it were natural. Even when I reached rank 3 in the tower, even when I became a popular celebrity and was surrounded by crowds, I'd never felt the same way. This is the thing called status. I wasn't a star. I wasn't an entertainer. These people weren't surrounding me or using their smartphones to take a picture of my face. They merely kneeled. Amazing. They probably only acted like this in front of me. I would bet that as soon as I left, they would spread all sorts of dirty rumors about my origin and about Raviel and the prince's unconventional breakup. However, nobody dared to gossip in front of me. Eek! Shatter. One day, an academy servant broke a jug of water while moving it. I was just passing by. I wanted to ask, "Are you okay?" But at that moment, 6 servants prostrated themselves at once.
Vuva apologize.
We deserve to die. Please. We have gravely erred in our foolishness. So please forgive. I was speechless. I hadn't become dumbfounded for some other reason. No, it was that they seemed to be asking me for forgiveness like it was expected. The fact that I had the right to forgive them paralyzed me. In other words, I could decide to punish them and not forgive them. It was crazy. This was definitely crazy. What's the problem? It's obvious things would turn out like this. Bei Hurayong said while swimming in the air. It's your tower which cares about status and class and name only. That's weird. Didn't you know? If you go up to the 50th floor, you'll find that most towers are defined by hierarchical societies. I think Bei Hurayong mentioned we would compete with towers from other worlds after the 50th floor. Bei Hurayong picked his ear with his pinky and blew away the earwax. Your husband's family, Ivanzi or whatever, is second only to the imperial family in this world. That means that you're pretty much a queen zombie. A queen. Congratulations on becoming Cinderella, bro. The shoulders of the servants lying prostrate in the hallway were trembling. Suddenly, what Raviel said came to my mind. Every citizen of the empire must accept you. My world and my nation need to recognize my marriage. This was exactly what she was talking about. In just a few days, I had risen to the top of the pyramid. I had reached the pinnacle of power. This is Raviel's world. If so, how should I act? Not just as Kim Gongja, not as the hunter, Death King, but as the spouse of the noblest family in this land.
He bent over.
Then I picked up a fragment of the broken jug. I quietly placed a fragment in the palm of the servant who had erred. Make this into a necklace and wear it on your body. I opened my mouth. The necklace is the accessory closest to one's heart. Keep your mistake close to heart. Reflect and repent for it. Don't wait for me to forgive you. When you yourself think and feel that it is enough, you may forgive yourself. Do you understand? Why, yes. I turned and walked away. That evening, Raviel said to me. My wife responded thoughtfully. I cut some meat with a knife and fork. I was learning table manners over dinner. Raviel moved her hands deliberately and slowly on the other side of the table so that I could watch and learn. Well, did I do well? You were excellent. If you forgave the servant too easily, people would have said, he isn't strict because of his humble background. How can he manage the duchy with that attitude? If you punish them too sternly, the rumor that he's getting full of himself when he climbed ranks overnight would have spread. Either way would have struck out. People would have cursed you whether you forgave the servants or punished them. Wife. In this case, the event itself is not important. The presentation is. You wisely wrapped up the situation by creating a moving story. Raviel smiled. What happened today has already been disseminated throughout the empire's social circles. Those with a pure curiosity will admire your heart, and those with thick heads will admire your sagacity. I thought you were an amateur at politics. What magic did my beloved use? I just thought of you, Raviel. My knife split the egg yolk. The color of a young chick deflated. I knew you were working hard in spots that I can't see. I thought of how much you think of me, and naturally I thought about you too. I had thought from Raviel's perspective. How should I act to best help my husband? If I forgave the servants, I would have been seen as a soft-hearted duke consort. If I punished them, I would be seen as a strict one. However, I thought that being perceived as a wise consort would be the most helpful for you. Why is that? People won't think that my husband is generous just because her wife acts kindly. Similarly, my strictness doesn't affect your image. The candle on the table went out. However, if I am wise, Raviel must also be wise. Choosing a sensible spouse is wise in itself. Raviel covered her lips with a white napkin. You thought of me. Yes. Gongja, you've already helped me. The people of the world won't know this, but you've saved this world from destruction. You'll continue to save it in the future. Isn't it all right for you to do what you wish? Even a little?
No.
I shook my head firmly. I'll be with you all my life, Raviel. For the rest of our lives. I don't want to obsess over what I've done for Raviel. I don't even want to think about it. I want to give you more things. Things that are more precious than anything I've done for you before. I want it so that meeting me would be the greatest fortune in your life. I hope that being beside me will be your greatest happiness. I want to mean the most to you, Raviel. It's not a matter of fortune or happiness. Raviel stood up from the table. She slowly approached me and bent down. You are my one miracle. Our lips met. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Of course, not everyone succumbed to the Ivantia name. I am against this marriage. The lady of the golden silk came to me every day to complain. Since the prince was called away by the emperor, the lady of the golden silk only had me to lament to since she couldn't speak directly against Raviel. But haven't you already stamped the document? It's invalid. Invalid. I stamped it because I thought it was a joke. Regardless of what you thought, the papers are legally valid. Ugh. Arg. The lady of the golden silk chewed on her fingernails. It's strange. Very strange. Nothing like this happened last time. Did I cause a butterfly effect? No, this is too much for that. Ah. Lord Ox that harvests ruins. What is this? The ox that harvests ruins. I tilted my head as if I was hearing that keyword for the first time. What does that mean? It's nothing. The lady on the golden silk clamped her mouth shut. Whatever. This is probably one of the Lady of the Silver Lily's schemes. She isn't the Lady of the Silver Lily. She is to be the Duchess soon. Be respectful. Oof. Butler. I really hate you. I'll never forgive you. The Lady of the Golden Silk glared at me and left the room. Slam. The door shut violently, making the hinges creak. She was showing that she would not let this marriage pass by idly. The Lady of the Golden Silk would probably be the biggest obstacle regarding the wedding. However, I wasn't worried at all. There were only 10 days left before the wedding. Death King. Someone wearing the costume of the Lady of the Golden Silk burst through the door. I think I've turned into the heroine of this apocalypse. Sitting in a chair, I smiled. Heretic Questioner. Yes, Death King. In 10 days, the constellations of the other worlds will attack. I said to my colleague, who had turned from the greatest obstacle to the greatest assistant. Please prepare for a holy war, SSS Class Zealot. Chapter 113.
Holy va.
2. For the Heretic Questioner, an epithet holder, a so-called first-generation hunter active since the early days of the Tower. Among every nationality, regions where no nation had established themselves, and regions where nations had collapsed when humans came rushing in, this blonde psychopath stabilized the Tower by hunting down radicals. I see constellations as the deities of their worlds. The specialist who managed all religions on the planet with the authority 10,000 Temple smiled widely. Simply put, the deities are the laws of their worlds. For example, there is a law that exists on our world, Earth, which is the law of physics. Though the laws of physics are basically installed everywhere, like Windows operating systems, so they're nothing special. That's why there isn't anything special about our world. But we have nuclear weapons and guns, you know? As I said, the laws of physics are the foundation of everything, no matter where you go. That means that those two tools can come from any world where the technology is advanced enough. The Heretic Questioner continued that it would, however, be difficult to develop technology based just on physics if magic and miracles were common. That didn't mean that other worlds couldn't invent nuclear technology and guns anyway. I guess there was also an apocalypse destroyed by a nuclear war. The saga of the Iron Knights in space, which is now our 23rd floor, was science fiction. Could it be? Was Earth the weakest among the worlds? I knew that magic and skills didn't become common until after the Tower rose, but I felt weird hearing that our home Earth, the blue marble, was weak. Was this nationalism? No, should I say it was globalism? But, like you said, it is true that guns and nuclear weapons are very powerful. If we were to rain them down, we could defeat quite a few apostles. I see. Raviel tapped her mouth with the tip of her fan. Since the laws of physics are the underlying basis of most worlds, physical attacks can be used almost anywhere. That's right. It is natural that those who aren't bound by physics cannot attack physically. And if they have physical bodies, then physical attacks will, of course, work on them. But the question of efficacy remains. Will they be affected by the full force of the attacks, or will the attacks be reduced? The floating sword emperor let out a small exclamation. Ha! That guy's smart. Sword emperor? Does this sound right to you? Yeah. That's why the Constellation Killer could break shiny with his aura, and why I wasn't pushed about when I only trained with a blade. That kid who controls the Black Dragon Guild could also make pancakes of Preta with her beam. Physical power is a very powerful law. Shiny sullenly nods. It can be said that a Constellations class depends on how much they follow the laws of physics. I wanted to ask what that meant, but the Heretic Questioner began to explain it right away. The part that I just said about reduced physical damage is unexpectedly important. This is because one can follow the laws of physics but not be completely bound. And if that's possible, because all constellations have their own laws, their apostles have to oppose the laws of physics with those laws. Ooh! As expected, you have a brilliant understanding of it. You are indeed Death King's partner. That's obvious. My husband spoke such lovely words. I was certain that Raviel was shining this small tactical meeting with just that. Zombie, won't you focus? You're deciding this world's fate right now. Shiny jumps up and strikes the back of the warrior's neck. Good grief. They're so pitiable, not knowing a love like mine. Hey, quit your BS, zombie. Shiny looks at the warrior with eyes like rotten fish. Shiny, you don't even have eyes. Shiny says to look at the jewels on the sheath. When I followed her words and looked at the decorated sheath, the colors of the jewels were somewhat hazy. I got it. I'll watch myself. And concentrate. Yep. 1. All constellations have their own laws. 2. Their apostles also obey those laws. What are some examples of laws? For example, there is a constellation named Barbet, a god of love, the heretic questioner added. This constellation translates everything in the world to romance. In a world ruled by Barbet, power and wealth are meaningless. A person's strength is determined by how much romance power they have. Romance power? What's that? You have to see it. The heretic questioner combined his hands to make a sign.
Sacrée technique, psyché.
1. Poof. Light emanated from the heretic questioner's hands. It wasn't just white but also reddish, and a little pink. Anyway, a thick perfume-like mist shrouded us. Aha! This is temporary, but I've set up a sanctuary for the god Barbet. Try doing something. Death King. I looked around awkwardly. It was late at night. The heretic questioner, Raviel, and I were in Raviel's quarters to strategize for the coming invasion in 10 days. Nothing's changed except for the pink mist, though? Excuse me for a moment. It was then. The heretic questioner hooked his foot around my ankle to trip me. Ha! I said, my body tilting. I said as I grabbed Raviel's arm. Ah! The two of us fell to the floor. Raviel stared down at me. She was on top of me, making it look like I was being attacked by her. It had all happened in an instant. Gongja. Showing this kind of affection in front of someone else is embarrassing. I was mortified. And no, it's not like that, Raviel. I was just falling. The heretic questioner laughed. It's a pose you often see in romance works. Heretic questioner. This is? In Barbet's sanctuary, every action leads to romance. You don't simply fall. You draw in people around you. For example, if Death King wore a dress shirt and drank some water, there is a 95% chance that the water will spill and show off his muscles. Everyone nearby would inevitably be flustered by the sight. Oh Lord, what was that? Wasn't that cosmic horror, not romance? In short, a sanctuary reinterprets the world and brainwashes people. It's the same for the great library we were in earlier. The librarian interprets the world as a collection of stories, and we are compelled to be characters. Poof! When the heretic questioner made another sign, the circle of pink on the floor disappeared. Flushed, I got out from under Raviel. The heretic questioner smiled widely and said, defeating the constellation's apostles with their laws and the laws we can use. This is both a holy war and a star war. A holy war and a star war. In Korean, both would be written as Sungjun. 2. So how should we deal with the holy war that will take place in 10 days? We need to know exactly which constellations are involved. You can infer this from what I've said so far, but our tactics will depend on the constellation's laws. Certainly, knowing information about the enemy before the war is extremely important, Raviel said, her fan at her mouth. The heretic questioner nodded. Yes, so I ask you which constellation's apostles are coming in 10 days. Can you tell the laws from the names of the constellations? If you know their true names, it is 100% possible. I can look with my skill. 10,000 Temple. At that, I recalled some information about the young man. No, he was possessing the body of the Lady of the Golden Silk, so young woman, in front of me. It was around when I was fighting Preta on the 13th floor. When I was fulfilling the prophecy, the Black Dragon Guildmaster said that not only was the heretic questioner skillful, but he was also knowledgeable of other worlds' religions. Good. A description. Can you infer a constellation's true name from their epithet? If the constellation is famous, yes. If that was so, they are the ox that harvests ruins, the warhorse of the eternal plains, and the evangelist of everlasting happiness. The heretic questioner rubbed his chin. The ox that harvests ruins is Musha. That constellation's main areas of control are destruction and recreation. It's simple but powerful. Destruction and recreation. How does it fight? I guess its physical force can be used strongly at will. It can crush an area, dismantle a being's structure, and maybe recombine the structure afterward to create a golem. It's very rare, but there are times when it can also use the power of time. Time is also a part of the laws of physics. The second reincarnation female lead characteristic of the Lady of the Golden Silk was definitely because of Musha's power. Then, an apostle of a constellation beyond this world had already been present here. Is that why the corner librarian designated this world as an apocalypse? In the librarian's perspective, could we intervene because there were outside constellations already interfering in this story? Or was it just because there was no constellation in this world, as Raviel said? The former seems to match the corner librarian's tendencies more so than the latter. While I was thinking about that, the heretic questioner continued. The warhorse of the eternal plains is the epithet of Mahos. Its main areas of control are dueling and war. This is another simple but powerful force. Dueling and war. Does that mean they cannot deny a challenge to a duel or something like that? Yes. Or spread a mania so that they are not afraid of death or dispense wisdom about tactics and strategies. On the other hand, it can also forcefully make a peace zone by banning war itself. That is a very rare case, though. The one who controls war also controls peace. That sounds somewhat odd. Raviel smiled slightly at my mutter. There's nothing strange about it. Peace is nothing more than a name for the state in which war has desisted. Therefore, one who can affect war can, of course, affect peace. Exactly. The heretic questioner smiled widely. I don't know the true name of the evangelist of everlasting happiness. It must be a constellation who hasn't become famous yet. It was unknown. If the constellation isn't famous, does it mean that it is weak? Or is that an advantage? As I was locked in anguish, Shiny vibrated. Shiny wants to ask if he knows about the guardian goddess. Shiny, you were the one who told me to focus on the meeting. Shiny is advising on a very important issue. Why are you like this? Shiny declares she isn't being selfish at all, and that this is to determine how accurate the heretic questioner's information is. It's a little off topic, but do you know about the guardian goddess? Oho. The heretic questioner grinned. The guardian goddess is Wia's descriptor. As her name suggests, her areas of control are mainly protection and immortality. She is a very powerful deity, but my 10,000 temple skill says she lost her strength because of a certain event. Shiny sparkles, saying that this person is genuine and can be trusted. Gongja, why is your sword suddenly doing that? It's hurting my eyes. Just a moment. I'll wrap it up. Shiny screams for the warrior to stop. Anyway, while I received confirmation that the heretic questioner's information was correct, Raviel tapped her chin with her fan. It'll be difficult. Each enemy is of a different type. Are there a total of 3 enemies? It'll be even more difficult since each apostle might borrow different levels of power. Even so, we can see the broad strokes. Thank you for sharing your information. Aha! Saving this world will help our tower. It's efficient to help you. Is that so? Yes. And my other skill, Sacred Technique, can borrow the powers of any god I know the true name of. Combined with everyone's strengths, we will find a way. Our strength. Raviel and I looked at each other. Then we opened our mouths at the same time. It's love. That will be love. There would be plenty of people who are better at fighting than us, and there would be people who are smarter than we are, but we were confident in one thing. Our love was greater than anyone else's. Ha! The heretic questioner tilted his head. It's weird, Death King. When I see the two of you being lovey-dovey, the area around my heart feels tingly and numb. I never felt something like this before. So what could it be? It's a heart attack. I also heard a message that my immersion rate got higher. How should I interpret this? No, for now, please be careful with the immersion rate. If the lady of the golden silk swallowed the heretic questioner before the war, we would be hamstrung. Regarding what we said earlier, Raviel and I were on the same page. She said, "The love we mentioned has a meaning other than the general definition." What is that? I'm sorry, but I can't share. Let's say it's a secret weapon. But I can't take it into account when we're plotting. That's all right. Let's discuss basic tactics and steps instead. As I am powerful in this world, I can arrange for security forces to be anywhere in the wedding hall. For example, I can borrow the Emperor's special operatives. Oh, how skilled are those operatives? Like that, Raviel and the heretic questioner sat across each other and continued to talk. This will work. The sight of the once-loved rivals, though one of their personalities had obviously been swapped, talking determinedly to fight together filled me with optimism. This will definitely work. Bei Hurayong entered my vision like a bucket of cold water. Gongja, don't be an idiot. Being invaded by 3 apostles is no easy thing. How bad will it be? Think of it as about 1.5 times the strength of Preda on the 12th floor. What a novel unit of measurement. Preda was a constellation. The invaders now are apostles. Wouldn't apostles be weaker than a constellation? She was the lowest level constellation. In terms of your tower ranks, she was like a D-rank constellation. 12th floor Preda was? Yes, 12th floor Preda was. Bei Hurayong continued to pick his ears. Well, I'm not worried since it's you. No, I should say that I am not worried since it's you too. Bei Hurayong glanced at Raviel. Since he spent a long time beside me, he must have guessed what the secret weapon Raviel mentioned was. It was the same for me too. Thus, I didn't think that this invasion couldn't be overcome. But zombie, don't you want to clear the stage with 0 casualties? Yes, that's right. You'll have to think hard, then. Your hubby and that smartapants can take care of tactics, but you should develop your personal fighting ability. Bei Hurayong looked down at me with his arms crossed. Thinking about it, you're also D-rank, right? You don't intend to be that rank forever, do you? Of course I didn't. 10 days flew by like an arrow. It's finally your wedding day. In the Empire, weddings were held in the evenings. A marriage was the combination of the sun and the moon of the family. The evening, when the 2 celestial bodies met in the sky, was becoming of a marriage. The clearer and redder the sunset, the better it was for a wedding, and today was such a day. You look so splendid today, Duke Consort. I felt another strange feeling, surrounded by some servants. Up to 5 servants stuck to me like beetles to lead me around. They kept saying, "How can you be so beautiful? Her Excellency is so lucky," and other silly things. My mind was overstimulated. Well, thank you all very much. You don't have to fuss like this. No, it's no trouble, the servants replied firmly. At least for today, the Duke Consort should be the most amazing groom in the nation. Frugality and humbleness are virtues, but you cannot act like that now. Today, the only virtue is beauty. Oh, I felt this once before. It was the same as when the Black Dragon Guildmaster and the other guildmasters went wild about me getting a photo shoot. Of course, there were also differences from that time. Congratulations on your wedding, Duke Consort. An old gentleman with a cool beard greeted me in the dressing room. I was confused because I didn't know who he was. Seeing my bafflement, the old gentleman smiled wryly. I am your foster father. I have a small position in running the imperial household. I heard a lot about you from the new Duchess of Ivantia. Ah! Oh God! I was wondering who he was, and he was my father whom I was meeting for the first time. And nice to meet you. It's. You can call me father. Don't worry. I know that you won't be able to see me as your father in your heart. I won't disturb the duchy by making use of my connection to you. The old man bowed his back very politely. I am going to retire after this wedding. Your husband was very considerate of me. Ho ho. I won't need to worry about my days in retirement. A sigh slipped out from my mouth. How hard did Raviel work for today? I spoke a word that I had never said in my life. Father. Yes, the moon of Ivantia? I don't know politics, and I have no connections to high society, so I don't know about the conditions in society. So I want to ask, what do the people of the empire say about this marriage? Simply put, it has been highly unconventional, the man said gently. The marriage of someone from the Ivantia ducal family is equivalent to a royal marriage. Naturally, it is challenging to prepare for such an event on short notice. Moreover, Her Excellency broke the engagement with His Highness the Prince and succeeded as her family head. At that moment, the old gentleman closed his mouth. It was because the outside of the dressing room became very noisy. We could hear the murmurs of the guests. Anyway, it would have been impossible if the Silver Lily Duchess had not persuaded His Majesty the Emperor. The old man stroked his beard and beamed brightly. Duke Consort, your husband is truly a capable person. Her loyalty to His Majesty is an irreplaceable boon for the Empire. Though I may only act as your father for today, if I may say something. That very moment, the gentleman's eyes narrowed. Simultaneously, a strong spirit emanated from the body of the old man that was almost comparable to the sword saint. Considering your husband also requested my presence in my other position, and the security arrangements of the wedding hall, it seems that today's marriage will not go very smoothly. The Grand Chamberlain of the imperial family. The moment the commander of His Majesty's special operatives said so, the commotion outside the dressing room turned into screams. Zombie, get ready. I looked out the window. They're here. Bei Hurayong was right. The apostle of the ox that harvests ruins has manifested. The apostle of the war horse of the eternal plains has manifested. The apostle of the evangelist of everlasting happiness has manifested. Two celestial bodies, the sun and the moon, mixed in the red sky. As the glow of the setting sun gave way, the enemies we had been awaiting appeared. Chapter 114. Holy War. 3. 6. The wedding hall was thrown into chaos. Kaya! Good Lord W. What is? In the sunsetting horizon, there was a fissure. The red sky shattered like a glass window. Blood dripped through the cracks. I reinforced my eyesight with aura and looked up at the sky. The apostle of the ox that harvests ruins has manifested. There was a girl with a huge hammer. The apostle of the war horse of the eternal plains has manifested. There was also a general on a Pegasus that was flapping its wings. The apostle of the evangelist of everlasting happiness has manifested. Young children danced strangely, holding hands. What? The wedding guests looked at everything in shock. The cracking red sky alone was an unbelievable sight, and with the unidentified beings coming out of the cracks, they couldn't pull themselves together. Except for 3 people. They've arrived. Raviel, the heretic questioner, and I were ready to fight back. Among us, Raviel was the one who had the power to command others. Special Ops, assemble and protect the guests. Imperial Spirit Troop, gather the civilians. My vassals, evacuate the guests. My bride and Duchess of the Empire, Raviel, yelled at the bewildered guests. Specifically, her vassals. People's shoulders flinched. She was rallying the troops. Strangely, when Raviel called them out, they magically came out of their daze. There was no better person than the head of the second noblest family in the empire to use that magic. Blue Lion Knights, form your ranks. Your Excellency, just what are those? Save your questions. Stay alert and observe the enemies. You are the protectors and leaders of the empire. If you're going to act up in front of me, relinquish your titles. Understood.
Understood.
Raviel organized the hall in an instant. Even the soldiers and nobles who were not under her command obeyed her orders. They felt something instinctively. They didn't understand why the sunset in the sky was shattered, nor why some unknown apostles appeared. but they knew if they followed Raviel Ivanch's voice, they could get through this situation. Can you figure out their abilities? Raviel asked the heretic questioner after rattling off a series of instructions. Yes, just a moment. The heretic questioner made some hand signs. A white light flared from his hands. The light stretched out into the sky like a beam, and in an instant, it passed over the apostles from the other worlds. Analysis complete. First of all, that lady with the giant hammer over there. However, the heretic questioner couldn't finish his words. Did she interpret the beam as a challenge? The apostle wielding the hammer jumped from the sky. Her blonde hair fluttered as she slammed the ground with the huge iron hammer. Boom! The ground was literally upturned. Screams echoed. The wind pressure of the strike alone caused a tornado to form. The red and white flowers that had been imported from the southern part of the empire for the wedding were whisked messily into the air. Amid the hundreds of flowers, blooming and scattered, the apostle's eyes burned red. Raviel Ivancha. Her eyes and voice were somewhat familiar. I won't give you a thing. Shockingly, the apostle looked exactly like the Lady of the Golden Silk. Lady of the Golden Silk? Why does she look like that? The guests chittered suspiciously. The Lady of the Golden Silk was a celebrity, too, even if she wasn't as famous as my husband. It was natural that many people recognized her face. Some of them astoundedly looked back and forth between the apostle and the heretic questioner. The heretic questioner quietly muttered, "This isn't good. That's probably the noumenon of the Lady of the Golden Silk." One, noumenon? Put simply, it's like the devil is grasping onto her soul. Instead of borrowing the power of the constellation, she's giving it the entirety of her abilities, appearance, and memories. Aha! That lady probably had a wish she really wanted to fulfill, no matter the cost. Interesting. The recipient of the heretic questioner's interest was swinging her hammer. Whoosh! People were blown away by the wind pressure of the hammer. However, the knights who had learned martial arts endured with clenched teeth. They were still confused, but they had realized one thing. The woman who resembled the Lady of the Golden Silk was not their ally. Stop her. Protect the guests. Obey the Duchess's commands. The emergence of a clear enemy rallied our forces. The strongest warriors of the empire, whom Raviel had invited as guests and security for this day, rushed forth with their swords raised. Their movements were refined. It was an advanced pincer attack. The Golden Silk scoffed. Whatever. You all follow Raviel Ivancha's directions. Anyway, dozens of warriors attacked at once. I'll destroy everything before I give anything up to her. Dozens of blades carrying auras rained down simultaneously, but twang! The blades bounced off the golden silk skin. What? Dumbfounded cries scattered the place. The golden silk was not injured a bit. Some warriors pressed on, unfazed. They swung their swords again, but it was no use. Every sword was blocked by the clothes the golden silk was wearing. Auras could only singe the golden silk's clothes. Ox that harvests ruins. The golden silk struck with the hammer. Give me your blessing. Squish. Crushed under the hammer, one fighter burst like a watermelon. Blood splattered. Before the blood could even fall to the ground, the golden silk swung her hammer again. Wait. Another head was smashed by the hammer. Plop! Blood spouted again and again. The slaughter continued relentlessly. In the midst of their colleagues' deaths, warriors desperately tried to attack the golden silk's blind spots, but not a single knife pierced her skin. Everyone, be careful, the heretic questioner shouted. She bears one of Musha's blessings, the invulnerable body. She cannot be wounded. Aha! Technically, the effect reduces 99.9% of physical harm to the holder, a body that cannot be wounded. You won't be able to damage her significantly unless your strike can tear down a mountain's peak. Good luck. Raviel Ivancha. The fighters were bewildered. Among them was the old gentleman who would be my adoptive father for today only, the Imperial Grand Chamberlain and commander of the Special Operatives. The old man, who held the position of the strongest in the empire, spoke as if it were absurd. Tear down a mountain peak? Who could do such a ridiculous thing? You're right. It's really too much. But if we can't do it, we'll all die. The heretic questioner laughed prettily. If someone were to capture that smile in a picture, one might forget that people were being demolished by a hammer at the same time. That crazy psychopath. That one alone is a monster, Raviel sighed. But the other ones are also coming down. My husband was right. That apostle, who may have been the spirit or body of the golden silk, was just one of the enemies we had to fight. Maybe she was even the easiest enemy we had to deal with. Unfortunate ones. A ruddy sunset. The general on the Pegasus descended slowly with his back to the sky. You can blame that pitiful girl. Blame the one who lived in the first life of that girl, and blame that young man. They are the reason you will be trampled under our hooves. You all should be sad. The general looked at the golden silk, the heretic questioner, and, lastly, me. I couldn't see his face because he was wearing a thick helmet. Soldiers of the Warhorse. The general raised his flag high. A red glow permeated from the flag. Awaken. That moment, translucent specters were summoned by the general. Dozens, hundreds, thousands, maybe tens of thousands of ghosts. Guo, Guo, Ooh. Everyone was speechless. Even when the golden silk swung her hammer and people were torn apart like paper, the wedding guests were still rattled. The fighters resisted. They attacked. However, the 10,000-strong army that appeared in the bright red sky were on a different level. Run away, someone muttered hoarsely. Run. Others echoed those words. Charge. But with just one word, the general stopped their murmurs and shouts. Guo! Kijik! Kaigik! Countless ghosts surged forth. They were wearing ancient armor like soldiers of old, but the tips of their spears were not worn. Puke! The back of a guest who had been trying to escape was pierced. Spare me! Aya! A massacre. The guests collapsed, bleeding. Their spilled blood painted the white flowers red. What was supposed to be the most glamorous wedding hall in the empire turned into the most gruesome hell. Heretic questioner. I opened my mouth. My voice was extremely cold. What is that apostle's power? I just finished the analysis. One of Mayhos's blessings. The sanctuary battlefield is active. The heretic questioner made more hand seals and spoke. Just as the character window was visible only to me, it seemed the heretic questioner was looking at words that only he could see. The sanctuary battlefield is an area of effect blessing. It influences the whole field. The effect is amazing. It affixes the summoned being's ability to its prime. Each of those ghosts is an elite among elite soldier. They are the souls of the warriors who followed Mayhos. We don't have enough. Raviel put down her fan. The difference in our numbers is too great. Musha's apostle has the ability to never lose in a one-on-one battle, and Mayhos's apostle has an advantage in a melee. This is a dilemma. Lu. Then. Lu, la la. The third and last apostle began to move. La.
Elu, la. La la. Elu.
Lu.
La la. La. La.
The apostles who looked like children were singing. The song fell from the sky and reverberated to the ground. The children danced in a circle dance like they were doing a traditional folk dance, and the faster they danced, the stronger the song became. La. Lu. La la la.
Flop.
The guests who were being chased by the ghosts suddenly collapsed. It wasn't just one or two of them either. Flop. Flop. Like a marionette with cut strings, people lost their consciousnesses and dropped on the spot. Oh! The heretic questioner quickly made some hand signs. A light spilled from his hand and covered Raviel and me. Aha! This is really not good. It's a psychological attack. Those who are exposed to the song are forcibly pushed into their happiest memory. You can't resist it unless you're mentally strong enough. The apostle who had a hammer and was immune to physical attacks. The apostle of the Warhorse who specialized in fighting with an army. The apostle of happiness who breached people's minds. Really? Each one is terrible. Yes, we could deal with an apostle who specializes in one-on-one battles. We could also deal with an army. If mental attacks are the problem, we can have a small elite group that is mentally strong. But we need to face all three attacks at once. Aha. It's very difficult. The heretic questioner smiled brilliantly. Death King. Yes. Can I count on you to win? The wedding hall had already withered with the sunset. In the sky, songs continued to be sung. On the ground, the dead slaughtered the living. And lastly, Rip, the head of the Special Ops commander who resisted until the end, was crushed. The golden silk, the apostle with the hammer, stared at us ferociously as she stomped on the old man's head. Raviel Ivantia. Raviel was wearing a black dress. At first glance, it looked more like a mourning dress than a wedding dress. However, this was etiquette in the empire. The person who would become the master of the family after marriage would wear black. The one who wouldn't wore white. So, Raviel wore a black dress and I wore a white tuxedo. Gongja. Raviel turned to look at me. I should have told you earlier. Yes. That tuxedo suits you very well. I smiled. The apostles of the constellations continued to invade this world. All of our guests had been annihilated. Nevertheless, at this moment, Raviel praised my wedding outfit. It meant that she would not accept this ending as the end. That was right. We would never give up on our wedding. Raviel, you're the most beautiful being in the universe. I took my bride's hand. I could feel her soft lace gloves. Boom! I heard a heavy footstep. The golden silk was probably running here. Soon a hammer would crush us. Feeling the very core of the world shaking, I said, "We made a promise that I would never kill myself without your permission. That even if I had to die, I would only accept it if I had done my best." That's right. Please give me permission to die now. Raviel smiled. Granted. One word. One word from my beloved made me invincible. Raviel Ivantia. The moment the golden silk swung her hammer, I wrapped myself around Raviel, so that I would die earlier than her, even if it was only by a millisecond. Raviel recognized my intent and quietly allowed me to hold her. We grasped our hands together tightly. Soon a giant hammer hit me. You have died. Death that was the same as always. The trauma of the enemy who killed you is being reenacted. The same sight as always. You are regressing to 24 hours ago. But it wasn't the same regression as always. Gongja. When I opened my eyes, Raviel was there, holding my hand. We realized as soon as our eyes met that we didn't have to explain what had happened. That we were sharing the same time. And just like the moment before our deaths, we were still holding hands. She and I were no longer solitary, lonely regressors. Let's make a plan. Because we were two, we were invincible. Chapter 115. Black Wedding. 1. Oh God, help me. A girl prayed, and her wish came true. And, oh God, help us. The boy who had stood by the girl as her childhood friend and butler prayed, and his wish also came true. 2. First, we have to rearrange the layout of the wedding hall, Raviel murmured quietly. Now that we know where the apostles will appear, we can focus on the special operatives and the warriors there. I realized this while preparing for the wedding, but the bride and groom held enormous power. We could seat our wedding guests wherever we want. If we wanted to, we could have nobles who hated each other sit at the same table. Of course, it would ruin our reputation and people would curse us, but did that matter? Our first priority was defeating the otherworld's apostles. It would have been much easier if I could have stolen their blessings. Unfortunately, my skill, I want to become just like you, couldn't copy the blessing used by the golden silk. Zombie, I told you, the tower is ridiculously objective in some weird aspects. Bei Hurayong looked excited, pleased that I couldn't get a free lunch. You're already receiving several blessings, right? It was the same when you fought Preta. Even now, you've got blessings from the goddess of beauty and the goddess of vitality or whatnot. Yes, the blessings are treated distinctly from my skills. Yup, Those, to be precise, are buff effects that the constellation casts on you with their skill. How else would this work? If you want the blessing, go and get killed by the constellations who are buffing the apostles. I get it already. I grumbled. The mechanism sounded like it was from a computer game, but what was before me was reality, not a game. And the heretic questioner made that reality clear. If there's an apostle who can use psychological attacks, the number of guests needs to be reduced by a lot. Especially if the apostle's blessing is to recreate one's happy memories. The candle flames flared and lit up the face of the heretic questioner. It was the middle of the night. The three of us were brainstorming together in a dressing room. On the table were the layout of the wedding hall and the guest list. Raviel's dressing room had been transformed into our secret war council chamber. The most fatal poison in the world doesn't cause pain. It makes people happy. There aren't many people who can escape the poison of happiness showered by the evangelist of everlasting happiness. The problem is this. Raviel tapped the guest list with a long finger. The fewer guests we have, the more difficult it will be to deal with. The warhorse of the eternal plains. This apostle can summon 10,000 soldiers. If you increase the guest list, we'll suffer from psychological attacks, but if we reduce the list, we'll be crushed by the gap in numbers. That's true. It's complicated. The two were locked in troubled thoughts. The candles burned. Please leave it to me. I opened my mouth. The two of them looked at me. Do you have a good idea, Death King? Yes. I nodded. Then I explained my strategy. As I continued to speak, Raviel and the heretic questioner's complexions gradually changed. Indeed, Raviel looked at me in wonder. My wife is well connected. If we act as you say, there won't be any problems. Just as I didn't need to exaggerate my admiration for her, Raviel did not hold back in praising me. I felt a little embarrassed. But there is a condition. What is it? Please allow me to wear black as well, Raviel. Raviel closed her lips. In the Empire, only the future head of the family could wear a black outfit on their wedding day. It wasn't a color I could wear as the Duke consort. However, I had to wear black. It's not because I want to be the master of the duchy. Just.
No.
You don't need to make excuses. I know from a previous life that you aren't someone who lusts for power. Raviel shook her head. I only hesitated because of the customs of the Empire. But I won't ignore my wife's wishes because of some traditions. I'll prepare your clothes. Thank you. The three of us made eye contact and nodded. It was just a coincidence. But the moment we moved our heads, the candle on the table flickered. We'd finished all of our preparations. 3. The evening approached. The Empire's top nobles began to enter the wedding hall. The wedding was announced and prepared in a month. It was happening extremely quickly, but no aristocrat had the guts to refuse an invitation to an Ivantia's wedding. No matter how much they cursed Raviel internally, they had to smile on the outside. Authority was a powerful gangster. The layout of the hall is strange. Even the cowed nobles had to tilt their heads when they entered the wedding hall. They could understand why the ceremony was being held outdoors and not inside a church. It would be difficult for a union between a noble and a commoner to be blessed. However, why are the fighters grouped in one spot? The Grand Chamberlain, my adoptive father, entered the groom's dressing room. Furthermore, this arrangement, excuse me, but it looks like you're expecting a battle. People who can fight are in the front, and ordinary nobles are in the back. I don't know what you mean, I replied naturally, surrounded and dressed by the attendants. The old gentleman's smile was swept away. It seems that you've cast the dregs who will be bothersome in battle in the rear and placed the useful ones up front. Please excuse my disrespect. My husband must have a reason for everything. You're also wearing a sword on your waist. Yes, I always enjoyed practicing and training in the martial arts. Should the person who will become the moon of Ivantia seem weak, and there might be a riot at the wedding, I have to be prepared. Indeed, you need to be prepared for the unexpected. The old gentleman smiled bitterly. I understand. Then, I shall tell my colleagues to be prepared for an unknown situation. just in case. Alright, this is probably why Her Excellency chose me as her wife's adoptive father. The old man bid me farewell and left the dressing room. He was probably going to go tell his followers in the special operatives to prepare for battle. This too was our desired response. The more people who can stay calm when something unexpected happens, the better. Raviel was already mobilizing people behind the scenes. The riffraff who are dissatisfied with this union will launch a terrorist attack. Fake rumors like those were being disseminated. No one would believe it, but aristocrats were very mental beings. Just planting the idea of being alert would have a strong effect. Kaya! The effects were shown sooner than I expected. They've come. I dismissed the attendants and hurried out of the dressing room. Simultaneously, voices that probably only the heretic questioner and I could hear in the world reverberated. The apostle of the ox that harvests ruins has manifested. The apostle of the war horse of the eternal plains has manifested. The apostle of the evangelist of everlasting happiness has manifested. The same sunset I saw the previous day materialized. The sky cracked like a window, and 3 apostles appeared through the rift. My God! Good Lord, what is? The guests staggered to their feet. Like last time, they were shocked, but a closer look revealed that their postures had changed. The warriors instinctively huddled and grabbed the hilts of their swords, and the nobles who did not know how to fight glanced around, looking for a path of escape. An heretic questioner. Above all, my own behavior had changed. Yes, Death King, replied the heretic questioner, who had been waiting in front of the dressing room. From now on, I will ride on Death King's back. Okay. Sacred technique, divine transmission. The moment I first realized the heretic questioner was a psycho was when the Devil King of Fall Rain and the Guardian Goddess divided us with a test. The heretic questioner used sacred techniques then. Its effect is teleportation. Huh? Our destination was the red expanse of the sky. What? The apostle with the hammer. We were right behind the lady of the golden silk. The golden silk looked at me in bewilderment. Clank! The holy sword I wielded and her hammer clashed. The gravity of the tall sky was crushing down on me. I cried, feeling my body plummeting down. One more time. Ah! Yes. Sacred technique. Divine transmission. The heretic questioner shouted back like he was enjoying himself. The next moment, we once again appeared behind the golden silk's back. I struck my sword against her open back. Ugh! The golden silk managed to stop my attack again. However, 2 unexpected ambushes were deadly. Her stance faltered. Whoosh! She had originally intended to simply descend from the sky, but with her broken stance, she began to fall. I don't know what kind of trick you're pulling, but it's no use. The golden silk shouted. The wind pressure from the fall messed up her golden hair. My body is invincible. Nothing can hurt me now. I am invincible. The ox that harvests ruins gave me a body that can never be scarred. Did you give up your soul because you didn't want to get hurt? What do you care? The golden silk yelled angrily. Everyone only sees Raviel Ivantia. That annoying bitch. She was just born into a good family. And then she acts tough like she understands all the sorrows of the world. I'll kill her. I'll steal everything that bitch has. A filthy and disgusting desire. But I didn't laugh at the golden silk. No matter how much one dressed it up, it was plain desire that guided human beings. I knew because I had been the same. But I know many people in the world who are worse off than you, Lady of the Barony. Thus I had words that I could shout back. I gripped the hilt of the holy sword more tightly. A person knows the pain he's suffered. So when another screams in pain, he can imagine how lonely it feels and sympathize. It doesn't matter who you are. I feel for everyone who screams in pain. Ha! Don't bullsh** me. Who would live that kind of life? The golden silk mocked me. The wind grew stronger. Falling through the sky, she stared me down. You can't hurt me anyway. My body is unyielding, unbreakable, and immortal. That was right. If she was someone who could change with just words, she would have already changed. Words were powerless. You needed force to help someone who was screaming. That was why the doctrine of shadows held their swords. Shiny. Shiny responds to the warrior's call. Change from the idle sword to the compassion sword. As soon as I gave the order. Yes, warrior. Black energy flowed from the holy sword. Gulp. The holy blade was soon contaminated with blackness that was like dirty water. My opponent's abilities were powerful but simple. She bears one of Musha's blessings. The invulnerable body. She cannot be wounded. But I had a way to break her. My ability is pain. The sword that I got in Master's world. The one who is cut by me feels pain. But I do not leave a scar on their body nor kill them. Suffering without injury is my ability. The second ability of the guardian goddess. It was compassion. Sylvia Evenale. I cried out the real name of the golden silk and swung the sword. I will kill you. Ha! The golden silk scoffed. She seemed to have no intention to avoid my blow. Her face was daring me to stab her somewhere. She had confidence in the blessing she had received. This absolute confidence was holding her up. If you want to kill me, try. The golden silk couldn't finish her sentence. Instead, she began to scream. Iowa! The tip of my sword pierced through her heart. It left no scars. The blade simply went through the golden silk's chest as if there was nothing there. There was no blood. KKGH. Ha-ek. But there was pain. Ayak. Aya. A bloody scream tore the red sky. Falling like a shooting star, the golden silk cried in pain. Her voice spread past the wind and into the sunset. Heretic questioner. We were falling from the sky. The ground was rapidly approaching. I stabbed the golden silk's heart one more time. And just before we fell to the ground. Now! Sacred technique. Divine transmission. The heretic questioner yelled like he had been waiting. He repeated the sacred technique several times. Pop! Pop! With each teleportation, the speed of our fall gradually decreased. Finally, we landed safely on the ground. We escaped from crashing. However, the golden silk could not escape. Boom! The ground shook as if a small meteorite had crashed. Dust rose up. Unlike last time, the golden silk's descent became a plunge. Nobody had been hurt by her hammer. Hick, hike, kook. This, There was only an apostle who convulsed in pain from a pierced heart. I fixed my grip on the sword. Does it hurt? Then, I slowly walked to the golden silk. I guess it must. Hearing my footsteps, the golden silk flinched. Sobbing and groaning, the golden silk shakingly stood up. Help! The golden silk didn't hear me. She only begged for rescue. Toward the evening sky. Toward the puppets of the other constellations. We had an agreement. It was a contract. Musha won't forgive you if you just watch. Your constellation will be unhappy. 2. The general on the Pegasus opened his mouth. That's strange. Constellation, no it's not. Is it a fragment of a constellation? I can't guess where you found such an artifact. But, the general slowly raised his flag. It doesn't change that you are a disturbance I must subdue. Soldiers of the warhorse. Awaken. Then the summons made themselves known. Guo! Hundreds and thousands of ghosts appeared. In the light of the red sunset, the ghosts looked like murderers covered in blood. Shocked screams erupted throughout the wedding venue. The other's ability was prodigious. The sanctuary battlefield is an area of effect blessing. It influences the whole field. The effect is amazing. Affixes the summoned being's ability to its prime. Each of those ghosts is an elite among elite soldier. They are the souls of the warriors who followed Mayhos. But I had a way to defeat it. Gongja, said Raviel, coming up behind me. When I looked back, Raviel was holding something in her hands. Wear this. It was a black cape. Raviel put the cape around me like a scarf. Soon, my white tuxedo was hidden under the black cape. And on the black expanse, the Ivantia coat of arms was embroidered with silver thread. Meanwhile, the ghostly army drew nearer and nearer. Die Duchess Ivantia. The wedding guests who doubled as warriors looked at Raviel in confusion. Compared to last time, they were better equipped and protected, but the march of the ghosts was horrifying. What should we do? Give us an order. Shut up for now. Raviel responded to them briefly and finished equipping me with the cape. Her attitude showed that she wasn't worried about the ghostly legion. She looked at my outfit and nodded. The cape also suits you well. Thank you for granting my request. Still, I have to do this. I understand. Finish it the way you want. I will. I smiled and turned around. A huge number of ghosts were running at us. The sanctuary battlefield is an area of effect blessing. It affixes the summoned being's abilities to its prime. It influences the whole field. I slowly lifted the black sword. Then I spoke. 100 ghosts reincarnation. The shadow under my feet spread like twilight. Your skill is being activated. Evening. The sky was red from the sunset, and the horizon was darkened by shadows. What? The general who spearheaded the charge on his Pegasus stopped. The ghosts following him also stopped. The attack that had so confidently tried to overwhelm us was blocked by a shadow that buried the ground. My lord! One of the shadows opened her mouth. Did you call me? Preta knelt on one knee. Her appearance was different from usual. She wasn't in the delicate form of Estelle. A dark red substance endlessly oozed from Preta's body. This form was that of the Devil King of Fall Rain, whom I had once fought. It affixes the summoned being's abilities to its prime. It wasn't just Preta. Behind her stood warriors in dark robes. Each had a different face, origin, and life, but they were united under the color black. We greet the infernal heavens, young master. They were those who proved my life. In the black cloak, I said, please fight for me. The cult members who followed the doctrine of shadows bowed at once. We accept young master's orders. The moment had come to start the war. Chapter 116. Black Wedding. 2. 4. Shadows coated the ground. Each shadow wore a fluttering black robe. The shadows weren't surprised at all by the army of phantoms that stood a distance away. After all, they had lived in a world overrun by Jiangshi and experienced death. It was impossible for them to fear ghosts. You look very fine today, young master, the flame ghost demon said in a carefree tone. He was the first-ranked of the demonic sect's 4 demon lords, a cultist who competed against the Shaolin Temple's chief monk in the great battle of good and evil. You've even put powder on your face, just like a groom-to-be. I nodded. That's right. I'm getting married. What? 1,000 cult members turned their heads in unison. They were martial artists who had regained the abilities of their prime. Everyone must have been listening to me by augmenting their hearing with their internal energy. So that they could all hear me, I enunciated my words. I am getting married today. Silence fell. The cult members looked at each other. Then they looked back at me. They were trying to poke and see if I was serious or just joking. I responded to their query with a simple nod. Why, young master is... The flame ghost demon opened his mouth. Young master is going to wed. The demonic cultists freaked. Our young master is tying the knot. The greatest follower of the demonic path is getting married. It's not just an engagement. It's an actual marriage. The cult members forgot about the ghost legion in front of them and began to rampage. They howled and roared. It was like they urgently had to announce my marriage to the world. Who is your partner? She's over there. I politely indicated toward Raviel with both hands. The one over there with silver hair will be my husband. Raviel was calming the imperial citizens who had fallen into confusion. As always, her profile was cool and dashing. The jaws of the cult members who followed my hand gesture and turned their heads fell to the ground. She's beautiful. Lovely indeed. Our young master has good tastes. Young master, what level of internal energy has Madame achieved? Someone asked about her skill in martial arts, thinking she might not be strong. My husband doesn't know martial arts. The cult member's eyes opened wide. Whispers of discontent quickly spread through the hall. The cultist's eyes rebelled, unable to accept this marriage. But she's the person who will accompany you in the demonic path. Isn't it kind of, if she doesn't know any martial arts? Authority always comes from physical strength. The Blood Guard cannot accept this union. I added, I forgot to tell you, my partner is second only to the Emperor in this land. Then the cultists quieted. That's a different story then. It's not like people have to learn martial arts, right? Yup. Authority comes from political strength. Congratulations on your wedding, young master. These people were very innocent in many ways. However, not all of those present were part of the demonic cult. Preta, who was once called the Devil King of Fall Rain and feared by the world, had been dumbfounded as soon as I shared that I was getting married. My lord is getting married? Yeah, it turned out like that. It doesn't make sense. A nut job like my lord.
No, I apologiza.
Does a human who wants to marry such a unique person as my lord actually exist? Preta, you keep saying my lord this, my lord that, when on the inside you think of me as a nut job. I sighed as another scar was added to my heart. She really exists, yes. We can talk in more detail at the reception. For now, focus on the battle. Yes. I understand, my lord. What kind of enemy is it? They're apostles from other worlds who have come to conquer this one. Then I added, they're also trying to wreck my wedding. As soon as the words left my mouth, the cultist's mood changed.
Ojo.
The blood demon, head of the Blood Guard, touched the hilt of his sword. The head of the memorial squadron, the flame ghost demon, smirked. They dare interrupt the wedding of the demonic sect's young master. Demon Lord Woliong, leader of the Shadow Corps squadron, brushed back his hair. They're mad. The sword demon, leader of the assassination squad, twisted his neck up and down, left and right. Lastly, Preta pulled out her sword without a word. It was a magical sword that emitted dark red rays, the same sword that had killed me hundreds of times. I see. I understand now. I thought that my lord underwent another awakening that helped us gain the strength we had in our lives. But that's not it. It's a constellation's blessing. Those men are the pawns of a constellation. That's right. May I ask what constellations these children are mooching off of? Mahos, also known as the warhorse of the eternal plains. The tip of Preta's mouth twisted. They're idiots who only know how to fight. Her derision was reminiscent of the arrogance she had before she fell to me. The enemy numbered 10,000. We were only 1,000. However, the cult members chatted and readied their blades, and Preta slowly raised her sword. Our side had the advantage. Nobody thought otherwise. None of us. My lord, please give us our orders. What do you want me to do? I gave the order. Wipe them out. Preta raised her demonic sword high. As you wish. First guard. A ray that was even redder than blood split the already red sky. Guo! Power and dignity filled Preta's strike, for she would allow nothing else. The ghosts who were caught in the red ray screamed and ceased to exist. Even the general who led the Ghost Legion was nearly beaten. What this is? No, it doesn't make sense. A constellation? He's not a constellation himself, but he had one as a subordinate, while the general looked at me in astonishment. Beat him up. The demonic sect members burst into a wild roar. They're small fry. You don't even have to say our sect's chant. You plebs think you can interfere with a marriage of the demonic sect? The necks we snap today are our wedding gifts for the young master. Understand? Anyone who kills less than 5 will die by my hands today. Kuhaha. The assassination squad will get at least 10 each. This is why unlearned idiots are. Some raged, some howled, and some clicked their tongues. The legion of ghosts was still far away, but the distance meant nothing. 1,000 shadows utilized the lightness skill to stride forward at once. Stop them, the general shouted, flustered. The Ghost Legion definitely comprised elite soldiers. The ghosts lifted their shields and formed ranks at once, not having a single gap between them. With their spears raised up, they looked like a giant porcupine. But, fools! Preda, the specter of fall rain, laughed at them. The cannon fodder made themselves into targets. A red ray ripped through the sky again. Ba ba bang! The tightly packed Ghost Legion was easily swept away. A gaping hole was poked in their formation. Other ghosts hurriedly tried to fill the gap. Kahaha! However, the cult members, with their honed fighting instincts, would never neglect an opening. Tear them apart! The cultists rushed in like beasts. The army of shadows and the army of ghosts clashed. Chwack! Chwack! The cultists spread their chi and slaughtered the ghosts. Unlike the battle of good and evil, they didn't bother shouting their rallying cry of Baraya. No one mentioned why, but I could guess the reason. This wasn't a duel. It wasn't a great war. It was simply a hunt. The cultists saw the Ghost Legion as mere beasts and slayed them. Kaigik! The Ghost Legion couldn't refute their arrogant view. The Legion's ranks were destroyed by the cultists' swords. Their shields and their spears fell apart. The cultists stabbed their swords through the cracks of the broken shields and grabbed the other end of the spears to pierce the ghosts. It was a massacre. Units, regroup. The general raised his flag and yelled urgently. Warriors, do not panic. There is no hurry. Heed your unit leader's commands. Oi! Plop! Someone nimbly jumped on top of the general's flag. Hiya! Sword Demon. He was the first-ranked man among the 4 demon lords and the one with the foulest mouth. The Sword Demon's face was covered in the shade, his back against the evening sunset. Bruh, you're messing with our young master's wedding? You bastard. Just drop dead. Weapons flashed. 1 blow. 2. 3. 3 strikes intertwined like a spider web. The first blow cut the general's right arm, the second cut his chest, and the third shredded the flag. Sekoff, the apostle of the military god, spat out blood. That only lasted a moment. The Sword Demon made a final strike to the throat, from which the general vomited blood. The man's scream was cut short as his head flew off. Oof! The Sword Demon jumped up the flagpole. He caught the general's head as it soared through the air. Ego! I can't drop this precious thing. Kaha! You see that, brats? I'm the Sword Demon, head of the assassination squad. Our squad takes the cake when it comes to the wedding gifts for our young master. Damn it! Why did that blockhead? All over the battlefield, there were quiet exclaims of, damn. Did the 4 demon lords feel some weird competitive spirit? The other cultists looked sour, saying that the Sword Demon stole a good prize. The apostle of the Warhorse of the Eternal Plains has died. Sir R.K. The general's head, which the Sword Demon had taken, turned into light and disappeared. And that wasn't all. His beheaded body and the ghosts that followed the general disappeared like dust in an instant. The whole legion disappeared. Huh? Who? The Sword Demon was bewildered. He looked at his right hand, which had suddenly become empty. After a moment, he looked blankly at me. Ooh. It's the thought that counts, right? Young master. I smirked. It's all right. I'll cut you a break. It was then. Lu.
La.
The apostles of the evangelist of everlasting happiness, who still remained, began to sing. Lu.
La.
The children held hands and danced circles in the air. With every step in the sunset, more melody filled the sky. The cultists frowned. Some tried to hurriedly fight the song with their chi, but they failed. When the apostle of the Warhorse of the Eternal Plains died, the area-wide effect also ended. Preda also moaned dejectedly. The black substance that covered her body soon drained away. Preda clicked her tongue and looked at the Sword Demon. That's stupid. He's on our side, but he's no help.
I'm sorry, my lord.
If I was in my prime, I could fight against a psychological attack like this weak. Fight it. Preda's voice became slower as she went on because she had fallen asleep. Preda's body swayed. It wasn't just her. The cultists who ran madly through the battlefield a little while ago collapsed one by one. The wedding guests under Raviel's command were the same. Humans were helpless to the lullaby sung by the apostles of dreams. Please wait, Death King. The heretic questioner made some hand signs. I'll create a field of immunity. No need. I caught the heretic questioner's hands to stop him. The heretic questioner tilted his head. Death King? If we stay like this, even we'll fall to the apostles' song. Maybe so, but if I'm right, Raviel, you and I will be fine. Though I don't know about the others. The heretic questioner smiled and dropped his hands. Got it. If Death King says so, you must have a reason. The sunset reached its apex. Lu.
La, Lulu.
Lu. The sunset glowed red and shined on the children. Their shadows extended to the horizon. The shadows on the ground came closer and farther, smaller and larger, again and again. It's a psychological attack. Those who are exposed to the song are forcibly pushed into their happiest memory. The wedding hall became quiet. The cultists sat on the ground, sleeping as they leaned on each other's shoulders. Some wedding guests were even lying down and sleeping. Was everyone trapped in their own happiness? However, 3 people could still speak. You were right. The heretic questioner stroked his chin like he found it all interesting. He looked back and forth at Raviel and me. The 3 of us are fine, just like Death King said. I do feel a little drowsy, but my body's condition is normal. Aha! What kind of magic did you use this time, Death King? There were others apart from the heretic questioner who were curious about the situation. The apostles of dreams slowly stopped their dance. The children tilted their heads and looked down at me. You're a weird human. He won't fall asleep. Don't you dream? You don't have any happy memories? I shook my head.
No.
I slowly looked around the wedding hall. It's not like that. There, Preta was breathing quietly as she slept. Cultists dozed off, leaning back to back. A life that I took and lives that were evidence of my master. I had many reasons to be unhappy. Countless reasons. I had been burned to death, killed myself thousands of times, and witnessed my colleagues killing each other out of suspicion. There were even times when I had to die a dozen deaths just to take one step forward. A corpse had ripped out my throat, and I had to let go of someone who called me beautiful. Nobody would blame me if I said my life was a tragedy. I'm the happiest right now, but the person I loved was here. One reason to be happy was more precious to me than hundreds of reasons to be sad. I don't know if you know, but today is my wedding day. I don't know about any other day, but for today, it'll be hard to find someone happier than I am. You just chose the wrong date to invade this world. I shrugged. As for the heretic questioner, well, either he's never felt happiness or he's simply happy every day. Ah, indeed, that must be it. I'm definitely happy all the time. You've seen right through me, Death King. The heretic questioner laughed and whispered, Sacred technique, divine transmission. The next moment we were transported to the apostles' back. Unlike the other apostles, the apostles of the Evangelist of Everlasting Happiness had no skill in fighting. The apostles in the form of children did not fight back when they saw us. They just stared up at my face. You're a weird human. Mindset, I swung my sword. The apostle of the Evangelist of Everlasting Happiness has died. Then we returned to the ground with the sacred technique. We had subjugated all of the foreign beings who had invaded this world. Actually, not yet. I fixed my grip on the holy sword and looked back. An apostle with a large hammer stood in the distance. As her eyes met mine, she cowered back. Sobi, ah. I slowly opened my mouth. This is your last chance to fight me. It's your last chance to counter me and your last chance to resist. I will kill you and reap your soul.
Up?
You don't need to understand now. You'll know soon enough. I pointed my sword at the apostle of the hammer. I called her true name. Come at me, Sylvia Evenale. The golden silk's shoulders trembled. Chapter 117. Black Wedding. 3. Lord Ox that harvests ruins. The golden silk prayed desperately. Anu, please give me a new blessing. Human beings are limited when they are cornered. A person's mind and thinking rapidly become constricted. So humans can escape or they can cling to someone. The golden silk was no different. In return, that's right. In return, I will dedicate my being to you. No, I will wreck this world, just as you desire. Ruins, wreckage, destruction. Musha loves these things, right? I'm good at it. Things like that.
Top.
I took a step forward. Hike. The golden silk became more frantic when she heard my footsteps. She backpedaled. As she jumped back, she looked up at the bright red sky as if salvation would come for her even now. I am good at it. Lord Musha. If it's just smashing things, I'm really... But there was no response. This is... Prayer quickly soured to resentment. This is a breach of our contract. I stepped closer. You gave me the power to forge a new destiny. But why? Why is there some weird, crazy bitch in my body? Give it back. Give me back my body. Ah, you're wrong. The heretic questioner said happily. If you're talking about me, I'm sorry, but I'm physically male. So, your words are wrong. You need to say I'm a crazy bastard, not a crazy bitch, to be precise. Well, to speak more properly, you should say I am a crazy person. Healthy words are the root of a healthy mind. Miss Evenale. Bastard. The lady of the golden silk. No, Sylvia Evenale yelled. This is wrong. Yeah, it's wrong. It's a breach of contract. I was going to be an empress. I was going to rise to a better position than Raviel Ivansha. That's what was supposed to happen. That's my fate. The fate that I made. So you're breaking the contract. One more step. Ugh. Only then did Sylvia Evenale turn her eyes from the sky. I was too close for her to keep ignoring me. You monster. Sylvia Evenale swung her hammer. Clank. The hammer and the holy sword clashed. Sylvia Evenale smashed down the hammer without hesitation. I easily stepped away and countered. As we continued to fight, Sylvia Evenale became increasingly impatient. An impatient mind was easy to break. I had been aiming for the opening created by Sylvia Evenale's large swing. I cut through her wrist. Iowa! Of course, there were no wounds. No bloodstains, not even a speck. There was no red color that testified to her pain. But Sylvia Evenale screamed like she was being torn apart. She lost her grip on the hammer. Thump! The hammer fell to the ground with a heavy thud. Ouch! I met Sylvia Evenale's eyes. The dust from the hammer's impact rose up to our knees. Choose. Choose? You've already lost your place in this world. Even if you run away like this, you're no longer the lady of the golden silk. You're nothing more than a constellation's apostle. I'll give you an opportunity. Sylvia Evenale held her wrist and glared at me. If you want to remain as a servant of the constellation, do whatever you want. Run away. I'll let you go. But if you have any lingering attachments to this world, if you want to stay here and do something else, give up your constellation's blessing. Why would I? And die by my sword. Pointed my sword at her. You must have seen the battle just now. I can summon those who die by my hand with all their memories from life. Sylvia Evenale. If you surrender, I will summon you in this world, so you can once again live as the Lady of the Golden Silk. Of course, your life won't be the same as before. Any acts against my lover, Raviel Ivansha, are forbidden. But that's all. The rest you can do as you wish. You can choose to marry the prince and live as you please. Why? Because you need to live again. The sky was now mixing purple into the red. In the Empire, weddings lasted from the moment the sky turned orange to the moment the sun disappeared. I guessed that we had less than 30 minutes left. How can I trust you? What if you treat me like a slave after summoning me? I won't be able to rebel or resist. Think about it. I looked at Sylvia Evenale. Why were the bodies of you and your butler chosen to be possessed? You gave everything to a constellation to make your wish come true. Your memory, your body, everything was given to your constellation. That's why there was a gap in this world where your place should have been. Anybody could have taken her place. That was probably how the corner librarian had the heretic questioner and me possess these bodies. It's understandable why your spot was left empty. However, have you ever thought about why your butler's space was 2? Sylvia Evenale raised her eyes sharply. I don't know the details, but I became the butler once. I was completely immersed in his life. What I realized then was that this man was purely and ardently devoted to you, Sylvia Evenale. With that, I could infer what had happened. I guarantee that you would never have been happy, even if you were the Empress. What? You said so earlier. You don't want to be the Empress because you love the prince, but because you want to be better than Raviel. Do you think your life would go smoothly if you became the Empress that way? I shook my head. You're quite capable, but not as much as Raviel. Your family doesn't have the power and dignity of the Ivanches. You don't have Raviel's ability to lead and command a crowd. After you become Empress, people will never stop comparing you to Raviel and putting you down. For the rest of your life, let's say this. Say that there was a butler. The butler watched his master suffer for her entire life. The butler I know is a man who is willing to give up everything to save you. The butler would have thought, the Lady of the Golden Silk would have been happy if only she hadn't been the Empress. This is what I believe. My butler regressed?
No.
The butler wasn't a regressor. You made a wish for yourself, but that wasn't what the butler did. He made a wish for your sake. He didn't want to redo his life. He only wanted you to go back. What do you mean? Do you remember your butler's name? Huh? Sylvia Evenale frowned. Of course. My butler's name is... However. Huh? Sylvia Evenale couldn't say his name. Her eyebrows furrowed even more. After a while, her frown dropped a bit. Sylvia Evenale's gaze drifted into the air. Flustered. Wait. This can't be. I calmly watched Sylvia Evenale. That was right. In this world, the butler had never been called by name. Not even Sylvia Evenale called him by his name. He was her one and only butler and childhood friend. But she only called him Butler. There was no need to call him that when they were alone in her quarters. Butler da. Raviel Ivantia also never called the butler by name. All the information in the Empire was within her grasp, so she couldn't be unaware of someone so close to the Lady of the Golden Silk. Butler da. The one whom I possessed. The barony's servant had his name erased from this world, because he really dedicated everything to a constellation. I also didn't know his name, despite becoming completely immersed in his role. I couldn't remember or recall it at all. Sylvia Evenale's expression crumbled. Then what? Just like a sturdy tower crumbling from the top. Are you saying that the butler is gone? Yes. Most likely. This world had regressed 3 times. First, Sylvia Evenale wished to a constellation to return to her past. The constellation who granted her wish was the ox that harvests ruins. The constellation who governed destruction and recreation granted Sylvia Evenale another life. Sylvia Evenale beat Raviel in becoming the Empress. Then, the butler made a wish to another constellation. The constellation who granted his wish. I'm not sure who it was. The butler devoted all of himself to the Golden Silk, and as a result, the world returned to its former state, to the time before the Lady of the Golden Silk married the Crown Prince, to the past when nothing had been decided yet. Finally, Raviel caused a regression. The constellation who granted her wish was a fragment of the guardian goddess. Because of this regression, the world was trapped in 10 days, looping forever. And it finally caught up to now. We can't learn the butler's name. Ever. What was the butler thinking as he served you his whole life? What was he thinking when he prayed for you to return, sacrificing his everything? We can never know, because he's gone. But the butler would have wanted you to live a different life, and that was why I want to grant the butler's wish. Sylvia Evenale. In a time you don't know, someone whose name you don't know sacrificed himself for you. He loved you more than anyone and wanted to stay with you more than anyone. But he gave up everything. That was the way in which a nameless butler loved her. Live again. It wasn't too late yet. Live again like he wanted you to. Sylvia Evenale said nothing. Her hands trembled. She opened her mouth and closed it again, not saying a word. Her vocal cords were shaking. A life was twitching. Cursed life. How cruel was it that nonetheless, someone still wanted her to live. Sylvia Evenale slowly lowered her head. She no longer had the strength to face forward. Slowly, light began to escape from her whole body. She was renouncing the constellation's blessing. All right. I lifted my sword high. I cleared off the sword of compassion and called forth the sword of idols again. The scorching red sunset. The shadow of my sword on the ground was long. The shadow sword swung. The apostle of the ox that harvests ruins has died. The sun went down. All of the other world's apostles had been subjugated. The beings that threatened this world disappeared. Stage cleared. A voice rang out, announcing the news. It was likely that in this place only the heretic questioner and I could hear it. Today, the 25th floor stage has been cleared. It was the voice of the tower, announcing to everyone again. Today, the 25th floor stage has been cleared. Calculating challengers. Calculation complete. The 3 challengers are being announced. People started to open their eyes. Prianta, the demonic cult members, the wedding guests. One by one, the people who had been caught in a dream by the apostle's song woke up. Ah! What the hell? Words floated above them all. Plus, level of contribution rank. Rank 1, Death King. Rank 2, Heretic Questioner. Rank 3, Not Applicable. Plus. I looked at the text silently. 2 people had entered this stage. The corner librarian had only sent in the Heretic Questioner and me. However, the tower stated that there had been 3 challengers. Not applicable. The name of the 3rd challenger, who shouldn't have existed, did not appear. I stared up into the sky for a while. Raviel came to my side and held my hand. Our shoulders leaned against each other. Then Raviel slowly looked around at our guests. My wife will be the Duke Consort of Ivantia. The guests who just woke up from their dreams blankly looked at Raviel and me. Is there anyone who is against this marriage? No one could open their mouths. Some may have been unhappy with it. Surely there were people who wanted to object. But that possibility was left in the past. The existence of alien worlds itself was awe-inspiring, and the guests had witnessed me defeating these alien beings. The guests silently submitted to Raviel's words. Good. The person who had aimed for that and set today as our wedding day. Raviel, my bride, nodded deeply. I pronounce my marriage to this man complete. Chapter 118. Black Wedding. 4. 5. Stage cleared. It meant that this world, the tale of Sormwin Academy, had officially become a part of our tower. Hunters could now come and go from this world. However, they of course could not enter freely. They needed to be judged by the great guilds. For example, a regular hunter needed a permit to enter the Ejim Empire. What I mean is, pop. Shortly after the stage clearing was announced, a white light flashed. Pop. Pop. Light burst from all over the wedding hall. It was the sight of hunters being transported to the floor. Death King. No, Kim Gongja. You. As the lights faded, I saw some familiar faces. How could you get married without consulting us? Some people could travel between floors without a permit. For example, the heads of the great guilds. One of them, the rank 2 Hunter Black Dragon Master, was flushed red. I'm against this wedding. Death King is a hunter representing our tower. Obviously, the wedding should be held on the 1st floor of our tower, the city of Babylon, not here. We have to broadcast it all over the world. It's invalid. This wedding totally doesn't count. The Black Dragon Master wasn't the only one with something to say. Ahem. Shem. Death King. The rank 1 hunter. The Sword Saint cleared his throat. First of all, congratulations on clearing the stage. Truthfully, it was an extremely fast-paced romance. No, I know it's rude to talk about this here, but as an old man, I'd like to say one thing. Don't. The sword saint closed his mouth. These days, he seemed to be recovering from his boomer mindset. There was an uproar while you were challenging this stage. Why in the world did you two fall in love? Despite everything, Death King, I stood firmly on your side. Only those who have experienced love at first sight can understand. You needn't worry. I understand. Trust me. I'll placate the Black Dragon Master. Then, for some reason, the Crusader gruffly put her nose in the air. Her glance seemed to imply, I understand everything about your love. I didn't know what she meant. I turned to Raviel. Raviel was expressionless. At first glance, that is, I could understand her seemingly expressionless look because I loved her. Raviel was watching the Black Dragon Master and company with great interest. Her red eyes were overflowing with curiosity. Gongja, my love. Yes, my love? There seems to be a lot of people you need to introduce to me. Yeah. It was a little late, but it was time for her to meet my family. 6. I did think about having her meet everyone before the marriage, but the culture here was different. In the Empire, it was common for families to be formally introduced to each other after their union. Isn't it natural? Raviel tilted her head. Many family members live far away from the main residence. The wedding ceremony is what invites and gathers them together. On the night after the wedding ceremony, the families of the bride and groom finally greet each other. Oh, that's certainly true. I was immediately convinced. Well, yeah. Marriage was also a union between families. Hunters like us, who fled from the outside world, can't really talk about family, but the Empire was different. There was a greater importance on the family than on the individual. And this wedding ceremony didn't just symbolize a union of families, a marriage of nations. No, it was a marriage of worlds. Representing the Empire was Raviel. Representing the tower was me, since it was our marriage. Ho ho! The Grand Chamberlain, my adoptive father, maintained his wry smile. I never imagined such an occasion. I've already sent so many messenger birds to the Emperor today. I don't know what to tell him now. Yes, this was unexpected for us as well, said the Black Dragon Master. She was extremely calm, as if she hadn't been agitated a few moments ago. The powerful people of the Empire and the tower sat side by side at a table, guarded against each other but both taken aback. But rather than a misfortune, it was a stroke of luck. Lord Chamberlain, it is fortunate that our first meeting with you is during a wedding. Then, they leaped over the wariness and embarrassment and continued to talk. You're saying that your people come from another world, correct? It's a strange affair that is difficult enough to explain to His Majesty, let alone his subjects. Yes, you're right. I understand well your empire's situation. The Black Dragon Master nodded. She seemed familiar with acting in a diplomatic capacity. She knew well how to walk the line between competency and politeness. However, Lord Chamberlain must have seen the invasion of beings from other worlds. If a person denies the truth, then one day the truth will deny the person. I am concerned about that future. You speak truly. Thank you. Lord Chamberlain, what we must do from now is to reach a common understanding. For 5 years, 10, 20, or perhaps even more, both sides spoke calmly. Raviel had control over the Empire's people, and I had the complete trust of the tower's top rankers. Our marriage was of great fortune for both sides. It's normally difficult to physically gather people of power from opposite sides, but the wedding between Raviel and me took care of that arduous task from the get-go. Our negotiations couldn't have had a better start than this. I was sitting in the seats of honor with Raviel. Reaching under the table, I held Raviel's hand. Tightly, Raviel naturally intertwined her fingers with mine. That one gesture made me relax. The night was long. The stars were bright. The candlelight on the table flickered, and between the candles, people spoke. Suddenly, everything was beautiful. Raviel. Speak. A quiet whisper. There are a few others I want to introduce to you. Other than those here? Yes. Then we should go see them. Raviel stood up from her seat. The Empire's people immediately stopped talking. The night is still long. Continue speaking with the others. I'm briefly leaving to meet my wife's people. No one could stop Raviel from leaving, as expected of the Duchess of Ivantia. If going when one wanted was proof of one's power, then my husband had unparalleled power here. I took Raviel to where the demonic cult members were sitting. Oh, young master, you're a newlywed now. The sword demon raised his glass and laughed gleefully. All of the cult members were drunk from the alcohol served at the wedding. When they saw me, they tried to stand up to greet us, but I waved my hand. The cultists then bowed in their seated positions. Congratulations! Many blessings to you, young master. The alcohol here tastes unique and delicious. Long live the demonic cult. Phew, you two really look good together. The wedding hall became noisy at once. Couldn't be helped with 1,000 demonic cult members causing a ruckus. I smiled wryly. Sword demon, come here. Yes. The sword demon blinked, still holding a wine glass. He looked dopey, like he didn't expect to be called out by me. The drunk cultists around him howled in laughter. Look at that. I knew he'd get scolded by the young master one day. He forgets to speak politely whenever the young master calls. Fool. Kick his ass, young master. You. The sword demon put down his glass and hesitantly approached us. His brashness from when he beheaded the general of the Ghost Legion had completely disappeared. He shrank in on himself like a child who had done something wrong. Sorry. Young master. I never had much learning, so I don't know how to speak politely very well. But in my mind, I still look up to young master, the sword demon who laid out many excuses. I put my hand on his shoulder. Raviel. Then I said to my bride, this is the sword demon. He's a subordinate of my master. My master was the head of a group called the Demonic Sect. She selected 4 outstanding people from among the cult and called them the 4 demon lords. The sword demon is one of them. Oho! Raviel glanced at the sword demon. The sword demon squirmed. A simple man. Your speech is rough and your attitude is poor. My wife's master must not have judged a person for their speech or attitude. Since she found you from a rough and poor place, you must be someone precious and noble. I am Raviel Ivantia. I am a duchess of the Empire and the spouse of the one you call young master. I hope we'll get along well.
Yes.
Let's get along. I turned my head. Demon Lord Woliong. Come here. Someone stood up from the center of the group. He bowed his head politely. Yes, young master. A strange silence settled over the night air. The small talk that had been happening while they drank had died down. I called each of the 4 demon lords one by one, and each time the demon lord was very polite. Then I called the next person I wanted to introduce. Preta. Yes, my lord. Come here. Yes. Preta, who had been mixed among the cultists, stood up. Perhaps she had been waiting for my summons as she had tidied her outfit. This child's name is Preta, I said. Preta was originally born as a nameless monster. She was a doppelganger. She could imitate whatever she ate. Preta ate beasts such as frogs and snakes at first, but accidentally, she came to eat humans. Then, Preta quietly kept her head down. Sometimes her shoulders would shake a little. The strange silence persisted. In introducing their lives, I also introduced mine. One person told another about his life. Softly, under the night sky, it was a sacred act in itself. And, right, I unfastened the holy sword from my waist holster. This is Shiny. Shiny? Yes, she had a more lofty name at first. She was tricked by a bad man and was sealed into a sword. Her real name, the Guardian Goddess, seemed like a waste, so I just nicknamed her Shiny. Since, she's shiny, very shiny. I see. Raviel laughed a little. My wife's naming sense is rather severe. Merciless. If it were me, I would at least have called her Hui. 1. Shiny swears allegiance to the warrior's partner. Shiny was quick to change loyalties. And you can't see him here, but I have a friend. Bei Hurayong. Raviel, you may never see him. You can't meet him either. My friend's circumstances are a bit peculiar. He can't show himself to others. My partner. His way of speaking is totally vulgar, yeah. It's about 30 times worse than the sword demon. But he's really strong. Incredibly strong. He was the first to teach me the sword, and he taught me to use aura as well. Oh, he's an important person. Bei Hurayong was silent. He was wearing a shabby martial arts uniform. His arms were folded. Instead of running his mouth as usual, Bei Hurayong silently looked at Raviel and me. Without this friend, I don't think I could have endured my time alone. Is that so? Yes. Then, I must express my gratitude to that friend. Raviel bowed her head to the empty space in which she could see nothing. Meeting Gongja made me happy. If this friend hadn't helped Gongja, my happiness would never have come to be. Thank you for everything you've done for Gongja, so he could be here now. Bei Hurayong slowly opened his mouth. Yeah. Please take care of this crazy kid. I spoke for him. If that friend heard Raviel's words, he would have said to take care of me because I'm nuts. You have a wonderful friend. I took a deep breath. Raviel. This is my everything. Everything I love. Everyone who opened and entered the door to my heart. My family. Raviel held my hand firmly. My love. Yes. Let's dance. There was an intense passion in Raviel's eyes. I hesitated. However, when Raviel looked at me like this, wanting to do something with me, I couldn't say no. I've never danced properly before. There must be something of the butler's memories remaining. Please refer to them. What if I accidentally step on your foot? I'll kill myself. Instead of answering, Raviel moved. She bent down and took off her black shoes. A moment later, she stepped barefoot onto the grass and dirt of the lawn. White feet. She only took off her shoes, but she seemed as light as the wind. Come here. I hesitantly took off my white shoes and socks. Raviel immediately took my hand and led me away. 1 step, 2 steps. Raviel stepped on the petals that fell on the lawn on her tiptoes. The white petals of the magnolias and cherry blossoms became whiter with every step. Nobody made a sound. No music flowed. There wasn't even a chandelier like the one that decorated the ballroom. Only moonlight that fell like frost in the flower garden. A ball for just the two of us. See? I smiled as I followed Raviel's steps. I'm a mess. I already stepped on your foot 3 times. Dancing really isn't my thing. Are you going to kill me with shame? It's fine. I just need to step on your feet that many times. As soon as she said so, Raviel stepped on my foot. Her weight smoothly came onto mine. Raviel laughed playfully. Look, we're even. Here was a smile that she only showed to me in this world. My red jewel. My heart. My music. The chandelier of the moon cast our shadows on the ground. Our dance wasn't about stepping on each other's feet. It was about not letting go of our hands until the end, even if we did step on the other's foot. No matter what misfortune happened, we laughed a little and looked at each other's faces. I belonged to Raviel alone. Raviel was mine alone. That was right. We danced. Every spot the moonlight reached was Raviel's and my ballroom. So long as there were 2 of us, any world could be our stage. On this day, we became married. Our next story would begin on a stage a little higher than the last. Chapter 119. Hero. 1. It had been 2 weeks since I introduced my family to Raviel. A lot had happened since then. We met with the Emperor and made several secret treaties between the Empire and the Tower. However, putting aside this turbulent history, I first did what I had to do, because I still had an epilogue to complete. Shiny. Shiny replies, yes, warrior. In Raviel's and my bedroom, a sword rested on the large bed. Eat up. The thing that had once torn away my lover's heart. The sword that locked up this world in an eternal 10-day cycle. The prayer sword. My holy sword spat out white light toward that wicked thing. The guardian goddess absorbs a piece of herself. White light touched the prayer sword. Shake. Immediately, a red aura arose from the prayer sword. The bloody red mist shot out from the blade like it was trying to fight back the white light that threatened to devour it. The prayer sword is horrified. The idol sword tries to persuade her sister. The white light and red fog tussled. However, the mist was a little thicker. As the red was about to overpower the white, another color spilled out of the holy sword. The compassion sword also tries to persuade her sister. Black wastewater. The second fragment of the holy sword that I collected joined the fight. The tables turned. The white light swallowed the mist, as did the black water. The red mist was overtaken in an instant. The prayer sword is shocked by the betrayal of her sisters. The prayer sword says that she cannot serve a master other than Lafanta Ejim. I opened my mouth. Do you know why Lafanta Ejim is killing constellations? The red mist paused. The mist did not have eyes, but I felt like we were facing off as I stared at the mist. There was a cool tension between us. At first, I didn't get it at all. I only understood after my experiences in this world. Those who are called constellations try to invade and take over other worlds and rule those places depending on their personal preferences with no consideration to the natives' opinions. His method was different, but it was the same for the corner librarian. The librarian didn't wish to rule the world but to observe the characters. He designates those who are living their lives as characters. He is curious about their stories. And, like the other constellations, the librarian watches over worlds according to his interests. In a word, it's public harm. It was violence. Lafanta Ejim was once an emperor. He must have thought deeply. Rather than coveting the constellation's powers, I would rather kill them. I think that was his plan. This world probably had a constellation too, but Lafanta Ejim killed them. But your original wielder made a mistake. I drew the tip of the sword. When a constellation dies in a world, another is born. Look at it. On the continent where the guardian goddess was sealed, the devil king of fall rain appeared. In this world, the silver-plated heart arose. Frankly, your master isn't solving problems. He's causing bigger ones. Lafanta Ejim is. If I'm wrong, tell me no. The sword wrapped in the scarlet mist was silent. Maybe I don't have as much experience as your master. Sure, your master may have suffered a great deal, known a lot more than me, and, after much thought and effort, taken on the work of being the constellation killer. But I can tell you something for certain. I spoke sincerely. If you've done something wrong, you need to take responsibility for it until the end. There's a world that was put into an eternal winter because your master deigned to kill a constellation. The people of that world were dishonored as they became moving corpses. Even if Lafanta Ejim acted with noble intentions, that can't be forgiven. Take responsibility. Then, the red mist accumulated in one place. After a while, the mist took on a human shape. A child whose whole body was stained with blood. My name is Prayer. The sword in the form of a red child opened her mouth. My original role is to listen to people's prayers. Lafanta Ejim had made a wish. I will kill all the constellations so that nobody will ever be manipulated by them again. His prayer is noble. It is significant. It is immense. So I entrusted my existence to Lafanta Ejim. What prayer do you have, human? I looked down at the child. To not run away from anything. Then I continued, I won't turn away from what happens before me. I won't make excuses. I'll take responsibility for what I say and do. I won't look over things that are wrong and claim that's just how the world works. As long as I live and my sword can cut. Ah! The red child looked up into the air. The road to hell is always paved with good intentions. All I can do is bless your good intentions and join you in hell. It was a deep lament. My ability is to test. Those whose hearts are pierced by me will be tested on their wishes. Were their wishes sincere? Would they sacrifice everything for their wish? My cursed ability is to make others give up their wishes. The child became a red mist again and dissipated. Our new master. May you prosper in hell for eternity. Sir Arche. The mist was sucked into the holy sword. The existence of the guardian goddess has become more pronounced. Finally, I exhaled the breath I was holding. Whew! With this, I was pretty much done with what I had to do before moving to the next stage. The Empire and the Tower still had much to discuss, but that was in the realm of politics. My wife was more active in this area than I was. Is it over? When I came out of the bedroom, Raviel was waiting at the door. One of her maids was accompanying her. Yes, Raviel. It's all done. No constellations or fragments can bother this world anymore. At least not for a while. 3 apostles allied to attack us, but they failed miserably. Don't worry. Not even fools will invade here after seeing your work. The maid standing next to Raviel made an unpleasant expression. It was natural. The maid who was accompanying Raviel was none other than the Lady of the Golden Silk, one of the invaders. It sounds like you're saying this for me to hear, Your Excellency. Am I mistaken? Muttered the Lady of the Golden Silk. To the others, she was the young lady who was possessed by a cunning devil and attacked this world with a hammer. She was made out to be a victim, not a perpetrator. However, the rumor that she had been possessed by a devil tarnished her honor, so she ended up serving Raviel to cleanse her name for the time being. It must have been painful for the Lady of the Golden Silk, who wanted to marry the prince, to act this way. Well, the Lady of the Golden Silk also seemed to be seriously contemplating marriage now. Your ears are sharp. I did speak for you to hear. Continue regretting your foolishness. Once you've repented enough, I will use my connections with the church to restore your reputation. Until then, keep your mouth shut and work for us. Ugh! The Lady of the Golden Silk, wearing a maid uniform, bit her lip. I felt sorry, but she could never rebel against us. She would immediately disappear if I stopped using the 100 Ghosts reincarnation. This was the ending I reached. Looking at the scene, I slowly opened my mouth. I'm going to the next stage now, Raviel. I guess you must. Raviel's eyes met mine. I would like to follow you to visit another world. But the Empire needs me. Just as I have my work, you have your own. Do as you will, Gongja, and come back to me. If you feel tired and want to be comforted, come back anytime. I'll be here. Yes. But, after thinking a bit, I spoke. The 20th floor of the tower is my land. I want to build a house for the 2 of us there. That is, if you want it, Raviel.
Ojo.
Indeed. Will that become our family home in the future? In a new home, instead of being the Duchess of Ivantia, I can just be your companion. Raviel smiled. She read my mind like it was natural. I'll look forward to it. Raviel took out a handkerchief from her bosom. A silver thread was embroidered over the white cloth. She opened my hand and softly put the handkerchief in it. This is the handkerchief I usually carry with me. My perfume has been placed on it semi-permanently using the power of magic. Perfume? It's that one. Raviel stood on her tiptoes and whispered in my ear. The lily scent I used when you first fell for me. Whenever you try to calm yourself, you touch the hilt of your dagger. It's a horrid habit. Stop it. Instead, whenever you're upset, smell the scent on my handkerchief. Gongja. Staying as you are shouldn't be an unhappy thing. It isn't painful. I wish it wasn't. Your love and memories of me. I want happiness to help you stay yourself. Will you grant my wish? Yes. I swallowed the swelling, choking feeling in my heart. Yes. I promise I will, Raviel. I love you. I love you. My lips met with Raviel's. I hoped this moment would last forever. But soon our shadows parted ways. Transmit, I said. Light covered my sight. 2. When I next blinked, I was already in the Grand Library. I saw the hunters who had been waiting for me, having returned to the library in advance. Come here, Death King. Their representative, the Black Dragon Master, opened her mouth. I could tell that her mood was off as soon as I saw her. Her words may have been friendly, but there was a crease in her eyebrows. Is something wrong? It would be nice if I could tell you nothing was wrong, but the Black Dragon Master sighed. Yeah, something happened. It's quite serious, too. Then again, something was weird here. Only top rankers were around, including the Black Dragon Master. Normally, other hunters like the Alchemist would be around. Wait a moment. Where are the other hunters? They were shooed away because there's something we need to talk about between us. What we say now is of a secretive nature. Well, our conversation will also be broadcast live to the tower, but the Black Dragon Master's voice grew quieter and quieter. Ominously. Just what in the world is going on? Aha! The person who answered was not the Black Dragon Master but the Heretic Questioner. He had taken off the dress he wore on the last stage and was wearing his normal priest garbs. To sum it up quickly, it's like this. Death King, you've been too successful. What? Think about it. In the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon, you showed off your humble and noble side toward your master. Your appreciation of the martial arts and devotion to your sect members made countless hunters' hearts thump. After the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon was cleared, thousands of martial artists from the outside world entered the tower every day for a while. The Crusader took over and said, "Someone spread the live broadcast in the tower to the outside world. Well, we actually allowed it to happen. Death King, your success is fantastic for advertising." There was no reason to refuse. But even so, the Count held her fan. We may have been just a tad bit too easygoing. Too easygoing? I asked. Your character. No. The impact of your status as an icon. What the heck? I looked at my colleagues, unable to understand their logic. Everyone looked so serious. The Heretic Questioner, who was always smiling even in serious situations, responded, 113,654 people. What? That's the number of people who entered our tower yesterday alone. I couldn't understand the Heretic Questioner's words. After a while, I realized that he said, yesterday alone. Yesterday, in just one day? Yes. About that many people enter the tower when there is war outside or a country is destroyed. But no wars have occurred recently except for small-scale, local battles. No country fell either. Even though it was peaceful, the amount of entries to the tower increased. This is a flyer from the outside world. The Count handed me a flyer. My face was painted like a presidential election poster. Below it, the following sentences were written. Plus, the King of Death shall be our king. Head over to Utopia. Plus, I slowly opened my mouth. The King of Death can't be? Of course, it's your title. It's referring to Death King. This sort of flyer is being distributed in countless areas. Just so you don't misunderstand, we're definitely not behind this. People from the outside world are making these on their own. I didn't know how to react. I don't know if you've guessed it from the flyer, but the Crusader smiled wryly. These days, flyers are rarely used for advertisement. You understand, Death King? You only use flyers when you want to reach people who don't use the internet. What do you mean? People who live in areas without good internet access. Poor people in poor countries. Areas of conflict. War zones. A myriad of poor people and refugees are entering the tower. They're flocking to the Tower of Babel, abandoning their countries and citizenship, leaving behind their lives in the outside world. Like we had done, the Crusader said. The venomous snake crossed his arms. Those people, they're wearing black hats and shirts as they enter the tower, saying that they want to enter the demonic sect. To be more precise, they just saw you and came in. It's not just the poor and the refugees, said the Black Dragon Master. People with great assets came in as well. Scientists, sociologists, and professors who come along, saying, I will help create a new society in the tower. Kim Gongja, the masters of the great guilds, looked at me. You didn't just conquer the stages. Not from the outside world's perspective. People everywhere want a hero. The courage to face challenges. Respect for humans. Commitment to love. As it goes, nothing excites people more than a virtuous hero who puts his life at stake. The Black Dragon Master pulled out her smartphone and showed me her screen. You have become our banner. On the screen was the hologram that always floated at the center square in Babylon. Plus, Rank 1, Sword Saint. Rank 2, Death King. Rank 3, Black Dragon Master. Rank 4, Heretic Questioner. Rank 5, Count. Rank 6, Venomous Snake. Rank 7, Babel's Linguist. Rank 8, Kwangyak Messenger. Rank 9, Crusader. Plus, second place in the Hunter rankings. That was the new position the tower put me at. My heart was beating like crazy. Death King. The Black Dragon Master took back her phone and looked straight at me. She was serious. More than ever before. Are you ready to become our king? Chapter 120. Hero. 2. King. The tip of my lips rose up. People instinctively smile when they encounter something unexpected. I looked around. Black Dragon Master, Heretic Questioner, Venomous Snake, Crusader, and Count. I met their eyes one after the other. You're joking, right? Of course, said the Black Dragon Master. I wanted her to continue and say, of course I'm joking, but the words that came from her lips were the complete opposite of my expectations. Of course, we can't make a new monarchy right now. Death King, you may not know this, but we've devoted our heart and soul into the tower's current system. We struggled through many failures and setbacks for this. We're each trying to work the ideals of anarchy in our own ways. The guilds in the tower are actually a kind of combination. That's enough. Talking about that won't help, Death King. The Crusader cut off the Heretic Questioner. The king is a mere symbol. However, symbols have real power. Kim Gongja, you already have real power. 100,000 people entered the tower in one day after seeing your name and believing in your character. Not even the Black Dragon Master has accomplished this before. You're the first. There's no precedent for any hunter having this kind of power. It was only then when I realized the Crusader was more worked up than usual. The Crusader was always calm and poised. The only time she raised her voice was during the 12th floor incident, which nobody remembered now. She had only acted like this when everyone was suspicious of each other and trying to kill each other. But the Crusader was excited now. It wasn't just her. Other than the Heretic Questioner, all of the great guild leaders were strangely heated. They were struggling to keep their excitement in check, but I could see their bare emotions in their gazes. We wouldn't have been able to handle this population boom before. Food had been scarce. But the way we are now, we have enough land and trade routes. It will be difficult, but we can meet the demand for food. Above all, we have experience, said the Count. I'm not bragging, but all of the guild masters here have experienced turmoil. The Crusader is a nomad from a ruined nation. The Black Dragon Master is an orphan from a country ravaged by a civil war. And the Heretic Questioner and the Venomous Snake have been living with mafia and gangs since they were young. I was born in the poorest village in the world. Everyone here is an expert of troubled times. That's right, affirmed the Black Dragon Master. In this world, only we can deal with this crisis. No country, no nation in the outside world can do it. But we've overcome things worse than this. I gulped. I could clearly feel the guildmasters' excitement. They had abandoned the old world and fled to the new world. And though they reached the peak of this new world, the guildmasters hadn't given up on their desire to build a new society. Death King, we can do it. A dream. Let's do what no country in the outside world could do. Somewhere that's a bit better. Let's make a world where the people who were kicked away by the outside world can breathe and live a little. An ideal. We know well what a fallen society is like, so we can make one that won't fall. the crusader who fled from a country in South America. We know what divides people and causes wars, so we can prevent civil wars. The Black Dragon Master, who survived bloody conflicts in the Black Sea. We know what violence is, so we can make use of violence. The heretic questioner, raised by the mafia in Eastern Europe. The venomous snake, who grew up in the triads in central China. We know what it means to be poor, so we can overcome poverty. The Count, who was born in a trashy town in India. Let's show them, Death King, said the Black Dragon Master. Let's show the people that we can create a slightly better world. Then I realized, it was me who had changed the Guildmasters. This never happened in the previous world. In the world where the Flame Emperor was ranked first, the tower was just a tower, a refuge for the hopeless, a paradise for criminals and death row prisoners. I had never seen the Black Dragon Master's sparkling eyes as she talked about a new world. Not in a magazine picture, not in any video interviews. The Black Dragon always had cold eyes, but she changed because of me. My heart pounded. Please, the world that Master dreamed of. Please tell me what I have to do. I could change the world. Sure. Yeah. I thought you would ask that. The Black Dragon Master smiled gently. Her gaze portrayed her faith in me. Continue acting as you are. That's the most important thing. Getting used to politics is something we can teach you step by step. If you look at it sideways, it's like we're monopolizing the real power while Death King plays a figurehead. Well, I won't deny that, but I also want to hand over this position to someone else as soon as I can. Do you know how many violent crimes happen each day? Oh, there are frequent crimes under the name of religion. In the last 10 days, 21 terror attacks have been prevented before they occurred. Let's stop talking about this. It'll just make us miserable. Chim. The most important thing is for me to stay as myself. If so, I looked around. Library Director Nim. Librarian. Where are you? My voice echoed through the huge library. Then, a small shadow peeped his head from behind a bookshelf the size of a house. It had been a while since I saw the constellation, the corner librarian. Geez, what are you doing back there? Get over here. The librarian's lips trembled. How can an insignificant creature like I dare to show myself before the esteemed Death King? Your eyes will be dirted. Please treat me like I don't exist, as if I'm a speck of dust floating in the library. Don't act so crazy. Just come here. The librarian floated helplessly. His long sleeves were fluttering like the ears of a sad Maltese puppy. Speak, please. Please take out a book for our next stage. Which apocalypse do you want? A fairy tale. The librarian shut his mouth tightly. Unconcerned, I said, among the apocalypses offered to us, there's only one fairy tale. Please hand it over. Indeed. There's a strange connection. The librarian's expression changed. His eyes were half open, trembling with appreciation as they often did when he saw me. All right, here is the apocalypse you talked about. One of the books floating around the librarian flew to him. When the librarian opened the cover, information about the apocalypse showed up. Plus, me and our scapegoat. Genre, fairy tale. Difficulty level, A-class. Player limit, 2 or more. The serialization is currently suspended. Introduction. This world's humanity had succeeded in creating a utopia, but a special power source was required to maintain the utopia. The power source needed were the screams of suffering from an innocent child who has committed no crimes. Though it was a pity, for the perfect happiness of 17 million people, one innocent should bear with it, right? Thanks to meticulously developed torture techniques and life-saving treatments, about 5 years' worth of screams were able to be extracted from each child. Such efficiency. Reason for discontinuation. 118,000 years had passed since the creation of Utopia. Eventually, all of the innocent children were used up. The Utopia, which lost its power source, came to an end. Plus, right? This was the apocalypse. I had been keeping it in mind since I first saw it. Everyone, I'd like to choose this apocalypse for our next stage. Ha! The guild masters looked around. The Black Dragon Master tilted her head. A fairy tale? Sorry, Death King, but that fairy tale world won't give us resources or more territory. The difficulty is also A-class. Do we have to challenge it? Yes, we do. I looked into the Black Dragon Master's eyes. Up until now, we've been picking the apocalypses based on how useful the worlds will be to the tower. The martial arts archives in the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon will strengthen the tower's fighting power. Exchanges with the science fiction world will greatly improve our scientific power. The apocalypses we've challenged so far were as follows. Plus, 21st floor, the Great Library of All Things. 22nd floor, Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon, genre, martial arts, fusion. 23rd floor, Saga of the Iron Knights in space, genre, sci-fi. 24th floor, Dawn Mountain Cabin Journal, genre, mystery, history. 25th floor, The Tale of Stormwind Academy, genre, romance. 26th floor, Festival City Apocalypse, genre, sports. 27th floor, Bakery Street Epic, genre, cooking, business management. Plus, I stayed in the Empire for half a month after completing The Tale of Stormwind Academy. During that time, the other hunters cleared the 26th and 27th floors. All hunters with titles were working hard to clear the stages. Now, the 28th, 29th, and 30th floors were left. But I had my own plans. If things happened as I wanted, this 28th floor would basically be our last apocalypse. After ruminating on that plan, I opened my mouth. It isn't necessarily just technology and resources that are useful. Heretic Inquisitor, you said that the tower's population is growing by nearly 100,000 people a day. Yes. What we need now is a focal point. It's unity. The Heretic Questioner blinked. I agree. But isn't that why we're supporting you? You're the focal point of the tower. We'll provide you with a suitable position soon. We can make you a great position like Guild Alliance Leader or Council Leader. I shook my head. Guild Alliance Leader. Some people might be charmed by the title. On the outside, it would look like I had the most authority in the tower. Such tricks won't do. Oh? Why do you say it's a trick? Everyone here, not just me, needs to garner the people's support. I'm not really the one who controls the tower right now. It's all of you. Only when you all gain the people's support will the tower unite as one. The library became quiet. Then the Heretic Questioner smiled. You have a point. But did you know? Death King, we have original sin. We've done tremendous things to stop the chaos in the tower. And we continue to do them. It's a shame. But we have absolutely no moral legitimacy. The Heretic Questioner is right, muttered the Black Dragon Master. We've done too much to act as symbols. It's all right if you act well from now on. Please, act well. We're a team. I can't solve religious issues like the Heretic Questioner. I can't deal with gang troubles like the Venomous Snake, either. I can't match you in politics, economics, or security. I'm not being humble. It's the truth. However, I'll never betray you. You can trust me. I was confident I could bring these talented people together. If there is a problem between you, I will mediate. If you need to talk, I'll create a place for conversation. Trust me. Let's become one team. The guild masters were silent. I held up the fairy tale, me and our scapegoat. As you said, this apocalypse doesn't have a great resource within it. There isn't any fertile land either. But there is an unacceptable sacrifice in here. Everyone, we cannot tolerate this sort of sacrifice. Let's show the world what kind of people we are by targeting this world. That was right. This was a declaration of intent. A declaration that would show how we would manage the tower. We would not turn a blind eye to someone being sacrificed. We would face them. And if the difficulties couldn't be resolved, we would break through head-on. We would show the world that we were such people. That's how we can gain trust and ask the inhabitants of the tower to believe in us. I see. A trust in the administration. Yes. I looked at the guildmasters one by one. Fortunately, this apocalypse allows 2 or more players. Black Dragon Master, Heretic Questioner, Count, Venomous Snake, Crusader, the most brilliant all-star group in this tower. My colleagues, please fight by my side. All of us would participate in this apocalypse.